Primordial God-King. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 951 Repel. Moxie was injured again. This was the second time he was injured by Qin Wentian, Kinger and Nanhurong. Before the body was forged, Moxie was arrogant and unparalleled. He said that he was here and the inheritance belonged to him. No one else had the right to compete with him. He did not let Qin Wentian get ahead of him, so a conflict broke out. Kinger and Nanhurong joined the battle, forcing Moxie to give up, directly targeting Qin Wentian and only rely on his strength to fight for the inheritance. Moxie succeeded. He forged an immortal body and his strength became even more terrifying. He was surrounded by dark gold light, and his might was earth-shaking. He possessed an extremely terrifying power. But then Qin Wentian appeared again and competed with him for the inheritance. Moreover, this time he really took his inheritance. How could Moxie not be furious? This time no one could stop him from dealing with Qin Wentian, but the ending seemed to have not changed. After the transformation, Moxie, who became powerful, was injured again. The opponent standing in front of him this time did not change at all. It was still the three people. So strong, it seems that not only Moxie has become stronger, Qin Wentian has also undergone a transformation. The talisman light flowing from his body is so terrifying, and his whole body seems to be filled with a terrifying power. Someone stared at Qin Wentian's figure and said, "Qin Wentian seems to have also forged a certain physique. Could it be that in front of the golden body before, not only Moxie succeeded in forging a body, but Qin Wentian also forged a strong physique?" Qin Wentian's body in front of him clearly showed that he had a special physique. His whole body was full of momentum, and any trace of power that emanated from his body gave people an unfathomable feeling, extremely powerful. Not only Qin Wentian, but Kinger also became stronger. Her pupils became so enchanting and beautiful, with patterns in her eyes, deep and boundless, and able to emit terrifying power. This daughter of the Changqing Emperor seemed to have infinite potential and amazing secrets hidden in her. If that's the case, I'm afraid Moxie won't be able to get away with it in front of the three of them. These three are too strong. Everyone saw Moxie stabilize the fluctuating momentum on his body, and then the roar roared again. The dark golden cold light shot out from Moxie's pupils, staring at Qin Wentian and the other two. This was the second time. After he forged an indestructible body, he was still shaken by Qin Wentian. Moxie couldn't stand it. Moreover, Qin Wentian's attack power was so strong. You know, Qin Wentian's realm is lower than his, only the 8th level of the celestial phenomenon. According to common sense, such a realm is probably not even able to shake his body. Even if he allowed the other party to attack, the other party would be powerless. But Qin Wentian relied on the power of the god's hand to shake him and injured him. Such attack power is indeed violent. Boom. Moxie stepped out again, but at the same time, Qin Wentian said coldly, "Attack." As soon as the voice fell, he, Kinger and Nanhurong, three powerful men, surrounded and attacked the front at the same time. At this moment, all the powerful men around retreated and moved away. No one dared to get close to the surroundings. Swish! Moxie's fingers shot out to the front. In an instant, it seemed that the terrible power of the robbery demon gathered into a terrifying magic knife. The light of this magic knife directly shattered everything, just like the knife light slashed by a demon head, bombarding Qin Wentian's body, and one knife was enough to kill a person. A terrible spear appeared in Qin Wentian's divine hand. The long spear was full of rune light, and a wisp of pure white power wrapped around the tip of the spear. Qin Wentian raised his hand and killed it directly, as if he wanted to penetrate everything, and directly bombarded the knife light slash by the demon head, smashing it. If Qin Wentian's previous attack was just a surprise attack, then this attack was undoubtedly a frontal attack. With the god's hand, his powerful attack seemed to be able to break the means of attack of Moxie, which made everyone understand more deeply how powerful Qin Wentian was. Nanhurong stretched out her palm, and in an instant, an ancient phoenix shone, and a series of terrifying phoenix feathers slashed out, like endless sword lights, and the phoenix feathers were branded with terrifying red flames, as if they were slashing out again and again. Kinger also attacked. Her eyes were still bewitching, and the chaotic space turbulence rolled wildly, and the terrible lotus pattern was directly imprinted on Moxie's body. The attacks of the three seemed to arrive at the same moment. Even though Moxie was extremely powerful, he still seemed a little confused when facing 3 such strong men. These attacks are not enough. Moxie shouted angrily, and punched out with a loud bang. The power of the robbery demon turned into the light of the calamity of the troubled times, destroying everything. Buzz! Qin Wentian's spear burst out again, indestructible and indestructible. Moxie countered with a dark golden palm print, but found that the spear skills of the god's hand now contained a more amazing destructive force than before, which directly shattered Moxie's dark golden palm print. The golden light of the space dancing in the sky was a great threat to Moxie, and it limited his ability to the greatest extent. Qing'er's strength was already extremely powerful, and now she had increased her strength by 3 or 4 times again. I don't know how terrible she is. The immortal slaying picture was suspended in the air and rolled directly towards Moxie in the air below. Moxie raised his hand and stretched it out. A shocking power bloomed from his body. Endless runes gathered into a dark abyss. The palm of Moxie's hand turned into a sky-covering palm, and it was directly printed on the immortal slaying picture, as if it had turned into a dark scroll, and it directly confronted and collided with the immortal slaying picture, and the power in it was madly drawn into the vortex. Boom! Qin Wentian's divine hand also descended, as fast as lightning. The light flowing through his body contained a strange power, which destroyed and crushed everything. This infinite power gathered in the divine hand, and fired a shocking shot. The spear light directly spit out 1,000 feet of brilliance. Wherever it passed, it seemed that no power could exist in front of it. Moxie just looked at Qin Wentian's attack, and his other hand stretched out forward. The infinite power of the devil turned into a dark golden ancient shield, as if there was a demon holding the shield, and no attack could break it. At this moment, it seemed that the strongest gun and the strongest shield collided with each other. With a loud bang, cracks appeared on the shield, but at the same time, the power of the devil burst out from the shield and hit Qin Wentian. Moxie used both hands to resist the strongest attacks of the 2 terrible strong men. He seemed to have turned into an ancient demon, with a dark golden body and a shocking momentum. But it still seemed that it was not enough to just fight against the 2 of them. Nan Huang Yangxi's cold and arrogant eyes shot over, causing Moxie's expression to tremble. He wanted to withdraw from the attacks of the other 2, but Qing'er and Qin Wentian were such figures that as long as he withdrew his resistance, he might immediately encounter a devastating disaster. The astrological image of the robbery demon turned into a terrible force, and dark golden light spots continued to shoot at Nan Huang Yangxi. Nan Huang Yangxi waved her palm, and the shadow of the ancient phoenix seemed to appear. When the wings closed, the gorgeous fiery red feathers resisted the dark golden power that kept attacking. SHH. At this time, Nan Huang Yangxi's body danced gracefully, and she turned into a stream of light and rolled towards Moxie. At this moment, endless gorgeous phoenix feathers fell like rain, and all the power in Moxie was split apart. He looked up, and his dark golden eyes were extremely indifferent. It seemed that he knew that he could not resist the joint efforts of the 3 people. There was a hint of unwillingness in his pupils. Boom! Another shocking loud sound was heard, and Moxie's dark golden demon shield was finally shattered. Qin Wentian's spear emitted terrifying light and killed towards Moxie. At this moment, Moxie's defense finally collapsed completely. The 3 of them pressed down at the same time, wanting to completely destroy and kill him. Get out of here! With a roar, Moxie was also very courageous. Even at this moment, he still relied on his own strength to resist without the help of divine weapons. However, when Qin Wentian's divine hand spear came to kill, his dark golden immortal body seemed to have traces of blood. Even though his body was extremely powerful, he was still severely repelled. His body was shaking wildly and roaring. Qin Wentian continued to move forward, his eyes were extremely cold, without any politeness. Moxie was the second on the immortal ascension list, and he had inherited the legacy of the 2 emperors. How powerful he was! His cultivation was only the 8th level of the celestial phenomenon. If he fought against the other party alone, it was obviously still a little short. When Moxie saw the 3 people coming to kill him, he raised his head, a terrible light flashed in his eyes, and then a burst of immortal power burst out, and his body rushed out instantly. Get out of the way! Qing'er shouted, and the power of the void enveloped Qin Wentian. The 3 of them moved aside, but saw Moxie rushing out and flashing outside. In just a moment, he reached the entrance. He turned his head, his immortal power was restrained, as if he had put away the immortal weapons he had just used. He stared coldly at the 3 people in front of him and said, Moxie, will remember what you did today. After saying that, he turned around and flashed away, which was very free and easy. Qin Wentian took a step forward and put away the power on his body. Before, Moxie obviously just wanted to leave, and did not really want to use the magic weapon to deal with him. As the second strongest person on the Immortal Ascension list, Moxie disdained such behavior. If he really did it, he would not be Moxie. Leave. Moxie was actually repelled, but the inheritance was taken away by Qin Wentian. Everyone looked at the three people. With their amazing power, they defeated Moxie, who had seized the inheritance of the two emperors, and defeated him and fled. The combination of these three people was indeed too terrifying. However, Qin Wentian has taken away Moxie's inheritance. Will Moxie let him go in the future? In the ancient emperor city, Zidaoyang, Moxie and Qin Wentian seem destined to stir up a storm. P.S. I am willing to accept the loss. Although I am exhausted, since I promised to write no matter how late it is, I will definitely do it. I can finally go to bed. Chapter 952, Changes in the Immortal Ranking. Qin Wentian, Kinger and Nanhurong Yangxi all restrained their violent auras and did not chase after Moxie. It was not easy to kill a character like Moxie. Defeating and killing were completely different concepts. Moreover, Moxie must have the thoughts of the ancient emperor and a powerful divine weapon. Now, after expelling Moxie, Qin Wentian also snatched Moxie's inheritance. This was enough for now. The crowd looked up at this space. The talisman light in the void had dimmed, and those lifelike human figures also disappeared. It seemed that everything had really been obtained by Qin Wentian. They had no chance to obtain this inheritance. They had no chance to obtain the inheritance of the Brahma Emperor, and now they lost the chance here. Xuanyang and Xiao Lengaiyu hated it the most. They watched Qin Wentian take the inheritance with their own eyes. Even if the inheritance was taken away by Moxie, they would feel better. What did you get? Xiao Lengaiyu stared at Qin Wentian with cold eyes and asked. Qin Wentian turned his gaze and looked at Xiao Lengaiyu, saying, "Does it have anything to do with you? It took the three of you to join forces to defeat Moxie. It was an unfair victory, and there is nothing to be proud of. Otherwise, how could you have a share of this inheritance? Even if you really snatched it, you would definitely fall into Moxie's hands." Xiao Lengaiyu said coldly, "Since the three of you can join forces, and the inheritance is now in your hands, there are so many geniuses in the ancient emperor city here, so why can't we keep you here? You are really shameless. You actually have the nerve to say such words." Before Qin Wentian could speak, he saw Jian Mengchen staring at Xiao Lengaiyu and said, "Last time, my senior brother Qin seemed to have crossed the realm and defeated you alone. You are really shameless." Xiao Lengaiyu's face was extremely ugly when she heard Jian Mengchen's humiliation. Qin Wentian also looked at her contemptuously. He raised his foot, an endless rune light flowed on his body. An astonishing aura bloomed from his body. He did not speak, but walked towards Xiao Lengaiyu and said, "You said, do you want to snatch the inheritance from me?" Watching Qin Wentian approaching step by step, Xiao Lengaiyu actually felt an extremely huge pressure. It seemed that there was an amazing power in his body, and the momentum was surging. Only when it was really pressed on her did she know how powerful it was. Before Qin Wentian approached her, Xiao Lengaiyu had already felt an unparalleled repressive force constantly pressing on every part of her body, as if Qin Wentian, standing there, had an extremely terrifying repressive power. Is this the power of physique? Did Qin Wentian really build a strong physique before? Someone secretly exclaimed in his heart. The pressure on Xiao Lengaiyu was getting greater and greater. Compared with the last time she met Qin Wentian, the pressure this time was much greater. "Why don't you talk?" Qin Wentian's divine hand shone with dazzling light, and the power was shocking. Xiao Lengaiyu's face was livid, and she said, "There are so many of us here, are we afraid of the three of you?" Boom! Qin Wentian's divine hand directly blasted out, and a huge palm print that suppressed everything directly covered the void. Xiao Lengaiyu's face was livid, but she had an extremely terrifying freezing power on her body. When the palm blasted out, the void froze and collided with Qin Wentian's divine hand. Bang! 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 The terrifying freezing power of ice was directly crushed and shattered, turning into dust. The destructive palm print covered the sky and the sun, and its power shook the sky and swept away everything. Xiao Lengaiyu stepped back and blasted out the frozen tribulation finger with both hands at the same time, trying to freeze and destroy the palm print, but it seemed to be useless. The power contained in the palm print was too surging, sweeping away everything and directly blasting to Xiao Lengaiyu's eyes. She mobilized all her strength to resist the attack, but was still shaken away and hit the wall hard. She groaned and her face became even paler. "You are worthy of snatching the inheritance," Qin Wentian said sarcastically. He glanced at the people around him. His eyes were extremely sharp, as if he was intimidating everyone. "If you want to join forces to deal with them, you will pay the price." Qin Wentian's gaze was indeed very intimidating, especially with the strength of him, Kinger and Nanhong Yangxi. No one dared to act rashly. Moxie alone was enough to intimidate the heroes, but these three people repelled Moxie, and none of them was stronger than Xiao Lengyu. No one was sure to snatch the inheritance and get away with it, not to mention that there was another Moxie waiting. "Let's go." Qin Wentian turned around and said to Kinger and the others, and then the group left here and walked out of this space. Soon, they left this cave. In front of them, the inheritance place of Emperor Brahma was still shone with a terrible gray light. In the past, these two powerful figures fought here, and Emperor Brahma disappeared from then on. The two peerless figures left their inheritance here, and now, they have finally been obtained. Emperor Brahma left 9 inheritances, which will surely set off a bloody storm again. "Did you really get the inheritance of the ancient emperor?" Nanhong Yangxi asked Qin Wentian. "I guess so, but this ancient emperor is different from the Brahma emperor. He did not leave his cultivation method. He just hopes to build a supreme body for the inheritor, and then pass on his method of building the immortal platform. From now on, the sky is high and the inheritor should have his own way of cultivation, instead of following his cultivation trajectory." Qin Wentian completely understood the approach of the peerless figure. He could feel how difficult the other party's cultivation path was before. He had been powerless and desperate. This was unavoidable for any martial life cultivator. Anyone who wanted to become a peerless figure must go through everything. He was willing to build the most perfect foundation for his inheritor. As for the future, it would require the descendants to fight for it themselves. The method of building the immortal platform. Nanhong Yangxi asked with a flash of his eyes. "Yes, the method of beheading the immortal platform. From the beheading immortal platform, what this senior built in the past was the holy immortal platform," Qin Wentian said. "Holy immortal platform." Nanhong Yangxi's beautiful eyes were fixed on it. For people in the immortal realm, the immortal platform is divided into 6 levels and 3 grades. Levels 1 to 3 are all ordinary grades. People who become immortals on the first level immortal platform are the weakest, followed by the second level, and the third level immortal platform is slightly better. The most powerful people in the immortal realm who can achieve some success in the immortal realm and build this third level immortal platform are the most numerous. The 4th and 5th levels are king grades, and those who can build a 4th level immortal king grade immortal platform have a great chance of becoming an immortal king, or even an immortal emperor. Nowadays, many immortal kings in our immortal realm have mostly built 4th level immortal platforms. As for those who have built 5th level immortal platforms, as far as I know, the top immortal emperors in the immortal realm are the ones who have built 5th level emperor grade immortal platforms. Nanhong Yangxi's beautiful eyes stared at Qin Wentian, with a hint of envy. He actually got the method to build a fairy platform. Although this is not a magical attack and cannot directly improve strength, the fairy platform is the foundation for the cultivation of the fairy lineage strong. The first realm of the fairy is called the fairy platform. Being able to build the most perfect fairy platform will be of great help to future cultivation. So strong. Qin Wentian was a little surprised, and then smiled. It is worthy of the inheritance left by a peerless figure. The previous body casting was actually to pave the way for building a fairy platform. Since it is so powerful, I will also teach it to you, so that you may also be able to build a more powerful fairy platform. Nanhong Yangxi's beautiful eyes were instantly fixed there. She looked at Qin Wentian's smile and was a little dazed. For a moment, she didn't know whether what Qin Wentian said was true or false. That cold and arrogant face showed a dazed look and asked, "Really? Why would I lie to you?" Qin Wentian shrugged and said. Seeing Qin Wentian's eyes, Nanhong Yangxi was still a little stunned. The method of building a holy fairy platform, Qin Wentian was actually willing to teach her so easily? Why? Nanhong Yangxi asked. This. Qin Wentian looked at Nanhong Yangxi. This beautiful woman was a bit stubborn. They were allies and had fought side by side before. If it weren't for Nanhong Yangxi, he and Kinger would have had a hard time dealing with Moxie. Isn't it reasonable to teach her the method of casting the immortal platform? Because you are beautiful. Qin Wentian said with a smile, making Nanhong Yangxi's beautiful eyes blink, and blink again. But Qin Wentian soon regretted saying this. He seemed to feel a cold gaze coming from the side, but when he turned his eyes away, Qinger continued to look forward. Her cold face didn't reveal what she was thinking. Qinger. Qin Wentian walked forward and took Qinger's hand. Qinger struggled to let go, but Qin Wentian refused to give in and continued to hold Qinger's palm tightly, squeezing it and saying with a smile, "Qinger is of course the most beautiful." Nan Huangyangxi, who was standing by, instantly frowned. Her previous good impression of Qin Wentian was gone. She thought to herself, what a shameless guy. But you all remember, the method of the immortal slashing platform has extremely high requirements for physical fitness. After I teach you, if your own physical fitness is not strong enough, don't go to the immortal slashing platform. Qin Wentian suddenly said solemnly. Nan Huangyangxi knew that Qin Wentian was reminding them and nodded seriously. This is also the reason why the ancient emperor cast a body for the inheritor. My physical fitness should be enough. Jun Mengchen said confidently. Well, but even if the immortal slashing platform is not necessarily able to cast a better immortal platform, everything still depends on the individual. Qin Wentian said again, no method of cultivation is omnipotent. Should we go out first, or wait for the little guy to come out? Qinger asked Qin Wentian. Go out, this little guy is very smart, nothing will happen. The mysterious senior left Mingxin and seemed to have opened up a way out. Qin Wentian looked ahead. There were the Xianjiao of the ancient emperor city coming and going. Mingxin was no longer a Jedi, but the 9 inheritances of the Brahma Empire were gone. Yes. Qinger nodded slightly, and then the group stepped into the void and walked out. In the ancient emperor city, the news of the Brahma Emperor swept the entire city. There was another peerless ancient emperor who also left a legacy in the Dark Mountain, which amazed countless people. However, now all these legacies have been taken away. The people who took away the legacies were Zidaoang, Mozi, Qin Wentian, Zhan Peng, and Qin Wentian's monster partner. The name of a Qin Wentian once again shocked the ancient emperor city. In the latest ascension list, the top 10 rankings have undergone an astonishing change. Qin Wentian's name has replaced Zhuan Yang, who was ranked 4th on the ascension list, and ranked above it. As for Zhuan Yang, he has not only fallen from 4th place, but even his name is not on the 5th place. Qinger is still 5th, and Zhuan Yang is ranked 6th. Qin Wentian, from an unknown person, got the hand of God, took the legacy from Mozi, and directly crossed the ascension list and ascended to the 4th place. His reputation is unparalleled. P.S. Typing on the high-speed rail, going home for the holiday, and wishing my brothers and sisters a happy Dragon Boat Festival. Chapter 953 Quarrel. Half a year passed unnoticed. During this half year, the Dark Mountain in the ancient Emperor City became a place where all the Xianjiao often went, but it was rarely discovered that after the inheritance was occupied and seized by several Xianjiao figures who had stepped into it in the past, there seemed to be no other opportunities. Occasionally, some people did not believe in evil and even angered the ancient emperor figures in the ancient coffin, and the consequences were also very tragic. Zidaoang, Zhan Peng, and the little bastard were still practicing there to obtain the inheritance. Mozi, who was once famous, disappeared. Some people speculated that he was attacking the realm of the immortal platform, while others speculated that he was consolidating the super strong abilities he cultivated in the Dark Mountain in the past. In the past, Mozi was defeated by Qin Wentian and the other two, and he must have refused to accept it. He was likely consolidating his own strength and preparing to make a comeback. As for Qin Wentian, he was undoubtedly the most talked about topic among the Xianjiao of the ancient Emperor City. This is one of the legendary figures in the ancient Emperor City in recent years, and the iconic figure of this generation. He, Zidaoang, and Mozi are known as the 3 heroes of the ancient Emperor City. Even Nanhuangyangxi was not ranked. It was not that Nanhuangyangxi was weak, but Nanhuangyangxi had no advantage against Zidaoang and Moxie. However, Qin Wentian was different. He could barely fight Moxie at the 8th level of Celestial Phenomenon. Once he entered the 9th level of Celestial Phenomenon, he would be able to threaten Zidaoang and Moxie. Therefore, the ancient Emperor City treated these 3 people on the same level. The Qin sect was naturally also a powerful force in the ancient Emperor City. This sect had Qin Wentian, Qinger, and Nanhuangyangxi, who monopolized the 3rd, 4th, and 5th places on the Immortal Ascension list. 3 months ago, when the Qin sect announced to the ancient Emperor City that it was recruiting people from the sect, The entire ancient emperor city was in an uproar. Many geniuses went there happily. The Qin sect not only had the legendary figure Qin Wentian, but also two peerless beauties. In addition to Qin Wentian's practice of the divine hand and his inheritance of seizing moxie, many geniuses wanted to join the Qin sect. However, the Qin sect's examination is extremely strict, and they do not recruit Qin sect disciples at will. Anyone who wants to sneak in with a purpose will be eliminated. Only the real elites and those who are determined to practice have the opportunity to enter Qin sect. Therefore, in 3 months, the Qin sect has only developed more than 50 people, which is much inferior to the Shuangjiao League. There are even many Qin sect disciples who are at the 7th and 8th levels of the celestial phenomena. They don't seem to value the realm that much. After all, Hua Takesu, Jun Mengchen and Zi Kingsun, who are in charge of the examination, are only at the 8th level of the celestial phenomena. Now the prestige of Qin sect in the ancient emperor city has been close to the first sect power recognized by many people in the ancient emperor city, the purple sect. Zizong, the sect founded by Zi Daoyang, has always been known as the first sect in the ancient emperor city. Some time ago, the Shuangjiao League and Zhao clan merged. Some people said that the new Shuangjiao League even threatened the status of Zizong. But now it seems that Qin clan is the one who is truly qualified to threaten the existence of Zizong. Since the 3 people at the helm of Qin clan can defeat Moxie, they are also likely to defeat Zi Daoyang. Zhao Ziner, she is one of the new disciples who joined Qin clan. Her talent is not so outstanding, and her cultivation is not high. She is only at the 7th level of the celestial realm. She should not be able to enter Qin clan. But because of her straightforward nature, when Jun Mengchen asked her why she joined Qin clan, Zhao Ziner actually said that she liked Qin Wentian, and she could see Qin Wentian often after entering Qin clan. Jun Mengchen was stunned on the spot, and then laughed and asked Zhao Ziner to join Qin clan. This matter has become a good story in Qin clan now. The disciples of Qin clan also like this straightforward junior sister very much and take good care of her. Later, it was discovered that Zhao Ziner had witnessed a battle between Qin Wentian and the Zhuan brothers. At that time, Zhao Ziner had already reached the 7th level of celestial phenomenon, and Qin Wentian was at the same level as him. However, the courage and strength Qin Wentian showed that day deeply shocked her, and made Zhao Ziner worship Qin Wentian as her idol. Later, she joined the Qin clan without knowing what was going on. At this time, Zhao Ziner and another genius of the Qin clan, Leng Pingchao, were dining in a tea house, and saw a group of people coming in. This group of people had extraordinary demeanor, especially the few people in the lead, with sharp eyes, as if one could feel that they were extraordinary people at a glance. After finding a place to sit down, the group of people started chatting. One of them said, "Brother, we have arrived at the ancient emperor city. What should we do next?" As soon as we arrived in the ancient emperor city, someone wanted to take advantage of us. It seems that the survival law of the fittest in the ancient emperor city is very obvious. I plan to build a force first and gain a foothold in the ancient emperor city as quickly as possible. The young man spoke slowly, then looked at someone next to him and asked, "Brother Shianki, do you have any ideas? Although we have just arrived, based on our previous understanding of the ancient emperor city, we can directly join a mature and powerful sect, and then..." Gusu Shianki spoke lightly, which made the leading young man stunned, and then smiled and said, "Shianki, your idea is very good. Have you just arrived in the ancient emperor city?" At this time, a crisp voice came. It was the voice of Zhao Ziner next to him. "What's the matter, young lady?" Gusu Shianki asked. "I heard you said you want to join the forces of the ancient emperor city. Now in the ancient emperor city, my Qin sect is very famous. You can go and try to see if you can successfully join and become a disciple of Qin sect." Zhao Ziner's clear voice remained the same. She smiled at everyone and took the initiative to recommend Qin sect. Qin sect. Gusu Shianki's eyes flashed, and his mind couldn't help but think of a person, the figure on the battlefield that year. Would he be in the ancient emperor city now? If so, how is he now? "Girl, are there many beauties like you in Qin sect?" There was a young man with a pointed mouth and monkey cheeks and a slightly ugly appearance in Gusu Shianki's group, shouting to Zhao Ziner. "Of course, the beauties of my Qin sect are the most famous in the ancient emperor city. The 2 most beautiful beauties in the ancient emperor city are both in my Qin sect," Zhao Ziner said with a smile. "Is that so?" The young man with a pointed chin touched his chin, and then said with a smile, "Miss, is this a honey trap?" Our group is not ordinary people. If we join the Qinmen, can these famous beauties in the ancient emperor's city accompany us, brothers?" After the man finished speaking, many people in the group smiled faintly, and did not seem to care about the joke with bad taste. However, the people around looked over. It seems that these people really just came to the ancient emperor's city. They dared to tease the two beauties of the Qinmen? This courage is really not small. "You guy, you are new here, don't talk nonsense." Qianai smiled at the ugly young man. Although he seemed to be scolding, his tone was calm and light, and it was obvious that he didn't care too much. But Zhao Ziner's face became ugly, and he said coldly, "Apologize for what you said just now." The ugly young man looked at Zhao Ziner and said with a smile, "Beauty, you want your brother to apologize? Come and sit down. You are so presumptuous." Zhao Ziner's body was filled with chills. Leng Pingchao beside her also glared at the ugly young man. "Your Excellency seems to have gone too far." The ugly young man glanced at them coldly, seemingly not caring at all, and said with a smile, "You said it yourself. Since you are using the beauty trap on me, let me enjoy the beauty for a while." They were all the peerless geniuses of the Eastern Saint Immortal sect. They encountered the robbery of the sect forces as soon as they entered the ancient emperor city. Although they repelled the other party, they were not in a good mood. "Enough." Qianai spoke, glared at the person who spoke, and then looked at Zhao Ziner and said, "Girl, this guy likes to joke, don't take it seriously." "Joke?" Zhao Ziner's expression turned cold, and said, "Do you think this is funny? I'll let you apologize." Qianai frowned. He saw at a glance that Zhao Ziner and Leng Pingchao were both people in the 7th level of the celestial realm. They should be people from the small sect of the ancient emperor city, but they have a bad temper. "Apologize? You think too much?" The ugly young man sneered. Qianai just said lightly, "Girl, this matter ends here." "What do you mean?" Zhao Ziner stared at Qianai with a cold look, verbally humiliating others, "No apology, and that's it." Qianai's brows flashed. He was not in a good mood to begin with. This time he came to the ancient emperor city to impact the immortal stage realm. He has been practicing under the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor for many years, but has not been able to become an immortal. He wants to see if there is any opportunity in the ancient emperor city. However, after entering the ancient emperor city, he was disturbed one after another, and his mood was even worse. He glanced at Zhao Ziner and said, "Go back to your sect. If you want us to apologize, let your sect master come and talk to me." Chapter 954, Proud Qianai. This Qianai was the direct disciple of the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor, the descendant of the Qin Immortal King. He once appeared in the particle world with Qin Wentian, Huatekso and others. The Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor came to accept disciples, and finally accepted Qianai as his direct disciple to inherit the mantle of the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor. In the Eastern Saint Immortal sect, he has a very high status. He has amazing talents and is willing to practice hard. He has entered the 9th level of the celestial realm for quite some time. Now, he only wants to build an immortal platform and achieve the immortal status. This time, he led many disciples of the Eastern Saint Immortal sect to the ancient emperor city to practice. These people are all important figures of the Eastern Saint Immortal sect, with outstanding talents. Gusu Shianqi was extremely dazzling in the once-in-a-century prosperity of the Eastern Saint Immortal sect. He was accepted as a direct disciple by the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor, that is, his junior brother. A month ago, Gusu Shianqi also entered the 9th level of the celestial realm. In addition to the two of them who were direct disciples, several others were registered disciples of the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor, and the others were all descendants of the Eastern Saint Immortal sect's Immortal King. Their lineup was extremely powerful, so even when they came to the ancient emperor city, which was full of geniuses, they were still very confident that with their lineup, they could directly form a super strong force and sweep the ancient emperor city. Not long after they entered the ancient emperor city, a small sect that was blind wanted to rob them. In anger, they bombarded the sect's headquarters and crushed and injured the other party's sect leader, and then they breathed a sigh of relief. Now coming here is just a joke. A little girl in the 7th level of the celestial phenomena actually yelled that they must apologize, which was extremely ridiculous. Therefore, seeing that the other party was not giving up, Qianai told the other party to get out without any hesitation. "You." Zhao Ziner pointed at the other party and said coldly, "You have been disrespectful to Nanoong and Princess Kinger, And now you dare to ask the leader of my sect to come. I will never let this go. Bang! Qianai slammed his palm directly on the table, and the table they were sitting on shattered in an instant. A cold chill exuded from his body, and when Qianai looked at Zhao Ziner, there was a cold moon in his eyes, extremely cold. At this moment, the atmosphere in the tea house suddenly became tense. The ugly genius who had spoken rudely just now stared at Zhao Ziner and said, "You are really shameless. Not to mention disrespect, even if the so-called beauties of your sect come to our door, whether we accept them or not depends on our mood. Shameless." Zhao Ziner cursed in a low voice, but saw that the ugly young man suddenly flashed and left his seat directly. His speed was very fast, like a shadow. Zhao Ziner raised her hand and blasted out, but saw that the ugly man's body was like a ghost. One hand directly swept across Zhao Ziner's face, and then instantly returned to the original place, as fast as the wind. The skin is very tender. The ugly young man put his hand in front of his nose and sniffed, saying, "Do you want to return the two beauties in your sect to me so that I can touch them?" Her evil eyes were full of teasing. Zhao Ziner's face was filled with shame and anger. She felt cold, but Lang Pengcheo held her back and said, "Ziner, calm down. These people are not good people. Let's go find the people from Qin sect." Zhao Ziner's body froze, and she stared at the ugly young man with anger. Such humiliation was unbearable for a woman like her. "Let's go." Lang Pengcheo pulled Zhao Ziner back and prepared to leave. "You want to leave now?" Qianai said coldly, and the coldness enveloped the tea house. The people in the tea house felt this breath and showed interesting looks. This person was very powerful, and even this group of people were quite powerful. They must be the disciples of a certain immortal emperor in the immortal realm, and they were full of arrogance. Moreover, they didn't even know the Qin clan, nor did they know the names of Nan Wang and Princess Kinger. It was obvious that they had just entered the ancient emperor's city for a short time, which was why the scene before them happened. Since the Qin clan monopolized the 3rd, 4th, and 5th places on the immortal ascension list, no one in the ancient emperor's city had bothered them again. Even the demons had disappeared for a while. Now, this group of people had just entered the ancient emperor city and provoked a Qin clan like this. It was really interesting. There would be something exciting to watch next. The people in the ancient emperor city were all proud and arrogant. Since these people were so arrogant, the people in the tea house were too lazy to remind them, and just watched quietly. "What else do you want?" Lang Pengcheo asked, and Zhao Ziner stared at Qianai angrily. "She stays, you can go, and ask your sect to come." Qianai pointed at Zhao Ziner and asked Zhao Ziner to stay here while Lang Pengcheo went to get reinforcements. Several Xianjiao at the table next to them looked at each other, their eyes flashing with sharpness, and they seemed quite excited. This person is really arrogant. He actually took the initiative to leave Zhao Ziner behind and let Lang Pengcheo call for reinforcements. How arrogant is this? He is simply arrogant and wants to provoke the Xianjiao of the ancient emperor city and a sect. Zhao Ziner's face turned pale, and Lang Pengcheo next to him had a flashing look and said, "My junior sister is more impulsive. Please don't be offended. I am willing to stay and apologize, and my junior sister will go to invite the people from the sect to come. How about it?" This Lang Pengcheo is not bad, he is really patient. The people next to him thought secretly. "No, you go and she stays. I don't want to have this happen again." Qianai's tone was cold, which made Lang Pengcheo look ugly. Then he said to Zhao Ziner, "Junior sister, wait for me in the tea house." At the same time, Lang Pengcheo said in a voice transmission, "Ziner, don't be impulsive. We won't suffer a loss at this moment. I will be back soon. Goodbye." Lang Pengcheo bowed to Qianai and the others, then his figure flashed and he left directly. This person is quite sensible. The ugly young man smiled and said, "Let him call for reinforcements. What a shitty sect, when their leader comes, he should either kneel down and apologize or let him lie down. There are many strong people in the ancient emperor city, don't underestimate the geniuses." Qianai waved his hand, but although he said so, his behavior did not show any respect from him. He just looked at Gusu Shianki and asked, "Why don't you say anything, brother? We came to the ancient emperor city for training, it's enough to teach her a lesson, why create trouble?" Gusu Shianki spoke calmly. He was also a direct disciple of the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor and had a status equal to Qianai, so he spoke frankly without any scruples. "Junior brother, You have also seen that I have said that the matter ends here. This woman is relentless and self-righteous. If I don't take it seriously, I'm afraid I will be laughed at for being cowardly. Since the sect forces in the ancient emperor's city are so arrogant, we will teach them a lesson, Qianai said lightly. Besides, we came here to compete with the geniuses of the ancient emperor's city. Junior brother, your spirit has been worn away a lot in the battle with the East Saint Immortal sect that year. Gusu Xianqi's eyes moved slightly. He naturally knew that Qianai was referring to that battle. In the battle of the geniuses of the 13 states of East Saint, he, Gusu Xianqi, had the highest voice and was recognized as a strong contender for the first seat. Then in the final battle, two dark horse characters emerged, Qin Wentian and Qin Wentian, who actually trampled him under their feet. This incident did have a significant impact on Gusu Xianqi. The Gusu clan has been immortal kings for generations. I believe that my junior brother can also become an unrivaled immortal king. You should be proud and arrogant. Since someone is using the clan to suppress us, let them have a good look. Don't let them laugh at the incompetence of my disciples of the Eastern Saint Immortal sect. There are many descendants of emperors in the ancient emperor city, and they will all be great figures in the immortal realm in the future. If we can stand on the top of these geniuses, we will be able to look down on the immortal realm in the future. Qianai said proudly. Gusu Xianqi's eyes flashed, but he didn't say much. After speaking, Qianai looked at Zhao Ziner again and said, "You, come here." Zhao Ziner's face was livid, staring at Qianai, and she raised her footsteps and walked in front of him. "You're not convinced?" Qianai sneered. "You'd better pray that the leader of your sect comes in person. Also, I want to see the Qin sect beauties you mentioned. If they come, I will ask them to pick up the fragments on the ground and let you see with your own eyes what it means to bow your head." Beauty? Qianai has seen too many beauties. Many beauties with outstanding talents dream of having some relationship with him. Even some of the proud daughters of the East Saint Immortal sect, don't they easily climb onto his bed to please him? Ahem. A person with his back to Qianai coughed and sprayed out the tea in the tea house. Qianai's eyes flashed and he looked at him, but saw that the man coughed a few more times and laughed in a low voice. No one in the ancient emperor city has enjoyed such treatment. Really? It seems that I have to make an exception. Qianai sneered. No one in the tea house spoke. They were all thinking that these people from the East Saint Immortal sect were really arrogant. The East Saint Immortal Emperor should be happy to have such an arrogant disciple. Or happy? No one in the tea house was talking and laughing. Only the group of people from the East Saint Immortal sect were talking freely. They seemed to be the only ones there. They seemed to enjoy this feeling. However, they seemed to have overlooked one thing. Although the tea house was very quiet, no one left. They seemed to be waiting for something. Here we are. Finally, Qianai spoke lightly. Then they saw a line of figures flashing in the distance. This line of figures came directly and stepped into the tea house. The one in the lead was extremely beautiful, cold and arrogant, and had a stunning figure. It was Nanhurong Yangxi. Seeing Nanhurong Yangxi, everyone from the East Saint Immortal sect showed a look of surprise and astonishment. It was obviously very unexpected that the beauty Zhao Ziner mentioned was actually stunning. Beautiful. The ugly young man stared at Nanhurong Yangxi's delicate body with a strange glow in his eyes. His eyes kept wandering over her delicate body, drooling. Nanhurong Yangxi's eyes flashed, and the eyes with flaming light stared at the ugly young man. Then, red light filled the sky. She suddenly pointed her finger forward, and the man immediately felt a terrible crisis. He stood up suddenly, but saw a terrible red light slashing down, which was the feather of the phoenix. Ah! With a scream, the ugly young man's eyes were directly cut by the red light, and blood flowed out. He covered his eyes with his hands and rolled on the ground in pain. The people of Dongsheng Xianmen stood up one after another, but saw that everyone beside Nanhurong Yangxi flashed at the same time, and surrounded the people of Dongsheng Xianmen. Chapter 955, Qianai's Fear. The faces of the people from the Eastern Saint Immortal sect changed. They obviously did not expect that this woman would be so decisive and powerful as soon as she arrived. She could blind their companions' eyes with one move. Moreover, several of the Qin sect people who surrounded them seemed to be very powerful. The aura they exuded was extremely fierce and suffocating. These people had murderous looks on their faces. The cold air swept through the tea house, making the space extremely oppressive. The ugly young man whose eyes were blinded screamed continuously, and he shouted curses in anger. "Blind man, I'm blinded, senior brother, kill this bitch, I want her dead. Qianai and the others did not take action. At this moment, he calmed down instead. The strength of the Qin sect seemed to be beyond his expectations. Sister Nanhuang. Zhao Ziner shouted and wanted to run over, but saw Qianai's palm stretched out directly, and the terrifying cold air directly enveloped Zhao Ziner, trying to freeze her life out. Let her go. Nanhuang Yangxi said coldly, as if the shadow of an ancient phoenix was shining behind her. She took a step forward, and a red light enveloped the space. Strands of extremely bright flames bloomed from her body, revealing the power to burn everything. You blinded my junior brother, and you want me to let him go? Qianai said coldly. Aren't you going to meet someone from the Qin clan? We are here, standing here, and you can also blind my eyes if you defeat me. You use a woman to threaten me? I heard that you were extremely arrogant before, how come you suddenly become a coward? Nanhuang Yangxi's tone was cold and arrogant. As the third strongest person on the ascension list, how could Nanhuang Yangxi's power be weak? Let her go, otherwise, I'm afraid it's not just one person who will be blinded. Another voice was heard, and the person who spoke was also a woman. It was Su Ruxu, the ninth strongest person on the ascension list in the past. She also joined the Qin clan and is now a member of the Qin clan. I'm curious, who is this person who dared to ask the leader of Qin clan to come and see him just after he entered the ancient emperor city? Now in the ancient emperor city, probably only Zidaoyang and Mo Zi have such confidence, but seeing these people, I'm really disappointed. Li Yu crossed his arms in front of his chest, looking at these people with a bit of teasing. He once left Zhao clan because he was disappointed with Zhao Langaiyu, and later when Qin Wentian's name rose, he chose to join Qin clan. He had seen Qin Wentian when he first entered the ancient emperor city. He rose in the ancient emperor city in such a short time and was listed fourth on the immortal ascension list. This is also a legend in the ancient emperor city. Are you the leader of Qin clan? Qianai asked, staring at Nanhuang Yangxi in front of him. No. Nanhuang Yangxi said coldly, but, you see me the same. What kind of power does Qinman belong to in this ancient emperor city? Qianai asked with a flickering look in his eyes. He thought it was just an ordinary small sect before, but now looking at this battle and the momentum of the other party, he seems to be wrong, and very wrong. Even he feels the strong pressure from the beautiful woman in front of him. You talk too much nonsense. Su Ruxu said contemptuously, Lang Pingchao has already brought up your words before. You are rude and humiliate my kinman. How should this matter be settled? What do you want? Qianai asked. Everyone, if no one slaps the mouth 10 times, Kinman will not pursue this matter. Nanhuang Yangxi said coldly, making the people of Dongsheng Xianmen look ugly. Let them slap their own mouths? What a joke. Gu Su Shianqi said coldly, if you want to fight, then fight. If you are a man, let her fight. Nanhuang Yangxi stared at Qianai and said. Qianai lifted Zhao Ziner up with his palm, and froze her with the power of ice. Then his palm trembled and hit Zhao Ziner's back. In just a moment, Zhao Ziner was frozen all over and thrown out of the tea house. Nanhuang Yangxi's figure suddenly flashed and directly lifted Zhao Ziner's falling body. The power of fire poured into her body, but Zhao Ziner still couldn't help shivering, as if she was suffering from extremely strong pain. I am Qianai, a disciple of the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor. We are all descendants of the Immortal Emperor and the Immortal King of the Eastern Saint Immortal sect. You blinded my disciples with your move, and you want me to let you go easily. Are you satisfied with this? As Qianai finished speaking, the cold air on his body swept through the void, and a terrifying cold moon appeared above his head, and the fighting spirit swept out. Nanhuang Yangxi took Zhao Ziner's body back and whispered, Ziner, I will make him pay. As she said that, she handed Zhao Ziner to someone beside her, and then walked forward, looking at Qianai and his group. In her eyes, it seemed as if an ancient phoenix was calling. With a rumble, a fiery red light shot up into the sky, sweeping across the world. I have never heard of you, a disciple of the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor. Nanhuang Yangxi spoke coldly, and her finger pointed forward again. The entire void was wrapped in red light. A phoenix figure appeared behind her, and the red feathers that strangled everything slashed directly into the space in front. The expressions of the disciples of the Eastern Saint Immortal sect all changed. They looked at Nanhuang Yangxi's body floating in the air, like a goddess, insolent. Puff. A stream of blood bloomed, and one person was hit and an arm was cut off directly. Qianai stepped out, and the cold moon wrapped around his body, and also reflected towards Nanhong Yangxi's body, wanting to freeze the space to death. The light of the phoenix and the cold moon met in midair. The ancient phoenix cried out, and the rolling fiery red light directly enveloped the cold moon, and then continued to penetrate. This scene made Qianai's face pale instantly. His strength was actually at a disadvantage. When Nanhong Yangxi burst out with power, the tea house burned directly and turned into ashes. The onlookers retreated one after another, looking at the people from the Eastern Saint Immortal sect. This group of proud guys, who had just stepped into the ancient emperor city, did not know what it meant to be low-key. It seemed that they would have to pay a painful lesson. Gusu Shianqi was very powerful. He bloomed the sun furnace, and 9 rounds of sunlight shone and appeared, which was extremely dazzling. Although Gusu Shianqi became a disciple of the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor after Qianai, in fact, the people of the Eastern Saint Immortal sect believed that Gusu Shianqi would be more outstanding than Qianai. His talent was higher, but he just entered the sect a little later. After entering the 9th level of the celestial phenomenon, Gusu Shianqi was extremely powerful. He killed with the terrifying sun spear, which repelled several Qinmen people. Suruxu's long whip came directly over, and she killed Gusu Shianqi. The whip shadows were all over the sky, and there were endless rune lights shining and whipping down. Gusu Shianqi looked calm. He only heard him shout angrily, and a 1,000-foot spear light shot out from the furnace, sweeping across the world, and directly collided with the whip shadows all over the sky. There were continuous puffing sounds, and Gusu Shianqi found that his terrifying sun spear was destroyed by the long whip. The whip shadows all over the sky contained the power of destructive runes, and they would be destroyed if touched. In addition to these people, the other strong men began to fight one after another, but as soon as the battle started, the people of the Eastern Saint Immortal sect immediately showed a decline and were completely suppressed. What's even more terrifying is that the battle had just broken out, and on Qianai's side, his cold moon constellation had already been eroded by Nanhong Yangxi's power. The ancient phoenix seemed to fly above the cold moon, and its sharp claws were about to snatch it out. Nanhong Yangxi's aura was so surging and powerful that every attack she made required Qianai to resist with all his strength. Qianai's face was pale. As a disciple of the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor, he had never felt such a setback. He was no match for the opponent. He, a disciple of the Immortal Emperor, seemed not good enough in front of the woman in front of him. Boom! Qianai's body was hit and he spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. The Eastern Saint Immortal sect saw this scene and could no longer laugh. They were pale. They had swept through the sects of the ancient Emperor city before, but this time, the situation seemed completely different. Their core figure, the Immortal Emperor's disciple Qianai, was injured in a short confrontation. Another disciple of the Immortal Emperor, Gusu Shianqi, was still holding on, but he was obviously suppressed. He was a strong man in the top 10 of the Immortal list. He was not something that Gusu Shianqi, who had just entered the 9th level of the celestial phenomenon, could contend with. Buzz! Nanhong Yangxi had no intention of stopping. As fast as lightning, a phoenix sword seemed to appear in her palm and she slashed forward directly. The void was slashed with flames. Qianai was horrified and tried his best to resist, but was directly killed by the phoenix sword which contained terrifying power. A line of blood appeared on Qianai's body when the sword slashed. His clothes were cut open. He was almost killed by the sword. He was scared and sweated all over. Sir, stop. Seeing that Nanhong Yangxi was still going to attack, Qianai shouted, "It was just a misunderstanding, why kill him? You are so shameless." Leng Pengchao behind him cursed. Nanhong Yangxi looked at Qianai with deep contempt and said, "The disciple of the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor is so unbearable, so I will clean up the door for him. You dare to kill me?" Qianai was stunned when he heard this. "I am the direct disciple of the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor. Such an unbearable disciple, if I kill you, he will not avenge you." Nanhong Yangxi's voice fell, and her figure flashed again, and the red light enveloped the world, and a supreme light of destruction enveloped this space. She pointed her finger forward and blasted it out, and the space wrapped in red light seemed to be destroyed directly. Qianai felt cold all over. How could it be possible? How could this be possible? What kind of identity is the direct disciple of the Immortal Emperor? How dare the woman in front of him say such arrogant words? Kill him, and the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor will not avenge him? A ferocious look flashed across Qianai's eyes. In that case, let him see his master, the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor. Qianai did not use his immortal weapon to resist this force. An astonishing pressure emanated from his body. Then, with a loud bang, all the power seemed to disappear in an instant, and the immortal thoughts of the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor appeared. Chapter 956. A powerful blow. The Immortal Emperor's immortal thoughts exist in the bodies of these geniuses who have entered the ancient Emperor City. They can enter the ancient Emperor City, but they are not allowed to break the rules of the ancient Emperor City. The moment the immortal thoughts of the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor appeared, the imperial power swept the entire space, and the figure of an emperor floated in the air. Qianai respectfully called out, "Master! Master!" Gusu Xianqi also called out, "Greetings to the Immortal Emperor." The people of the Eastern Saint Immortal sect showed respect, and the battle stopped directly. The strong men of the Qin sect also stared at the figure of the Immortal Emperor who appeared. The eyes of the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor fell on Nanhurong Yangxi, and a faint pressure enveloped Nanhurong Yangxi, but Nanhurong Yangxi was still cold and arrogant. He looked at Qianai with contempt and said, "Senior Eastern Saint, your direct disciple is not strong but still looks down on others. Now that you have been defeated, your immortal thoughts have been stimulated. Don't you feel ashamed of such a direct disciple? You." Qianai pointed his finger at Nanhurong Yangxi. "My disciples have only been in the ancient Emperor City for a short time. Even if they have offended me, why should we be so cruel?" said the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor indifferently. "Senior, why don't you ask what your disciples have done? Just after entering the ancient Emperor City, your disciples humiliated my Qin sect disciples, and then asked my Qin sect leader to come to see him and injured my Qin sect disciples. It's really domineering, but when fighting, it's so vulnerable. Senior's reputation has been ruined by your disciples." Nanhurong Yangxi looked at the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor with neither servility nor overbearing. "Are you the descendant of the Southern Phoenix clan's Southern Phoenix Empress?" the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor suddenly asked. When he appeared, he had already guessed the other party's identity when he saw the phoenix shadow on Nanhurong Yangxi's body. Now, after hearing Nanhurong Yangxi's words, he was extremely disappointed with Qianai. If it weren't for his good luck, he would not have accepted Qianai as his disciple. In a sense, Qianai was accepted as his personal disciple because of Qin Wentian's blessing. "That's right," Nanhurong Yangxi replied. "Qianai, apologize." The majestic voice of the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor made Qianai's face stiffen. He had also heard of the Nanhurong clan, but he didn't expect that the beautiful woman in front of him was actually from the Nanhurong clan, and was the descendant of the Southern Phoenix Empress. Now, his master, the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor, asked him to apologize. "Give me some face, I'll let my disciple apologize. How about letting this matter go?" the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor said to Nanhurong Yangxi again. "Apologies are useful, what's the point of fighting?" Nanhurong Yangxi flatly refused and said, "Since you're in the ancient Emperor City, you'd better not interfere in the affairs of the younger generation, it's a loss of face for you." The Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor's face sank. Nanhurong Yangxi didn't even give him, the Immortal Emperor, face? "Then what do you want?" the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor asked. "You, my disciple, have humiliated my Qin sect disciples and injured my Qin sect members. He and I have the same cultivation level, so I am not bullying the weak. Besides, he is your direct disciple. Let him fight with me. There is no reason for you to stop me," Nanhurong Yangxi said coldly. Qianai's expression froze when he heard this. He had fought with Nanhurong Yangxi before, and was obviously not as good as the other party. If he continued to fight, he would definitely lose. Moreover, the woman in front of him definitely wanted to do more than just defeat him. Just as they were talking, a terrifying pressure swept down from the void, covering the space, as if a vague face appeared in the sky, overlooking the sky, and said, "This is the ancient Emperor City, the rules cannot be broken, you should go." "I will not take action in the ancient Emperor City and violate the rules of the ancient Emperor City." The Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor looked up at the void and said, "Give me a moment, I will ask a few questions and then leave." "Okay, the grievances that occurred in the ancient Emperor City will be resolved by them themselves, and you must not interfere." The voice in the void descended, and the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor said to Nanhurong Yangxi, "Since the descendants of the Southern Phoenix Empress have joined, this sect must be extraordinary. They should have some tolerance." Why bother with them who have just entered the ancient emperor city? Besides, my disciples also have immortal soldiers in their hands. If there is a real war, I am afraid that it will cause many casualties. Why bother? You really think highly of your disciples. A voice came from a distance. The Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor looked over there with sharp eyes. Then he saw several figures stepping over. The Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor's pupils shrank and a cold light flashed. The people who came were Qin Wentian, Jian Mengtian, and Qin. Qin Wentian didn't need to say much. Jian Mengtian had also refused to become his disciple in public, making him lose face. Qin, the daughter of the Changqing Emperor, actually got together with Qin Wentian. Xian'ai and Gusa Xianqi obviously saw the people coming. They all stared at Qin Wentian with a sharp gaze. Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor, your character is bad, and your disciples are somewhat like you, a group of scum, who are good at bullying the weak. Once they can't fight, they will bring you out. What a joke. Qin Wentian and his men stepped over and stood in the void. Who do you think you are? Do you have the qualifications to speak here? Xian'ai glanced at Qin Wentian. He was already extremely aggrieved, and now Qin Wentian dared to come and humiliate him. It was simply outrageous. Qin Wentian stared at Xian'ai with a mocking smile, then he walked forward and said, "A waste like you who can't even defeat the one our master invited, yet you dare to speak so arrogantly? Back then, you and I participated in the East Saint Immortal Emperor's disciple recruitment event, and the East Saint Immortal Emperor accepted you as his personal disciple. It's really a joke." The East Saint Immortal Emperor's eyes swept over Qin Wentian, and a terrible pressure permeated. Feeling this pressure, Qin Wentian sneered, "What, is the East Saint Immortal Emperor going to attack me in the ancient emperor city? Do you have the right to speak here?" The East Saint Immortal Emperor swept his eyes over Qin Wentian and said coldly, "Get out. Get out." Qin Wentian looked at him with a smile. "This is the ancient emperor city, not your East Saint 13 states. In the East Saint 13 states, you can use any despicable means and no one dares to say anything, but this is the ancient emperor city, you old dog East Saint." Boom. A violent pressure swept out and descended on Qin Wentian. "How dare you!" A terrifying aura permeated the void, as if a super-strong boundary force enveloped the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor. He said, "Do you want me to ask you to leave?" Everyone's eyes were all directed at Qin Wentian. This guy actually had a grudge against the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor. He dared to insult the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor in public as the Eastern Saint Old Dog. This was disrespectful. He dared to do this to the Immortal Emperor. It was too presumptuous. "You are looking for death?" Xian'ai stared at Qin Wentian coldly. "Shut up." Qin Wentian glanced at Xian'ai, his eyes flashing with cold light. He stared at Xian'ai with terrifying eyes. "For a person like you, killing you would dirty my hands. However, you humiliated my Qin sect disciples. Xian'ai, your life is destined to stay in the ancient emperor city. Since you are seeking death, no one here can protect you." "Qin sect, are you also from Qin sect?" Dongsheng Immortal Emperor looked at him, and then said to Nanhuang Yangxi, "This person has bad character and openly insults senior figures. As the descendant of the Southern Phoenix Empress, how could you accept such a person into the sect? King or girl, your father and I are good friends. You'd better stay away from this person." Dongsheng Immortal Emperor looked at King again and said. King looked cold, looked at Dongsheng Immortal Emperor and uttered a voice, "You are the most hypocritical person I have ever seen." The Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor's eyes froze, but he couldn't get angry, so he could only say, "You are my niece after all. Maybe you have some misunderstandings about me, but you should know that I am doing this for your own good. Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor, you don't need to worry about what happens between us. This is the ancient emperor city. Your disciples are showing off their power here. You stand up when you can't win the battle. Such behavior is really not good. How can the younger generations respect you?" Nanhuang Yangxi sneered. "Also, Qin Wentian is not a disciple of the Qin sect." "No." The Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor showed a puzzled look. "He is the leader of the Qin sect." Su Ruxu next to him said lightly, and the Qin sect's Xianjiao looked at Qin Wentian one after another and said, "Sect Master, how should these crazy people from the Eastern Saint Immortal sect be dealt with?" "Sect Master." The Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor's eyes were fixed there. Qin Wentian, he was actually the leader of the Qin sect? This is impossible. Xian'ai's face turned ashen. He had already experienced the strength of the Qin clan. This was a very terrifying force. Even powerful figures like Nanhong Yangxi had joined it. How could Qin Wentian be the leader of the Qin clan? Old dog Dongshen, you didn't expect that with the level of your teaching, did you? It's a good thing that senior brother Qin and I refused to become your disciples when we were in Dongsheng Immortal Sect, otherwise we would have been trained to be useless like this guy. Zheng Mengchen pointed at Xian'ai and sneered, your direct disciple is not even qualified to carry shoes for my senior brother, and you dare to ask my senior brother to get out. Useless. Xian'ai's aura bloomed wildly, and a circle of cold moons swept across the void. He strolled out and stepped towards Qin Wentian, shouting angrily, Qin Wentian, I want to see what qualifications you have to show off your power here. Qinger had a cold temperament. Just as she was about to step out, she saw Qin Wentian whispered, Qinger, let me do it. Qinger stopped, and then saw Qin Wentian stepping out. There was a roaring sound from his body, and his momentum was astonishing. Fighting light flowed all over his body, and the talisman light shone into the sky. An unparalleled power of destruction swept out, bringing with it an unparalleled violent momentum. The hand of God appeared, and as he watched Xian'ai approach step by step, his eyes flashed with a cold light. Kill! Xian'ai shouted, and a series of cold moons swept out, shining towards Qin Wentian, but Qin Wentian raised his palm and grabbed it directly in front of him. The hand of God turned into a large palm print that covered the sky and the sun, sweeping away all power. A suffocating power swept through the void of heaven and earth. A loud rumbling sound came out, and the light of the cold moon was directly annihilated. The large palm print that covered the sky fell from the sky and grabbed towards Xian'ai. At this moment, Xian'ai felt that he was suffocating. Looking at the palm print of God that was covering him, he felt a sense of powerlessness. The terrifying suppressing force made his soul tense. Bang! Qin Wentian's large palm print fell, directly injuring Xian'ai, and also buckled his body into the palm print. At this moment, Qin Wentian's extended hand of God ignored the distance in the void and buckled Xian'ai in the air. Xian'ai let out a low roar, but Qin Wentian didn't even look at him. He just stared at the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor and said, this is your direct disciple. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 957, The Eastern Saint Emperor is angry. The leader of the Qin sect, is it impossible? At this moment, Xian'ai truly felt the strength of Qin Wentian. The humble young man who stood proudly in the void and looked at him from the audience was now facing him with an arrogant attitude. He was a person who was accepted as a direct disciple by the Eastern Saint Immortal sect, while Qin Wentian was just an abandoned person. The two of them should have kept their distance, and Qin Wentian was destined to never catch up with him. However, everything was completely overturned in this attack. Although he was accepted as a direct disciple by the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor, he was injured and captured by Qin Wentian with just one attack. Moreover, his cultivation was stronger than Qin Wentian in the past. What a strong humiliation this was. Qin Wentian didn't even look at him, as if he was disdainful of him. In Qin Wentian's eyes, he never took Xian'ai seriously. Everything was just Xian'ai's self-righteous pride. His pride was nothing in front of Qin Wentian. The Qin sect he led was enough to defeat and destroy the disciples of the Eastern Saint sect. They were not at the same level of power. Moreover, this was not only a humiliation to Xian'ai, but also a humiliation to the Eastern Saint Emperor. In a sense, the humiliation to the Eastern Saint Emperor was even stronger. Back then, the Eastern Saint Emperor refused to accept Qin Wentian as his disciple and chose Xian'ai instead. Now, such a duel was enough to become a laughingstock in the immortal realm. You are too arrogant. Dongsheng Immortal Emperor said to Qin Wentian, and you are still too weak now. You should understand one thing. If you show off too much, there will be no good ending. Qin Wentian flashed a sarcastic smile and said, Dongsheng old dog, are you threatening me? Since I dare to do this, it is obvious that I don't care at all, because I know clearly that based on the fact that I slapped you in the face at Dongsheng Immortal Sect that day, even if you don't say much, those running dogs of Dongsheng Immortal Sect under your seat will not let me go, and your son Dongsheng Ting will definitely try every means to kill me. Do you think I still need to care about your impression of me? Even if Dongsheng Immortal Emperor was well cultivated, he couldn't help but burst out his anger at this moment. He stared at Qin Wentian, as if he could not help but explode at any time and kill Qin Wentian. Boom! A destructive calamity force fell from the sky and directly hit Dongsheng Immortal Emperor, directly covering his body. The Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor looked up at the void, a look of displeasure flashed in his eyes, and he said coldly, "I will leave by myself." "No need, you have stayed too long. Since you refuse to leave, I can only ask you to leave." The voice rolled down in the void, and then an unparalleled calamity power descended from the sky, slamming into the immortal thoughts of the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor, bringing with it a force of rules that would not allow the Immortal Emperor's immortal thoughts to exist in the ancient Emperor's city for a long time. The Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor's eyes were filled with anger, and his body gradually became illusory. He stared at Qin Wentian, but saw Qin Wentian looking at him and said coldly, "Xian'ai insulted the Qin sect and hurt my Qin sect disciples. His death should be regarded as a farewell to you. You dare." The Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor's body became more and more blurred, but a terrible voice came out of his mouth. Qin Wentian's big palm print suddenly slammed down, and a force of destruction burst out. The terrible talisman light directly enveloped Xian'ai's body, making him roar unwillingly, "No!" At this moment, Xian'ai's eyes were filled with uncontrollable fear, and a beam of light of destruction shot up into the sky, and then Xian'ai's figure turned into dust and was killed. The scattered immortal thoughts of the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor watched this scene happen in front of him. At this moment, he did not roar or get angry. He just used his eyes to sweep across Qin Wentian's body, and then completely dissipated between heaven and earth. In that glance, the killing intent was so strong. Even though he was disappointed with Xian'ai, Qin Wentian killed his disciple Xian'ai in front of him. Such an act was enough for Qin Wentian to die 10,000 times. He really killed him, Qin Wentian. He killed the Immortal Emperor's direct disciple. The Xianjiao of the ancient Emperor's city had thought of various possibilities before, but still did not expect Xian'ai to really fall. Although he was arrogant and self-righteous, he still thought he was in the Eastern Saint Immortal Gate when he entered the ancient Emperor's city, but people of such status were not easy to fall. In the battle between them, they would be a little cautious and leave each other's life. But this time was different. The immortal thoughts of the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor appeared, but still failed to prevent Xian'ai's death. In front of a powerful immortal emperor, Qin Wentian killed his direct disciple. This madman. Everyone had a deeper impression of Qin Wentian. No wonder he could become a figure of the same level as Zi Daoyang and Mo Zi, one of the three prides of the ancient Emperor city. This young man really could not be guessed by common sense. After the immortal thoughts of the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor disappeared, the power in the void also slowly dissipated. The strong men of the Eastern Saint Immortal sect witnessed Qin Wentian's killing of Xian'ai with their own eyes. Their hearts were beating fast. When Qin Wentian's eyes swept over them, they all felt a faint fear. The disciples of the Eastern Saint Immortal sect are very arrogant. Qin Wentian swept over those people. Perhaps because they were used to living a life of luxury in the Eastern Saint 13 states, they did not change their mentality when they stepped into the ancient Emperor city. They stepped into this land with an arrogant attitude, but they did not know that there were too many people in the ancient Emperor city who could easily crush them. Many of the disciples of the Eastern Saint sect had seen Qin Wentian. In the once-in-a-century grand ceremony, Qin Wentian shocked the arena and won the first place with an arrogant attitude. He accomplished the impossible. Under the rules of the Eastern Saint court, he made everyone shut up. In just a few years, he has not only shown his light on the stage of the Eastern Saint sect, but also in the ancient Emperor city. Looking at the figure standing proudly in the void, the geniuses of the Eastern Saint sect actually felt a rare sense of frustration. Can they really be called geniuses in front of that young man? Gu Shianqi's state of mind was also very volatile. He never thought that Qin Wentian had become so powerful. Xian'ai was vulnerable. If he faced Qin Wentian, he would probably not perform better than Xian'ai. If he fought again after a few years, would he only end up being killed instantly? What do you want? One person looked at Qin Wentian and said coldly. Besides Xian'ai and the blind man, have there been other people who insulted my Qin sect disciples before? Qin Wentian looked at Leng Pengchao and asked. No, but they seemed very happy and complacent before. Leng Pengchao said coldly. Yes. Qin Wentian nodded slightly, and then said, since these people were proud of it before, Qin sect disciples, teach them a lesson. Although you are all disciples of Dongsheng Xianmen, you have no life and death hatred with me. Considering your difficult cultivation, I will not kill you this time, But if you represent Dongsheng Xianmen to be my enemy and want my life in the future, I will never show mercy. Qin Wentian is not a bloodthirsty person. Even if the people in front of him are disciples of Dongsheng Xianmen, he will not kill them all. This is Qin Wentian's principle of doing things. The people of Dongsheng Xianmen secretly breathed a sigh of relief and gave up the idea of fighting desperately. Then the Qinmen disciples stepped forward one after another, and an overwhelming battle broke out. The people of Dongsheng Xianmen had no intention of fighting at all. In addition, their strength was weak, so how could they compete with Qinmen? Soon they were injured one by one, and all the treasures on their bodies were robbed. The people around them also took a breath of cold air when they saw this scene. These people from Qinmen were really a group of robbers. Not long after, Qin Wentian and his men left, leaving only the people of Dongsheng Xianmen with their heads hanging down, with scars on their bodies, and anger and unwillingness flashing in their eyes. However, they were powerless. They were high above Dongsheng Xianmen, but in the ancient emperor city, they seemed to be unable to compete with Qinmen ruled by Qin Wentian. In the 13 states of Dongshen, in a misty fairy mountain, there is a vast and endless brilliant imperial palace, with a magnificent palace group. The people here, even ordinary guards, are at the fairyland level. This place is the immortal palace where the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor lives. The orders issued here can directly reach the Eastern Saint Immortal Gate and be executed. In front of the most magnificent ancient palace, there are many figures. They sit cross-legged, very quiet. It is hard to imagine that these people sitting here are all powerful people at the level of Immortal King, but at this moment they sit there respectfully, quietly listening to the figure in front of them talking about Taoism. That arrogant figure was none other than the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor. At that moment, the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor's voice suddenly stopped, as if the sound of the great Dao was interrupted. An extremely strong wave swept out from the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor's body, and a suffocating pressure swept through. The expressions of those immortal kings changed drastically, and they opened their eyes with frightened expressions, looking at the figure in front of them. What happened? Your Majesty! Someone shouted in a trembling voice, and the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor's eyes suddenly opened, and the dazzling cold light seemed to penetrate the world. Everyone in front of him was trembling with fear, and bowed and shouted, Your Majesty, calm down. The Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor finally slowly restrained his breath and calmed down. He took a deep breath and said, Xianai was killed. As soon as these words came out, everyone in the room was shocked. Among these immortal kings, Qin Immortal King was among them. His momentum fluctuated violently, and his face changed instantly. Ever since Xianai became a disciple of the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor, his Qin Immortal Mansion and the Eastern Saint Immortal sect have become very close. He even often comes to the Imperial Palace to listen to the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor's discussions. Qin Immortal Mansion and the Eastern Saint Immortal sect are firmly tied together, and they regard Xianai as their hope. Now, the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor said that Xianai was killed. In the ancient Emperor city, the thief Qin Wentian killed Xianai in front of this immortal mind. The Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor spoke slowly, and his voice seemed to calm down. However, everyone present was horrified, as if they could feel the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor's state of mind at the moment from this calmness. Pass my order to summon all the outstanding talents of the 9th level of the celestial phenomena in the Eastern Saint Immortal sect and ask them to come here. The Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor said indifferently, causing everyone's hearts to tremble violently. His Majesty the Immortal Emperor was angry. Chapter 958, Three-Legged Tripod. In the ancient Emperor city, the disciples of the Eastern Saint Immortal sect looked dejected. All their treasures and resources were robbed, and they were injured to varying degrees. It was a great shame. However, they had no temper at all. They were able to survive because Qin Wentian pitied them for their difficult cultivation. Otherwise, if Qin Wentian had issued a killing order, they would probably be dead now. How cruel it was. No one would think that Qin Wentian did not dare to kill them. Qin Wentian killed Xianai in front of the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor, so why would he care about killing more? Not killing them could only be because he did not want to kill them. The young people who had participated in the assessment in their Eastern Saint Immortal sect were already in charge of their fate in this ancient Emperor city. He was the proud master of the Qin sect. The people of their Eastern Saint Immortal sect seemed vulnerable in front of the Qin sect. As soon as they entered the ancient Emperor city, Qin Wentian gave them an unforgettable lesson. I am afraid that they will never forget it in this life. A group of geniuses seemed to have lost their vitality, strolling casually in the ancient emperor city. At this moment, a figure appeared in the void in front of them. This person was all black, with a faint dark golden light shining. The aura emanating from him made people feel that he was powerful and sharp, as if he was an extremely dangerous person. The people of the Eastern Saint Immortal sect no longer dared to despise the genius of the ancient emperor city. They stared at the figure in the void and saw the other party's body slowly falling from the sky, with his hands behind his back. His dark golden eyes were extremely terrifying. He swept towards them and said, humiliated by the Qin sect. Gusu Shianki looked up at the person who came and said, "This doesn't seem to have anything to do with you." The person in front of him raised a sneer and said, "I just want to create a sect. From now on, you will follow me." Arrogant. The people of the Eastern Saint Immortal sect stared at the figure floating in front of them one by one. Another arrogant person, with just one sentence, he wanted these geniuses of the Eastern Saint Immortal sect to follow him? Although we were defeated, it doesn't mean that we are weak. Why should we follow you? One person said coldly, and the previously suppressed anger seemed to be ready to burst out fiercely at any time. Why? The man sneered, "Don't you think you are so humble in the ancient emperor city at this moment? And I can make you proud to live in the ancient emperor city. I, Moxie, can give you glory." The figure that appeared was Moxie. His eyes became sharp, and his figure floated towards the people of the Eastern Saint Immortal sect in front. An astonishing momentum swept out of his body. The surging power made people deeply feel his strength. Gusu Shianki's face changed, staring at the floating figure. Qin Wentian alone is enough to disgrace you. As long as he is here, you are doomed to be unable to raise your heads in the ancient emperor city. And I alone am enough to intimidate the entire Qin sect. Moxie's figure was extremely arrogant. His body descended in front of Gusu Shianki, and his palm stretched out towards Gusu Shianki. In an instant, Gusu Shianki only felt a suffocating pressure descending on him. The amazing momentum made him unable to breathe. Boom! Gusu Shianki's starry sky bloomed, and the sun furnace appeared, with raging flames. But Moxie looked up, his dark golden eyes were extremely terrifying, and he shot directly at the round suns. He saw a sun spear coming towards him. Moxie stretched out his hand in the void, and the terrifying dark golden palm print directly grabbed the sun spear in the palm print, and then crushed it. With a loud bang, the furnace was overturned by the palm print, and the terrible flames raged wildly. At the same time, Moxie stood in front of Gusu Shianki and said, "Qin Wentian could only run away in front of me, so how can you be my opponent? Follow him or die." As Moxie finished speaking, a destructive force enveloped all the people from the Eastern Saint Immortal sect, as if he alone was enough to sweep away all the geniuses in front of him. Gusu Shianki looked at the pair of dark golden eyes in front of him, as if he was a demon-like figure. He finally understood why the geniuses of the fairyland would come to the ancient emperor city to undergo training and baptism, because only here can they see the most outstanding and peerless figures, and only here will they not become frogs in the well, self-righteous and think that their talents are invincible in the world. Moxie recruited these people from the Eastern Saint Immortal sect who were humiliated by the Qin sect into his command. Not only that, but later the news that Moxie had founded a sect was also spread in the ancient emperor city, and many people went to join him. That was Moxie, the second on the immortal list, a figure more powerful than Qin Wentian and Nanherong Yunxi. Why is the purple sect so powerful? Because the purple sect has Zi Daoyang, who is ranked first on the ascension list. Now, Moxie has created a force and named the sect he created, Z Palace. The rise of Z Palace seems to be doomed. In just a few days, Z Palace has summoned hundreds of Xianjiao figures, including some on the ascension list, and they are all extremely ruthless. This seems to remind people of the declining Shuangjiao League, because the Shuangjiao League has a hostile relationship with Qin Wentian and has been defeated by Qin Wentian. It seems destined to become the background for Qin Wentian's rise. The new three major forces of the ancient emperor city officially stepped onto the stage, presenting a tripartite situation. These three major forces are Zi Daoyang's purple sect, Moxie's Z Palace, and Qin Wentian's Qin sect. These three major forces include the top 5 figures on the ascension list. This is the first time that the ancient emperor city has seen such a grand occasion. Moxie created the evil palace, which invisibly put pressure on the Qin sect. There was news in the ancient emperor city that when fighting for the inheritance of the ancient great emperor, Qin Wentian had snatched the inheritance that should have belonged to Moxie, and then joined forces with Nanhurong Yangxi and Princess Kinger to shock and repel Moxie. This undoubtedly offended Moxie to death. Many people speculated that Moxie created the evil palace and even recruited those people from the Eastern Saint Immortal sect, just to target the Qin sect. At this time, in the Qin sect, behind the waterfall, there was a pleasant place with pleasant scenery, and the main figures of the Qin sect were all there. Qin Wentian, Kinger, Nanhurong Yangxi, Jun Mengchen, Zikingxun, Huateksu, Suruksu, Li Yu and others sat around, and Li Yu said, "Today, there is news that the Z Palace has summoned 120 Xianjiao. Since the battle for inheritance in the past, there has been no news about Moxie. He should have been practicing in seclusion for a period of time. Now he has made this move as soon as he appeared. It is very likely that he is coming for you." Obviously, the Qin sect felt suppressed. Although they are powerful, they have not reached the level of invincibility in the ancient Emperor City. They could disdain the disciples of the Eastern Saint Immortal sect led by Xianai before, but the existence of Moxie is definitely not to be ignored, especially now that Moxie has begun to make big moves and founded the Z Palace. Qin Wentian and others also felt that this was coming for them. When Moxie was injured by them that day, with Moxie's character, he would never give up. Yes. Qin Wentian nodded and asked Nanhurong Yangxi, "Nanhurong, do you have any ideas? Qinmen should continue to recruit Qinmen disciples. The influence of Moxie is very strong. I heard that many strong people on the Ascension list have joined the Evil Palace." Nanhurong Yangxi said. "It seems that the pride of the ancient Emperor City is unwilling to be just spectators of the storm, but want to step into it. In this case, Qinmen should also expand its recruitment. Since a confrontation is inevitable, face it." Qin Wentian nodded and said, "Ruxu, Li Yu, Take-Su, I will leave this matter to you. In addition, notify the Qinmen disciples to keep a low profile during this period of time and don't expose themselves easily." "What do you mean?" Li Yu's eyes condensed and looked at Qin Wentian. "Although nothing has happened yet, it is still necessary to take precautions in advance." Qin Wentian said. "I understand." Li Yu nodded. "Master." At this moment, a voice came from a distance, and Qin Wentian asked directly, "What's the matter?" A brother guarding the Dark Mountain sent a message that Zidaoyang had completed his training 2 days ago and obtained the inheritance of the Brahma Emperor. However, he did not come out immediately, but guarded for 2 days until today, when he walked out of the Dark Mountain. The voice came from afar, making everyone's faces flash like lightning, and their eyes were shining. Zidaoyang left the Dark Mountain. The strongest man who ranked first on the immortal list, he also obtained one of the 9 inheritances of the Brahma Emperor. His strength must be further improved. His threat will never be less than that of Moxie. "I know, thank you for your hard work," Qin Wentian said, and then the man left. With Zidaoyang's appearance, the ancient Emperor City has become even more chaotic. Just as the people in the ancient Emperor City have said, a 3-way confrontation is about to take shape. Li Yu said, and Qin Wentian nodded, "This is inevitable. Zidaoyang and Moxie both have the inheritance of the Brahma Emperor. They are destined to stand on the opposite side. My partner Zio Bastard also has one of the inheritances. The 3 major forces are destined to be hostile forces. Haha, it's really interesting. I didn't expect that the top 5 people on the ancient Emperor City immortal list would create a situation where the strongest people in the ancient Emperor City would compete. I'm really looking forward to who can stand at the top and laugh at the ancient Emperor City." Li Yu said with a big laugh. He was really looking forward to it in his heart. Soon, news came from the ancient Emperor City that Zidaoyang, after learning about the power of the Qin sect and the Evil Palace, reorganized the Z sect and invited the heroes of the ancient Emperor City to join. For a time, there was a storm. Soon, another shocking news came out. The Twin Pride Alliance officially split up. Zio Lengayu seemed to know that she could not compete with Qin Wentian and the Qin sect by following Zuanniang. She chose to give up Zuanniang and led some of the old members of the Zio sect to join the Purple sect. In a very short period of time, the strength of the Purple sect completed a transformation. Now, the gossipers in the ancient Emperor City are already discussing the specific ranking of the 3 major forces of the Qin sect, the Purple sect, and the Evil Palace. Who is stronger and who is weaker? Chapter 959 Domineering Zidaoyang. The 3 great forces, Zizong, Ziguang, and Qinmen, rose and became stronger. Just as they were accumulating strength, in the ancient emperor's city, in the suburbs, above the sky, there were suddenly streams of light falling from the sky, and then rumbling to the ground. The roar shook the heaven and earth, like an earthquake, and the whole land was covered with dust, and it was almost impossible to see the human figures. After a long time, when the dust gradually dissipated, one after another, there were people in every place, and it was so mighty that at a glance, it was all human figures. Buzz, 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 buzz. 4 figures shot out in succession, descended on the void, and stood in one direction each. In an instant, the strong men below flashed, soared into the air, and stood in the 4 directions, that is, behind the 4 people. In a blink of an eye, 4 terrible camps took shape. If you count carefully, you will find that there are exactly 81 people in each of the 4 camps, adding up to a total of 364 people. Each of them is at the 9th level of the celestial realm. How terrible it is. Let's go. Each of the 4 people in the lead had an extraordinary temperament and powerful power. After hearing one of them speak, the group immediately marched towards the city in front of them. Wherever they passed, passers-by were all shocked. There were so many powerful people. Is this a person from a superpower? One day, a proud person whispered, a little confused. The ancient emperor's city is different from other places. People who come here are scattered and are all descendants of emperors. It is rare for a superpower to send out all the disciples of the celestial realm in the sect. The more than 300 people in front of them are all in the 9th level of the celestial realm. This is clearly an army of the celestial realm. Obviously, they came here for a purpose, otherwise they would not do this. Where did these people come from? They came from the Eastern Saint Immortal sect. The Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor personally ordered to summon the geniuses of the 9th level of the celestial phenomenon in the Eastern Saint Immortal sect. This order instantly swept the forces of 7 states in the Eastern Saint 13 states. The Eastern Saint Immortal sect, which had been operating in the Eastern Saint 13 states for countless years, was so powerful that there were many immortal kings, let alone geniuses of the 9th level of the celestial phenomenon. Among them, the Eastern Saint Immortal sect selected more than 300 people and led them to the Imperial Palace where the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor was. As for the 4 people in the lead, they were even more extraordinary. They were the direct disciples of the supreme figures under the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor who had long since stopped caring about worldly affairs. They were all the most outstanding in the 9th level of the celestial phenomenon. They came to the ancient emperor's city with only one purpose: to kill Qin Wentian and uproot the Qin sect's forces. The anger of the immortal emperor was by no means so easy to bear. At this time, Qin Wentian did not know that a legion was heading to the ancient emperor's city just to deal with him. He had naturally thought about the anger of the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor, but he would not have thought that the anger of the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor would come so quickly, and he would directly mobilize the celestial army in the Eastern Saint Immortal Gate to step into the ancient emperor's city. In the Qin Gate, Qin Wentian received a message that the little bastard had comprehended the inheritance of the Brahma Emperor and had come out. At this time, Qin Wentian stepped into the void, looked at the Qin Gate disciples, and said loudly, "Qin Gate disciples, all get ready to go." As soon as this voice fell, a series of figures rose into the air. All of them were Qin Gate Xianjiao. They looked at Qin Wentian with some confusion, wondering why Qin Wentian summoned all the people of Qin Gate. "Everyone, get ready to fight," Qin Wentian said, and then he looked at Kinger beside him and said, "Kinger, sacrifice the space magic weapon and take the Qin Gate disciples to Mingxin immediately." "Okay." Kinger nodded gently, and she waved her palm, and a space magic weapon suddenly appeared. It was a huge leaf, which contained terrible space power. "Everyone, follow me." Qin Wentian and Kinger walked out and walked onto the space magic weapon. The Qin sect's Xianjiao stepped on it one after another. They still didn't know what happened, but they also felt that the opponent this time might be either Zdaoyang Z sect or Mozi Z Palace, which could make Qin Wentian mobilize so many troops. In the ancient emperor city, apart from these 2 forces, there was no other force that could make Qin Wentian mobilize so many troops. The terrifying void wave bloomed, and this huge leaf disappeared directly in the sky above the Qin sect like a flying boat, spanning the space distance. In the dark mountain, the passage between the 2 caves was filled with a mighty figure, all of whom were people from the same faction. The leader was a person of unparalleled elegance, and it was Zdaoyang. In front of Zdaoyang, there was an extremely huge and ferocious monster. The monster's head was shining with golden light, and its eyes shot out a soul-stirring cold light. It kept making low roars and stared at the figure of Jiutian in front of it. I have been waiting for you for a long time. I didn't expect you to be so powerful just after receiving the inheritance. It's really surprising, but all of this will be mine. Jiutian's stars shone in the sky, as if he was a figure like a god. The light flowing all over his body was like a swallowing pattern that could swallow everything. Jiutian raised his hand to attack, and a huge purple palm print appeared in the void. The divine power shone, and the purple light seemed to reflect the body of the monster in front of him, with an invincible power. Roar! The powerful monster let out a deafening roar, and a divine aura seemed to appear around him, covering his huge body, making it indestructible. Boom! The purple palm print hit it, causing cracks in the divine aura light curtain. Jiutian snorted coldly and walked forward. He stretched out his palm, as if a huge dark handprint fell on the light curtain. Endless room light flowed in his palm, and the power in the light curtain seemed to flow into his body little by little. The people of Zizong surrounded it and sealed off the space, all for Jiutian to seize the inheritance of the monster. Jiutian was already the strongest person on the immortal ascension list. He was so powerful and had one of the inheritances of Brahma Emperor. If he could get another inheritance, his strength would become stronger again. Because of this, Jiutian had been well prepared these days. When there was any movement in Mingxian, he immediately appeared here. In the light curtain, the little bastard roared and shook the world. His claws blasted out, and there was also a strong talisman light shining, swallowing the sky and the earth. The power of the two seemed to be intersecting through the heavy light curtain, which was extremely terrifying. I didn't expect that a beast like you would be so powerful. If it weren't for taking your inheritance, I would let you become my mount. Jiutian said coldly, and he raised his left hand, and the purple light gathered into a purple sword. The light of the gods in the void shone down, making this purple sword contain the sharp meaning of killing everything. Swish, swish. The purple sword shot out, piercing through the light curtain and stabbing at the huge body of the little bastard. The little bastard roared, and another golden claw shook out to block the purple sword, but the purple sword was able to pierce through all defensive forces and directly pierced into the extremely hard claws. Blood flowed from the little bastard's claws, and he let out a shrill roar. Buzz! A strong light flashed, and an extremely terrifying spatial fluctuation spread out. Then there was a loud shout that shook the world, "Let him go!" Along with this roar, a divine palm print chopped down from the sky. It was Qin Wentian's divine hand that killed everything. Jiutian waved his left hand, and the purple sword slashed towards the sky, colliding with the hand of God, making a terrible roar, cutting and shattering the palm print, and at the same time the purple sword disappeared. A round of palm prints fell from the sky, containing supreme divine power, destroying everything. Jiutian stepped back and looked into the void, looking at the figures that were descending, only to see Qin Wentian standing proudly in the void, and behind him appeared the Qin sex masters. There was a terrible chill in Qin Wentian's eyes. Obviously, he was not the only one who was paying attention to the movements of Mingxian. He, Jiutian, and the demon who had not yet appeared should all be paying attention to this place, but Qin Wentian did not expect Jiutian to be so fast. He must have used some magic weapon. During the time when I inherited the legacy of Emperor Brahma, I heard that you were famous in the ancient Emperor city and that you had established a Qin sect, but does that give you the confidence to compete with me? Jiutian had an incomparable arrogance. He was the #1 on the immortal ascension list, and no one could compete with him. Roar! The little bastard roared at him, and then his body soared into the sky and landed beside Qin Wentian, staring coldly at Jiutian below. This evil beast is really good, I can't bear to kill it. Jiutian said lightly. Nan Wang and Sister Kinger are also here. Kinger looked cold and said coldly, I don't know you. When I go to see Uncle Changqing in the future, Sister Kinger will recognize me. Jiutian said lightly, Qin Wentian, for Sister Kinger's sake, I don't want to embarrass you. You go, I will definitely take this monster. I'm here, there's no way. Qin Wentian said coldly. Do you really think you can stop me? Not to mention that you are still only at the 8th level of the celestial realm, even if you reach the 9th level, even if you are now ranked 4th on the immortal ascension list, the gap between you and the first is still beyond your imagination. Jiutian had a strong purple light on his body, and his aura became extremely strong. His star image, which was like a god, had a surging purple light. This is the Purple Emperor's Purple Extreme Immortal Art, which has infinite power and makes the whole body's attack extremely strong. It has the strongest offensive power and is indestructible. It is one of the two unique skills of the Purple Emperor. Nan Huang Yangxi said to Qin Wentian in a voice transmission, as if reminding Qin Wentian to take it seriously. As soon as the voice fell, she and Qinger walked to Qin Wentian's side and wanted to fight with Qin Wentian. At the beginning, the three of them joined forces to injure Moxie. Zidaoyang's strength was not inferior to Moxie. How strong is he now? I'm afraid only after fighting can we know. Chapter 960, Battle of Dark Mountain. Zidaoyang looked at the three people in front of him, then his eyes fell on Qinger, and said, Sister Qinger, if I fight with you, how will I explain to Uncle Changqing when I see him one day? Qinger looked cold and ignored Zidaoyang, but saw Zidaoyang looking at Qin Wentian and said, Don't you feel ashamed for doing this? When I stepped into the ancient Emperor city, you were already number 1 on the immortal list, and I was only at the 7th level of the celestial phenomenon at that time. You claim to be unparalleled in the ancient Emperor city. Do you want me to fight you alone? Qin Wentian looked at Zidaoyang and said, After I enter the 9th level of the celestial phenomenon, I will fight you fairly. Humph. Zidaoyang sneered, then said, Lengao, take a few people to hold Qinger back. I don't want to fight with her. Leave Qin Wentian and Nanhuang to me. When I was away, I heard that the Qin sect dared to claim to be the number 1 sect in the ancient Emperor city. Now, Ma Zi sect is here, let the people of the ancient Emperor city see who is the number 1 sect in the ancient Emperor city. As soon as he finished speaking, the people of Zizong and Qin clan burst into terrifying momentum. In just a moment, a terrible storm swept across the world, hiding a terrible melee. Purple light shone brightly on Zidaoyang's body. Endless purple light turned into an indestructible sword, and suddenly slashed forward. This purple sword seemed to contain the strongest attacking power, destroying everything, truly indestructible, and slashed between Qin Wentian and Qinger's bodies. Qin Wentian and Qinger flashed to the sides to avoid it. Zidaoyang stepped out, and his palm blasted out. Endless purple light turned into a huge palm print. The world roared. The purple palm print was indestructible, as if it was the strongest attacking power. Qin Wentian's body roared, and his body became larger. A dazzling luster flowed all over his body, as if there were endless runes flowing on his body. He took a step forward, as if he had a peerless physique and possessed the power to destroy everything. The stars bloomed and enveloped his whole body. There was a terrible light bursting out of his body, but it was completely vulnerable in front of the purple palm print. Boom! Qin Wentian's God's hand attacked, and the attack contained earth-shattering power. It collided with the purple palm print. The two forces intersected, and many people cast their eyes. The purple extreme immortal art is known as the most powerful offensive force, and the God's hand is the amazing and unique skill of the ancient Emperor Yidi. This is the collision of the strongest attacks. A shocking sound came out, and the palm print collapsed and shattered. Everyone's heart trembled. It seems that the attack power of Yidi's unique skill, the God's hand, is still stronger. The reason why the attack is equal is that Zidaoyang's strength realm is 1 point stronger than Qin Wentian. On the other side, Zhao Lengao led people to intercept Qinger. 4 strong men surrounded Qinger and fought with her, isolating her from Qin Wentian. Nan Huang Yangxi came to Qin Wentian's side. She was bathed in the phantom of the ancient phoenix, and the red light shone into the sky. She shot out her fingers, as if a fire phoenix was crying, swallowing Zidaoyang. Zidaoyang snorted coldly, and the stars shone with endless light. He pointed his finger forward, and suddenly a light curtain seemed to appear in the void, with supreme power, swallowing the fire phoenix into it. Go back! Zidaoyang shouted coldly, and with a raging roar, the fire phoenix rolled back and attacked Qin Wentian and Nan Huang Yangxi. Nan Huang Yangxi's expression changed slightly, and she blasted her fingers forward, and another fire phoenix attacked. The 2 fire phoenixes collided in the void, making a shrill sound, and exploded together in the void. It is a great honor to learn the 2 unique skills of the Purple Emperor today, the Purple Extreme Immortal Art and the Thousand Autumn Emperor Law. Nan Huang Yangxi said. The Purple Extreme Immortal Art is an indestructible offensive force, and the Thousand Autumn Emperor Law is extremely wonderful. He can not only resist the opponent's powerful attack, but also transform it into his own attack. This is more wonderful and powerful than the heavenly mysterious mirror art of the Zhuan Emperor. Therefore, Zhuanyang is not worth mentioning in front of Zidaoyang. Of course, the Purple Emperor of the Immortal Realm is not a person of the same level as the Zhuan Emperor. The Purple Emperor is the top Immortal Emperor of the Immortal Realm. Nanhuang, ordinary attacks have no effect on me at all. You two are not my opponents. Zidaoyang said proudly, and then stepped out with a cold voice, no one can stop me. As soon as the voice fell, purple air rushed into the sky, and it seemed that there was endless purple light sweeping in the void and gathering on Zidaoyang's body, as if the purple air came from the east. An unparalleled power bloomed from Zidaoyang's body. He blasted out with his palm, and a huge purple palm blasted the world and killed gods. Qin Wentian's power was released to the extreme, and there were constant rumbling sounds. His body became huge again, and the divine essence in his body roared out. The hand of God attacked again, covering the sky and the sun, and collided with a huge purple palm print in the void. The heaven and earth shook, but the palm prints that collided in the void seemed not to break. Zidaoyang smiled contemptuously and said, I wonder if the inheritance of Emperor Brahma can also swallow the power of the hand of God. As soon as the voice fell, his huge purple palm seemed to flow with layers of terrible dark runes, turning into a terrible vortex, sucking the power of the hand of God into it. The huge purple palm seemed to turn into an abyss, and the hand of God sank into it little by little, as if it was going to swallow Qin Wentian's entire arm. In Zidaoyang's pupils, a dazzling light flashed. Roar! A shocking roar was heard, and a huge and ferocious monster rushed over, clawing at Zidaoyang's head. The indestructible power made people feel that if Zidaoyang's head was hit, it would be directly grabbed and exploded. It was too shocking and terrifying. Zidaoyang sneered, stretched out his left hand, and grabbed at the void. A huge and boundless purple palm fell from the sky, as if it had turned into a prison, directly holding the body of the huge monster in the void, but the monster opened its mouth and bit down fiercely, actually devouring the purple palm print. Nanhuang Yangxi's body became incomparably beautiful, bathing in the supreme fire, and strolled towards Zidaoyang. Her figure flashed like an ancient phoenix, and a phoenix sword slashed down, cutting through the sky, as if a red light was slashing down from the sky. It's useless. Zidaoyang shouted, and the Qianqiu Emperor Law bloomed. Endless light appeared in front of him. The phoenix sword slashed on the light curtain, and it was imprinted with a dazzling rune-light phoenix ancient sword, which was indestructible. Go! Zidaoyang uttered a voice, and the sword that was imprinted slashed out and killed Nanhuang Yangxi, and used Nanhuang Yangxi's own attack to deal with her. Qianqiu Emperor Law. Nanhuang Yangxi looked unhappy, and once again destroyed the power she had blasted out with the same attack. Facing Xuanyang's Xiangxuan mirror art, she was able to crack it, so she ranked third on the ascension list, and Xuanyang was only fourth. But facing Zidaoyang, who was the first on the ascension list, Nanhuang Yangxi was obviously struggling. This guy is so strong. Jun Mengchen, Hua Taixu and Zi Qingxun fought together. Now they have the same cultivation level. All of them are in the 8th level of the celestial phenomenon, but their combat power is very terrible, especially when they join forces. An ordinary Xianjiao of the 9th level of the celestial phenomenon will be quickly crushed and defeated by them. But although it is powerful, it is obviously not enough to deal with a person of Zidaoyang's level. Being able to rank first on the immortal list in the ancient Emperor City, Zidaoyang is also one of the top geniuses in the endless immortal realm. He is very strong. His offense and defense are simply unstoppable, and now he has obtained one of the inheritances of the Brahma Emperor. Zi Qingxun whispered. The Qin sect and the Zi sect have already fought a war. The caves outside the two ancient emperors have become a battlefield, with violent air currents rolling everywhere. At this moment, there is an area in the distance, and a group of strong men have also descended. These strong men release a cold aura, as if they are all ruthless people, and the young man in the lead has a pair of dark golden eyes, as if they can penetrate the void. He stands quietly on the mountain peak, with his hands behind his back. Palace Master, don't you kill them. Someone looked at the young man in the lead and asked. Don't worry, the Qin sect is not weak. Qin Wentian, Nanhuang Yangxi and King are all very strong. Even if Zidaoyang wants to take them down, he will have to pay a price. Just wait. Moxie said indifferently, and then his dark golden eyes closed, as if he was completely out of the matter. Behind Moxie stood the strong men of the Z Palace he founded. These people were ready to fight at any time and carry out a vigorous looting. The battle in Mingshan broke out very suddenly. When the little bastard just came out, the battle broke out suddenly. Zdaoyang led the people of Zizan, and Qin Wentian led the people of Kinmen to feel it at the first time. The people in the outside world of the ancient emperor city didn't even know until this moment, and the news gradually spread. The people of Zizan, Kinmen and Zigong all disappeared and went to Mingshan together. It seems that the strongest battle of the ancient emperor city will break out in Mingshan. For a time, the wind and cloud surged, and the strong men from all sides went to Mingshan. In the ancient emperor city, more than 300 strong men were marching to the location of Kinmen, attracting many people's attention. They drove the speed magic weapon and came to Kinmen, but found that there was no one in Kinmen, empty. Not here. The four people in the lead frowned slightly, their eyes swept to the distant Xianjiao, and then looked over there, shouted, "Stop!" The Xianjiao looked up and looked at the mighty strong man in the void, and was slightly startled. Where did the people from Kinmen go? The voice came from the void, and the man's eyes flickered, and he said, "There seems to be a big movement in Mingshan. Qin Wentian may have led the people from Kinmen to Mingshan. Come up, lead the way." The strong man in the void said coldly. The man's expression condensed, and then he felt an overwhelming power sweeping over, and could only nod and say, "Okay." As he said that, his body went towards the void, but he was secretly guessing in his heart, which force these people belonged to? Chapter 961 The Strongest Combat Form. In the battlefield of Mingshan, Zdaoyang fought against Qin Wentian, Nanhuang Yangxi and the Little Bastard. The Qin sect's strong men fought against the Purple sect's strong men. In the melee, the mountains kept exploding, cracks appeared in the earth, and roars rolled out, shaking the world, like a doomsday battlefield. Zdaoyang and his men were in the center of the entire battlefield. The purple palm print collided with Qin Wentian's divine hand, as if to draw the power of the opponent's divine hand into the dark abyss. But at this moment, Qin Wentian's eyes shot out terrible light. His whole body was shining with runes, interweaving into the body of a god, with the power to destroy everything. The surging momentum in his body seemed to be an amazing divine power. Several colors of light shone and appeared, entwining his body. His body erupted with even more amazing power, madly covering Zdaoyang in front of him. Qin Wentian raised his left hand and blasted out, destroying everything with one punch. Zdaoyang snorted coldly, and the purple palm print suddenly separated from Qin Wentian's divine hand. Endless purple light turned into a purple ancient tripod and blasted forward. The sound of the tripod shook and shattered along with the attack. Roar! The little guy roared, shaking the earth. He seemed to be covered with a layer of king's armor. Gorgeous runes were interwoven on his claws. He suddenly blasted out and shook Zdaoyang's body back. He is quite powerful. Zdaoyang retreated 1,000 meters away and stared at the front. He stretched out his hands, and suddenly endless purple light gathered into a supreme giant tripod. It was as heavy as the sky, able to crush everything and shatter the ages. The ancient tripod had endless runes, and purple light fell from it. It seemed to have supreme power, the power to crush everything. "Be careful," Nanhuang Yangxi whispered. Zdaoyang's attack power has always been extremely terrifying. Now that he has fought with true fire, it will definitely become even more terrifying. Boom boom. Qin Wentian's body swelled again. This time, his body was 100 feet long, even larger than the giant tripod. In addition, the invincible talisman light flowing all over his body seemed to truly shock the existence of eternity, like a god descending from the ancient world. His eyes were boundless and had an eternal fire. He glanced at the battlefield around him and saw the people of Zizan and Kinmen fighting. Xiao Lengaiyu led several Xianjiao to hold Kinger tightly. His divine hand kept changing. On his huge palm, a sky hammer made of complex and mysterious talismans appeared. Endless repressive light bloomed in the void, as if an infinite power descended on the sky hammer in his palm. "Kinger, get out of the way!" Qin Wentian shouted, and Kinger suddenly had a strong void power shining on her body, wrapping her body. The two seemed to have a tacit understanding. Qin Wentian raised the sky hammer and suddenly smashed it down in that direction. At this moment, Qin Wentian's body was so huge, with a body of 100 feet, and he raised the sky hammer and smashed it down, covering all the battlefields around him. As long as he wanted, he could attack anywhere at will. The moment the sky hammer fell, Xiao Lengaiyu and other Xianjiao felt a torrent of chaos sweeping down, and the entire void was suppressed by an extremely powerful force. Xiao Lengaiyu looked up and saw that the sky hammer covered the sky, blocking the sky and the sun, with a fairy power, and the incarnation of the power of rules fell down, making her face slightly pale. How terrible was the power of this attack! With a loud shout, the endless freezing power on Xiaolengai's body swept towards the sky, freezing the ages and freezing everything. With her body as the center, the entire void was going to be frozen, and the frost continued to extend towards the sky. There was also a rule of brilliance rising into the sky. Not only her, but also several Xianjiao around her launched the strongest attack at the same time, bombarding the sky. However, when the sky hammer fell, everyone saw that all the attacking forces seemed to be shattered. When the force was strong to an extreme, it could destroy everything. Moreover, this attack not only had extremely strong power, but also had an incomparably terrifying power of annihilation. Even above the sky hammer, there was a sacred pure white light lingering. The falling sky hammer destroyed everything. Zidaoyang's expression froze when he saw this scene. His body suddenly rushed out, like a flash of lightning. One purple cauldron after another madly bombarded towards the falling sky hammer, also revealing an invincible power. Xiaolengai and the others turned pale. Just as the sky hammer was about to fall, they saw a huge tripod appear and collide with a terrifying sky hammer. A deafening explosion hurt everyone's eardrums. It seemed that several rays of light appeared between heaven and earth, and struck the earth like lightning. With a hissing sound, the earth was torn into cracks. The huge tripods were destroyed, and Qin Wentian's sky hammer was also shaken back. The light on the hand of the god holding the sky hammer showed strong fluctuations. Qing'er's figure flashed and she had already landed beside Qin Wentian, with terrifying spatial power fluctuations on her body. Even in Qing'er's body, it seemed that there was a magical power enveloping her delicate body. Blue Lotus Sacred Scripture. Zidaoyang felt the power of Qing'er, looked at Qing'er and said, "Qing'er, you can't control this skill at all now. You will also endure great pain if you use it once. I have no intention of fighting you. Why bother to fight me with a Blue Lotus Sacred Scripture?" A strange light flashed in Qin Wentian's huge pupils. He lowered his head and looked at Qing'er below. In the last battle, Qing'er used this ability, which made her strength soar. The three of them joined forces to injure Moxie. But Zidaoyang said that Qing'er would hurt herself when she used the Blue Lotus Sacred Scripture. Qing'er felt Qin Wentian's gaze, raised her head and looked at Qing'er. Her eyes were clear and thorough, and she said lightly, "It's okay. Nanhuang." Qin Wentian knew that Qing'er would not admit it, and he couldn't help but look at Nanhuang Yangxi. The Holy Green Lotus Cannon is the unique skill of the great Emperor Changqing. It is very mysterious. It is said that the Holy Green Lotus Cannon can make one's strength soar and increase strength. As for the side effects, I have never heard of them. After all, only the people closest to the great Emperor Changqing know about the Holy Green Lotus Cannon. Nanhuang Yangxi said in a voice transmission. "You are right. Uncle Changqing regards my father as his brother. I naturally know what kind of skill the Holy Green Lotus Cannon is." Zidaoyang said, looking at Qin Wentian, "You are not worthy of Qing'er fighting for you." Qing'er. Qin Wentian's huge eyes were soft and a little guilty. "Is it really so? It's really okay." Qing'er rarely smiled at Qin Wentian. The smile in her gentle eyes seemed to contain infinite expressions. Nanhuang Yangxi, who was next to her, was secretly moved when she saw this scene. She didn't know what story Princess Qing'er, the daughter of the great Emperor Changqing, had experienced with Qin Wentian, but this relationship must have been very deep. "Nanhuang, Qing'er, little bastard, the three of you surround him and fight him. I will lead the entire battlefield. No one will interfere with your battle." Qin Wentian raised his head and looked at Zidaoyang, with a terrible cold light in his eyes. The stars in the sky were powerful and the gods were shining with endless light, heading forward. At the same time, Qin Wentian's left hand burst into an extremely terrifying sword power. The sword-killing stars appeared above his left hand. In his left hand, a giant sword that could kill everything appeared. He held the sky hammer in his right hand and the giant sword in his left hand. His body was flowing with endless rune light, as if he had forged a wonderful physique. At this moment, Qin Wentian became a true god of war, and he had to do many things at the same time. He took a step forward, shaking the earth, and cracks continued to spread in all directions. The people from the Zizeng and Qinmen who were fighting glanced at Qin Wentian and were all shocked. Who on earth was this Qin Wentian? He seemed to have an endless trump card. At this moment, he looked like a god of war who dominated the world. The amazing momentum emanating from him seemed to be able to sweep away everything. "I will fight with you," Nanhuang Yangxi said, and then a red light rushed into the sky. The figure of an ancient phoenix bloomed on her body. It seemed that a mysterious and ancient aura emanated from her body, making her aura continue to become stronger. The red light continued to expand, covering the sky and the sun, sweeping across the world. Nan Huangyangxi stepped out and stood above the void, with her aura still rising. As the third strongest person on the ascension list, Nan Huangyangxi had not shown the ability to compete with Zidaoyang before, and was even far inferior to him. This seemed to be a bit unworthy of the name. However, those who really understand the Nanhuang family should know that it was definitely not Nan Huangyangxi's strongest fighting state before. The ascension list is ranked by combat power. After Qin Wentian and Qinger showed their extremely powerful strength, they were still 4th and 5th respectively. Nan Huangyangxi still firmly occupied the 3rd place on the ascension list. This was not a random ranking, but a recognition of Nan Huangyangxi's strength. Boom! With a loud noise, the whole world changed. Nan Huangyangxi seemed to be in an independent world. The red light enveloped the world. Behind her, ancient phoenixes rang together. Her body was filled with brilliant light, like a phoenix armor, making Nan Huangyangxi look extremely sacred. Nan Wang, you actually want to be my enemy, and you don't hesitate to use the Nan Wang clan's unique skills and the power of phoenix blood to fight me. Zidaoyang's expression sank, looking at the powerful opponents in front of him whose strength had skyrocketed. The 3rd, 4th and 5th Xianjiao on the immortal ascension list, they were in their strongest combat forms, and there was also a powerful demon beast. The terrible power that emanated from them temporarily suppressed his power. This battle seemed to have no chance of winning, at least on this battlefield. It is not glorious to join forces to fight you, but you, Zidaoyang, are the first on the immortal ascension list, and your strength is indeed stronger than mine. If you withdraw, my kinman is willing to cease fire. Nan Huangyangxi said, although she was extremely powerful, she was open-minded and was still willing to admit in public that her strength was not as good as Zidaoyang. If the two fought alone, she would definitely be the loser, but now it was different. The 3 strong men were fighting in their strongest forms, and Zidaoyang would definitely be the loser. Chapter 962 Injured. Zidaoyang felt a momentum of the 3 strong men and a violent monster in front of him, and vaguely knew that he might lose the battle. However, did he really have to give up this battle and leave? He was Zidaoyang, the son of the Purple Emperor, and the number 1 on the ascension list. No one could match him. How could he give up the battle? I will accompany you in this battle, Zidaoyang said coldly. Zidaoyang had his pride, the pride of being the number 1 on the ascension list. He was the first to rush to Mingxin. If he had used the powerful power of the magic weapon, he would have subdued the little bastard long ago, but he didn't, because as the number 1 prodigy of the ancient emperor city, he was confident that he could do all this with his own strength, instead of breaking the rule of the ancient emperor city that no immortal weapons were used to deal with the monster. This was not ignorance, but his pride as the number 1 on the ascension list. Most of the top prodigies have their own pride. Qinger, Nan Huangyangxi and the little bastard took their positions and surrounded Zidaoyang. Qin Wentian's huge body stood proudly there, controlling the entire battlefield. Fight! Zidaoyang shouted, and purple light surged and gathered. A purple palm print blasted out and rushed straight to the little bastard, but the little bastard blasted forward with his claws, and endless rune lights shone. The huge claws seemed to have an incomparably terrifying power, and they directly blasted on the purple palm print, and collapsed with it. A lotus-like curtain was reflected on Zidaoyang's body, and endless space power fell down, covering Zidaoyang's body. Qinger looked cold, and with one finger, it seemed that endless void swords appeared, breaking through the air and killing directly. Zidaoyang waved his palm, and the divine star image flashed with dazzling brilliance. The Qianqiu Emperor Law was running, and Qinger's killing power seemed to hit the invisible light curtain, branding a series of light patterns, and then those void swords directly killed Qinger back. Ordinary attacks are useless to Zidaoyang. His Qianqiu Emperor Law can directly bounce them back. Nan Huangyangxi said. At this moment, she was flawless and extremely holy. Behind her, the ancient phoenixes were crying. Suddenly, a peerless light shot up into the sky, turning into a flame beam that killed everything. It shot out directly from her body and blasted towards Zidaoyang. A flame beam that burned everything hit Zidaoyang's body. Zidaoyang's expression changed slightly. A purple shield suddenly appeared in front of him, as if it was indestructible. However, the beam seemed to turn into a phoenix sword, slashing and slashing madly. The purple shield was bearing the power of a truly destructive flame, gradually turning red, and then cracking, accompanied by a loud bang. It completely exploded. So strong, this attack is too terrifying. The flames that burn everything are like a straight phoenix sword, which not only contains the power of burning, but also can cut everything. With just this one move, Nanhuang Yangxi can defeat countless Xianjiao figures in the ancient emperor city. Those who saw this attack were shocked. Zidaoyang's purple extreme immortal art was running to the extreme, as if borrowing the power of the sky. Purple air came from the east, and the whole person seemed to be wrapped in purple light. He stretched out his palm, as if an extremely terrifying purple palm print extended out, bombarding the flaming light of Nanhuang Yangxi. The two collided wildly, and the purple palm print pushed forward, about to bombard Nanhuang Yangxi. The terrifying sky hammer that Qin Wentian gathered with the hand of God once again slammed down, shaking the earth. The light of the star destroying in the void fell on the sky hammer. The void was extremely oppressive. Zidaoyang raised his other hand and bombarded the sky, covering the sky with one hand. Boom! A deafening roar was heard, and the two attacks collided with each other. The earth seemed to be shaking. The power was too terrible. In the void, the golden bodies that could destroy everything fell down and guarded above Zidaoyang's body. Rays of light were connected, as if dazzling patterns appeared in the sky. Zidaoyang raised his head and faintly felt a terrible force gathering above his head. Go and help. Xiao Lengaiyu shouted coldly. She seemed to feel Zidaoyang's difficult situation at the moment. The power of the four masters combined was too strong. Even Zidaoyang could not resist. She rushed out with several masters, but saw Qin Wentian's left hand's giant sword directly slashing at Xiao Lengaiyu. A sword light that cut through the void fell. Xiao Lengaiyu's expression changed slightly, and her body retreated, looking at the huge body, as if to isolate Zidaoyang's battlefield with the giant sword in his left hand, so that no one else could intervene. Zidaoyang shouted loudly, and his body soared into the sky, but he saw Qin Wentian's sky hammer smash down again, with a monstrous talisman light, as if it was a hammer of gods, coming from the sky. With the power of the god of war, Zidaoyang's body was smashed back. Although Qin Wentian's violent attack was still not enough to shock Zidaoyang, but Zidaoyang seemed unable to escape from this dead end, and was trapped alive. Nanhuang Yangxi stepped forward. The ancient phoenix faced the ancestor, and strangled out madly. When the phoenix phantoms killed one after another, the power contained was earth-shattering. Kinger's immortal slashing picture bloomed, destroying everything, and rolled towards Zidaoyang. The little bastard's body was like lightning, and sometimes rushed to Zidaoyang and suddenly blasted a blow. The speed was as fast as lightning, extremely fast. The golden body descended from the void and evolved into an extremely terrifying scroll. Zidaoyang only felt that the power of his astrological image was being sealed. The light patterns that fell from the sky fell on the astrological image and also on his body, making him feel as if he was carrying the sky on his back, and he felt more and more powerless. Zidaoyang is no longer able to fight. He will lose. The people of Zizong and Qin clan trembled in their hearts when they saw this scene. If they fought alone, none of Qin Wentian and the others could be the opponent of Zidaoyang, who was ranked first on the immortal ranking. However, if they fought together, Mozi was injured at the beginning, and now Zidaoyang seemed to be no match for him. He could not break the situation. This won't work. Zidaoyang was trapped in the attacks of the four strong men. The power that fell from the void seemed to be able to seal his fighting power. The longer he delayed, the more disadvantageous it would be for him. Zidaoyang's eyes seemed to turn purple, staring at the huge body of the little bastard. Suddenly, he gave up resisting the attacks from all directions. When the little bastard rushed towards him, he rushed out with great decisiveness. Boom! Nanhuang Yangxi's attack directly hit Zidaoyang's body. He was wrapped in purple light, but he was still shocked and groaned. Kinger's attack also came, slashing on his body, tearing through the layers of light curtains, and slashing on his body. However, at this moment, Zidaoyang seemed to not care at all. His palm blasted out, as if there was a purple pattern shining in the sky, grabbing it. There was another roar, and the little bastard's attack seemed to be shattered. The big hand of the purple pattern shining in the sky directly clasped the little bastard's body, as if there was a terrible dark light shining, turning into a vortex of power, madly sucking the power in the little bastard's body into it. Let go. Qin Wentian's sky hammer smashed over. Zidaoyang raised his hand and attacked backwards, but the sky hammer shattered it directly and smashed on Zidaoyang's body, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. However, his palm still held the little bastard tightly, and he did not let him go even if he fell to the ground. He raised his head, and his purple eyes swept a glance at Qin Wentian in the void, revealing a terrible obsession. With a cough, Zidaoyang spit out a few more mouthfuls of blood from the corner of his mouth. Obviously, this attack injured him badly. Roar, roar. The little bastard let out a shocking roar. Qin Wentian's face was ashen. The sky hammer in his hand disappeared, and his fingers pressed down towards the air below. The god's hand seemed to burn, like a sharp sword of God, swallowing and spitting out a light of heaven and earth, killing for eternity. He pressed his fingers and hit Zidaoyang. At this moment, Zidaoyang's expression changed. A terrifying force flowed between heaven and earth, as if it had broken through the power of the immortals. This finger killed Zidaoyang. Zidaoyang gathered the strongest power in his body, gave up the little bastard, and struck out with both palms towards the sky. The power of his whole body resonated, as if a purple god appeared. Puff! A ray of light bloomed, and the hand of God collapsed. All the power of Zidaoyang's attack was shattered and torn apart by the sword power in that finger. At the same time, the sword hit his body, and the purple godlike figure was shattered, and then his purple defensive body was destroyed. With the help of the extremely powerful rebound force, Zidaoyang's body retreated frantically, and the ground was torn into terrible cracks, but even so, Zidaoyang's body was still torn into a bloody hole, and blood was dripping. It seemed that a destructive force rushed into his body, containing the shocking sword power. Qin Wentian's body returned to its normal size, the god's hand disappeared, and his breath fluctuated, but he still had the spirit to fight. Now he was able to support him with the help of the god's hand and the extremely powerful power of his body. He could actually send out the sword power of exterminating immortals, but the increase was obviously not as amazing as before. He crossed many realms to kill the enemy. Now he was at the critical point of immortals. This attack seriously injured Zidaoyang, who was ranked first on the immortal list. Kill them. The people of Zizong rushed up one after another, and Qin Wentian naturally resisted. The two groups fought endlessly, and many strong people were injured. Zidaoyang took out a pill and swallowed it. The purple eyes stared at Qin Wentian. In the ancient emperor city, he suffered such a big loss for the first time. At this time, a surging momentum came from afar, with amazing power. Everyone turned their eyes to look over there, and their pupils shrank. Zidaoyang was not surprised to see the situation over there. Looking at the figure of Moxie who was constantly approaching, his expression was indifferent. I thought this battle could be won directly, and I didn't bother to play tricks at all, but I didn't expect to be injured here. You got it for nothing. Zidaoyang certainly thought that Moxie would appear. He hadn't come out, so he might have been waiting for the opportunity. Moxie has always been ruthless and didn't care about the means. He's extremely dangerous. Now that Zizeng and Qinmen have consumed a lot of resources, he has not been able to take down Qin Wentian and others. At this time, Moxie led the people of the evil palace to come, which undoubtedly took a great initiative. P.S. Unknowingly, 3 million words have come so fast. I will add one more chapter today. I am so sleepy, I am going to bed. Everyone remember to leave a ticket after reading. Chapter 963 Kill Order. Moxie's dark golden eyes stared at Zidaoyang. Both of them had seized one of the 9 inheritances of Brahma Emperor. They both understood that this 1/9 inheritance was not enough to make Brahma Emperor invincible in the fairyland. Only by constantly gathering the power of inheritance on oneself could one become stronger. Therefore, there was bound to be a battle between Zidaoyang and Moxie, but now neither of them had the idea of a head-on confrontation. What they needed to do now was to prepare to seize the monster beside Qin Wentian and the inheritance obtained by Zonpeng, who was still comprehending. Since you are injured, then leave this place. Moxie glanced at Zidaoyang. The cold light in his dark golden eyes gave people a very dangerous aura. A wisp of momentum bloomed on his body, like a demon-head figure. The dark power of robber flowed through his body, and his pupils were full of coldness. People of Z sect, follow me to retreat. Zidaoyang was also a very decisive person. He waved his hand, and the Z sect's Xianjiao gathered and slowly retreated to the rear, giving up the battlefield. Brother Daoyang. Xiao Lengaiyu stood beside Zidaoyang and whispered, "Are we just going to give up like this? I underestimated the others. Even if I didn't get the inheritance, it was my own fault. If I continue to participate in it now, Moxie might even attack our Z sect. It's better to let them fight. Zidaoyang said slowly. Moxie and I will have a battle sooner or later, and our inheritances will both belong to one person. The strong men of the evil palace surrounded the Qin sect's Xianjiao. Moxie's eyes swept towards Qin Wentian, and saw that the god's hand had collapsed and shattered. The blow that had just severely injured Zidaoyang was the blooming immortal destroying sword technique. Qin Wentian's combat power had been weakened, and the monster beast was also injured by Zidaoyang. It seemed that Moxie's main opponents were only Kinger and Nanhuang Yangxi. Qin Wentian, the situation is not favorable for us. We should consider retreating. Nanhuang Yangxi said to Qin Wentian in a voice transmission. Qin Wentian nodded secretly. The situation was indeed getting worse and worse. The fight with Zizeng had already caused them serious injuries. Now the evil palace has come again. The full power of Moxie and the evil palace is amazing. They have an absolute advantage over them. People from Dongsheng Xianmen, I let you go last time, but you didn't listen to my advice and joined the evil palace. Qin Wentian's eyes swept towards Gusu Xianqi and others, and his pupils shot out cold rays. His eyes were so cold that the strong men of Dongsheng Xianmen felt a trace of pressure. There was a look of fear in their eyes. The last time Xianai was killed, it seemed that they were still frightened. I recruited them into the evil palace to give them a chance for revenge. Moxie said coldly, pointing his finger at the little bastard. Hand over that evil beast to me, and I can let you go this time. Roar. The little bastard let out a low roar. His eyes were extremely fierce. Dream on. Qin Wentian said coldly. In that case, I will do it myself. The evil star shone, and the robbery demon appeared in the void. He pointed his finger forward, and suddenly it seemed as if a dark golden robbery light burst out, with infinite power, like a terrifying dark golden dragon, rushing towards the Qinmen masters. The attack from each direction contained amazing destructive power. Behind Nanhuang Yangxi, there was an ancient phoenix crying, and those phoenixes seemed to be flapping their wings. In an instant, the red light was surging and bursting out. There were shadows of fire phoenixes blooming and rushing out, colliding with the dark golden dragon, making a shocking sound. Zidaoyang retreated to a distance and watched the battle, but did not leave directly. At this time, Zidaoyang's eyes suddenly turned and looked behind. His eyes suddenly flashed with a sharp light. He saw that there was a mighty army heading towards this side, with a strong evil spirit on their bodies. When did such a force appear in the ancient emperor city? Zidaoyang looked at Xiao Lengaiyu. Could it be that the force appeared when he understood the inheritance of the Brahma emperor? No. Xiao Lengaiyu shook her head. She was puzzled. At this time, the people from the Z Palace and Qinmen who were about to fight also stopped. Mozi looked over here with a cold light. It's the strong men from the immortal sect. Our reinforcements have arrived. At this time, a strong man from the Eastern Saint Immortal sect in the Z Palace exclaimed. Gusu Xianqi's eyes flashed, and he also realized that this was the army of the Eastern Saint Immortal sect coming. There were more than 300 people, all of whom were from the Eastern Saint Immortal sect. Was this an order issued by the Master, the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor? Otherwise, it would be impossible for such a powerful force to go to the ancient Emperor city. People from the Eastern Saint Immortal sect. Everyone reacted quickly, and then their eyes fell on Qin Wentian. The last time Qin Wentian killed the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor's disciple Xianai in front of the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor, it seemed that this Eastern Saint Immortal sect's people came to take revenge. The Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor was very embarrassed that day. It seemed that this immortal emperor could not swallow this breath, and was humiliated by a younger generation. It seems that His Majesty has given an order, and we can return to the team for revenge. I saw a strong man from the Eastern Saint Immortal sect stepping out of the evil palace, wanting to reunite with the Eastern Saint Immortal sect's Xianjiao who had arrived, but I saw Mozi's palm grabbing forward, and the dark golden sharp claws directly grabbed his neck, holding him in the air, and said coldly, "You have entered my evil palace, and you actually betrayed me in the battle. Mozi, I was originally from the Eastern Saint Immortal sect." The strong man shouted. Crack! Moxie twisted his dark golden palm and strangled the opponent's neck, causing the strong men of the Eastern Saint Immortal sect to tremble in their hearts. They felt cold all over and looked at Moxie with cold eyes. Moxie looked at them and said, "You Eastern Saint Immortal sect want revenge. I will not stop you, but it is different in the ancient Emperor city from the outside world. You have entered my evil palace in the ancient Emperor city. If you want to leave the evil palace, you need my personal consent. If you surrender to other forces privately, you will be killed without mercy. Who are you? At this time, the army of the Eastern Saint Immortal sect had already arrived. They stared at Moxie and asked coldly. The master of the evil palace, Moxie. Moxie said coldly, don't think that you Eastern Saint Immortal sect have many strong men. If you dare to infringe on my interests, believe it or not, I will make you Eastern Saint Immortal sect have no return. You are so arrogant. The several people headed by the Eastern Saint Immortal sect looked cold. You can try. The light of robbery on Mosey's body was surging. The two sides confronted each other, but one of them said, this time we are here to kill Qin Wentian according to the order of His Majesty. Let's kill Qin Wentian first. Okay, killing Qin Wentian is the order of His Majesty, so let him be arrogant for a while. These people from the Eastern Saint Immortal sect were divided into 4 major camps, and then they surrounded Qin Wentian and the people from the Qin sect in a circle. Qin Wentian's face was not very good. Today was really worse. Not only did they face the attacks of Zizong and Ziguang, but now there was also the army of the Eastern Saint Immortal sect. Because he killed Xianai, the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor actually sent a legion of more than 300 people to kill him in the ancient Emperor city. It was really cruel. The Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor was determined to take his life. At this moment, one of the 4 major camps of the Eastern Saint Immortal sect rose into the air and attacked the 81 people. They all glowed with intense light, and the power of the stars filled the sky. The 81 people were vaguely in formation, with a leader as the center of the formation. He stood at the highest point, and the might of the strong men all rolled towards his body. Above the sky, there was an overwhelming pressure. Formation. Everyone's pupils shrank, and they looked up at the void. They saw that in the area of dozens of miles, endless rune lights fell from the sky, turning into golden rune light threads, covering the entire void, as if blocking this world. Those falling rune lights contained extremely terrifying killing power, like sword patterns, containing the power of destruction. Suruxu looked over there, and then her long whip swung out violently, continuously extending out, and directly hit the light curtain. Swish, swish. The terrible light of destruction directly crushed her long whip, and the sword rune that appeared at that moment killed everything, like a layer of fairy ripples. Moreover, the falling light curtain was still spreading. The 81 masters joined forces to block this place, making it impossible for Qin Wentian to escape. It seems that the old dog Dongsheng has really made up his mind to kill me. Qin Wentian looked cold. In another camp, the leader Xianjia Olengeo said, Your Majesty has ordered that Qin Wentian, Zhen Mengchen and Ziking Xuan must be killed without mercy. Princess Kinger must not be harmed. As for the rest of the Qin sect, just don't kill them. Dongsheng Immortal Emperor obviously had his own considerations when he issued the order. Qin Wentian and the other 2 had refused to become his disciples and humiliated him in public. They were taken away by Emperor Qianbian. The 3 of them must be killed, and Kinger must not be touched. As for the others, this is the ancient Emperor city, and it is difficult to guarantee that there are no descendants of the Immortal Emperor. Therefore, for the sake of caution, Dongsheng Immortal Emperor will not kill them, but can seriously injure them. Otherwise, if he kills many descendants of the emperors at one time, even Dongsheng Immortal Emperor cannot bear such consequences. Qin Wentian, we will not use immortal weapons to kill you. We will follow the rules of the ancient Emperor city. But if you use the power of immortal weapons first, we will use all the immortal weapons to kill you. Another person spoke up. The Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor had given a death order. This time they came straight to the Qin gate to kill Qin Wentian. The preparations were extremely thorough. Qin Wentian, he couldn't escape, he would definitely die. Mosey stood aside, his dark golden eyes flashed with an interesting look. He didn't expect that before he made a move, these people from the Eastern Saint Immortal Gate wanted to kill Qin Wentian. Moreover, the power of this formation formed by gathering 81 people was terrifying. Sure enough, people from the same sect had the advantage and could practice the Immortal Gate joint attack formation. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 964 Chaotic War. Qin Wentian and the other Qin sect masters looked solemn. They had already consumed their energy and suffered heavy losses in the previous battle with the Purple sect. Qin Wentian had even used up his immortal destroying sword, which consumed a lot of his internal strength. Although he had not yet reached the point of exhaustion, it was already difficult for him to reach his peak combat power. Under such circumstances, the evil palace would be difficult to deal with, not to mention the Eastern Saint sect. "I'll take you away." King sent a voice message to Qin Wentian. "The Qin sect disciples are all here. If we escape, the Eastern Saint sect will definitely take it out on them and humiliate our Qin sect disciples." Qin Wentian replied. Although the Eastern Saint sect's people did not dare to kill these descendants of emperors, they dared to humiliate and abuse them. This was the ancient emperor's city, a fight between future generations. As long as they did not kill them, the elders would not participate. This was a fight between them. "Take action." The disciple of the Eastern Saint sect spoke again, but Moxie stared at the little bastard. This was his prey. For him, Moxie, the grudges with Qin Wentian could be settled later. Today, he had only one most important purpose, which was to seize 1/9 of the inheritance of the Brahma Emperor. Once he had 2/9 of the inheritance, he would be a little stronger. Boom boom boom. The people from the other three camps of the Eastern Saint sect gathered and formed a battle formation. For a moment, the momentum swept across the world, violent and boundless. The sky and the earth changed color. In one of the battle formations, they faintly appeared in the shape of an ancient demon, like an ancient demon ape, violent and boundless. There was supreme pressure between their eyes. There was an incomparably wild momentum in the void, covering the entire sky. Another battle formation gathered together. Around them floated a number of Zhuanghuang ancient tripods, with endless runes engraved on them. The momentum descending from them could overwhelm the sky and suppress the ages, as if it was an ancient tripod that destroyed everything. Each ancient tripod seemed to come from the ancient times. The endless runes made these ancient tripods exude an ancient and simple aura, as if they had existed in the sky since ancient times, with infinite power. The last battle formation was the most casual. They seemed to be 9 people in a formation, presenting 9 battle groups, flexible and changeable, able to deal with various sudden battles, and equally powerful. These 4 battle formations, with 81 people as a battle legion, had the existence of the Forbidden Void, the strong who could attack supremely, and the flexible and changeable small battle formations, which were perfect without any flaws. Even without the people from the Evil Palace and the Purple Sect, their 324 people were enough to threaten the Qinmen strongmen. After all, although the Qinmen had 3 top combat forces, they fought on their own and could not condense a super battle formation like them. Dongsheng Xianmen sent them to deal with Qinmen and kill Qin Wentian. It was not an impulse. As an immortal emperor, everything was considered very carefully and no loss was allowed. Boom. The powerful warrior of the ancient demon ape battle formation of Dongsheng Xianmen launched an attack. The extremely violent demon palm covered the sky and sun, descending from the sky. An unparalleled force crushed it, crushing everything, breaking the void, and slapped Qin Wentian's body directly. Kinger's figure flashed, and her body blocked Qin Wentian. She was seen with an extremely terrifying void power blooming, and the Kinglian sacred scripture bloomed. Endless space power swept the world, and then she blasted out the immortal slaying picture and blasted towards the void. However, the palm print was too huge and terrible. It suppressed it and directly blasted the immortal slaying picture into pieces. The palm of the ancient demon ape contained endless rune light, and there were many profound powers hidden in it, destroying everything. Rumble, the world roared, Kinger looked cold, the people of Qinmen gathered and attacked the void, and the world became extremely violent for a while. All kinds of attacks swept out, and hit the terrible big palm print, and finally with a loud bang, the sky-covering magic palm was broken, but they saw that the Zhuanghuang ancient tripods that could suppress the eternity fell towards them, and each ancient tripod was full of supreme pressure. Such a battle formation cannot be torn apart by one person's strength, and when all of us Qinmen attacked, the power was too dispersed, unlike the battle formation that gathered the power together to produce a qualitative change, and the effect was limited. This battle will definitely fail. Nanhuang Yangxi said in a low voice, and the red light on her body was surging, sweeping out, and one ancient phoenix after another blasted at an ancient tripod, endlessly, and finally blasted an ancient tripod to pieces, but the other ancient tripods came to suppress them, with infinite power, and it was far from enough for her to rely on Nanhuang Yangxi. Qin Wentian certainly understood Nanhuang Yangxi's words. To fight in a battle formation was equivalent to perfectly gathering the power of a group of strong men together to attack, exerting 10 times or 100 times the power. The stronger the battle formation, the greater the power. Even if one of them had 5 or 6 times the combat power of the other party, he would still be shattered when encountering 10 times or 100 times the attack of the other party. Even if 10 people from the Qin sect attacked at the same time, because the attacks were scattered, they would be immediately shattered and wiped out once they encountered 10 times the attack of the other party. The attacks of 10 people would still be wiped out again and again. The scattered attacks could not gather the attack power together to increase the power by multiples, and they could not resist the attack of the battle formation. Qin Wentian took a step forward and raised his hand to blast towards one of the ancient tripods, but was directly repelled and spit out a mouthful of blood. He was no longer the same as before. Although the immortal destroying sword did not threaten his life as before, it was enough to reduce his combat power. Ancient tripods attacked Qin Wentian frantically, aiming to kill him. The Qin sect's strong men gathered in front of Qin Wentian to resist these attacks for him, but they were all a little desperate. They were bound to lose this battle. Moxie had not made a move. He had been watching the fight from a distance, waiting for the battle between Zizong and Ziguang. As expected, both sides were injured. When it was his turn to make a move, the army of Dongsheng Xianmen came to kill him. This made Moxie show an interesting look. In this way, he seemed to be able to capture the monster without much effort. The Qin sect's people were afraid that they would soon be unable to hold on. Brothers of Qinmen. At this moment, Qin Wentian shouted loudly, and his voice resounded in the void. In this battle, we are besieged by 3 forces, and we will definitely lose, but it is not our fault. Now if we continue to fight like this, my brothers of Qinmen will definitely be humiliated here. Are you willing to do so, or are you willing to fight at all costs? Qin Wentian's voice shook the void. Just as Qin Wentian said, if they continue to fight, they will definitely lose. They can stop the Eastern Saint Immortal Sect and the Evil Palace from staring at them. Even if these people dare not kill them, they will injure them and then rob them. Therefore, at this moment, Qinmen faces a choice. Continue to fight like this, and lose and be humiliated. Or, let go of the war and sacrifice the immortal soldiers, which can save some disadvantages. With the immortal soldiers, everyone's strength will soar, and they still have a chance, but this kind of group battle using immortal soldiers is extremely dangerous, and it is very likely to die. Let go of the war, it is a gamble with life. Fight. A voice sounded, responding to Qin Wentian. Let's fight. How can we be humiliated by the people of Dongsheng Xianmen? The Qinmen Xianjiao responded. Before Qin Wentian could speak, he felt the immortal power blooming. The strong men sacrificed their immortal weapons one after another. For a time, the more violent momentum was swallowing and spitting out between heaven and earth, with supreme power. Among these people, Qin Wentian was the one who didn't care about killing. He and Dongsheng Xianmen were in a situation of life and death. But now Qinmen was also involved. Qin Wentian felt a little guilty and said, Brothers of Qinmen, kill yourself and leave the battlefield. Let's give up this battle and take revenge in the future. What are you going to do? Someone asked. Don't worry, I will also kill all the people of Dongsheng Xianmen. How can I bear to die in battle? Qin Wentian said proudly. He held the Xianpeng Fu bone in his left hand and sacrificed the demon sword in his right hand. He saw his palm swiping towards the demon sword. Suddenly, the demon sword hummed and burst into a monstrous breath. It rang and the sword energy swept the world. Boom! A terrifying power burst out from the demon sword, and the demon sword became huge, as if a phantom of a big rock appeared, wanting to soar in the sky. The Sky Peng's talisman bone trembled, and then Qin Wentian saw a shocking scene. There was endless talisman light shining on the demon sword, which turned into a terrifying suction force, sucking the Sky Peng's talisman bone over and then swallowing it directly. The strong men of the Eastern Saint Immortal Sect also sacrificed their immortal weapons. They looked unhappy. This was not the situation they wanted to see. If they sacrificed their immortal weapons, they would no longer be able to form a battle formation. The power of the battle formation would be much less threatening in front of the immortal weapons, unless they stepped into the fairyland and formed an immortal battle formation. The battle between the immortal weapons would be a melee, and their lives would also be in danger. This was what they least wanted to see. They did not expect Qin Wentian to start a battle between immortal weapons. Mozi also frowned. This battle was somewhat unexpected. Starting a battle between immortal weapons would mean a battle of life and death. So many ancient Emperor City geniuses fighting for life and death was rare in ancient and modern times. The demon sword in front of Qin Wentian rang and trembled more and more. The sword energy swept across the world. Qin Wentian stretched out his hand to hold the hilt of the demon sword and whispered, "You said you hated the sky for being too low. Now that you have entered the fairyland, I will also step into the realm of the fairyland. I hope you won't let me down." As soon as the voice fell, Qin Wentian slashed with a sword. In an instant, the demon sword swept through the void. A peerless sword light seemed to cut through the void. The strong men of the Eastern Saint Immortal sect offered up their immortal weapons and magic weapons to resist. A beam of light that tore everything apart rushed into the sky and directly tore apart the barrier set up by the void battle formation. A strong man from the Eastern Saint Immortal sect offered up a yellow bell with dazzling rune light shining. The bell was suspended in the air and then vibrated. A terrible sound wave swept across the world, shaking Qin Wentian's body, as if lightning rushed into his body, making his body tremble. This is the threat of the immortal soldiers. They are all strong men in the celestial realm and have not yet become immortals. The attacks of the immortal soldiers can threaten their lives, and they may even die together, because both sides can hardly contend with the power of the other side's immortal soldiers. Fortunately, these people do not have control over the power of the immortals and cannot exert the full power of the immortal soldiers, otherwise it would be even more tragic. Chapter 965 Ancient City. Qin Wentian held the magic sword in his hand and suddenly stepped into the void. A brilliant fairy light burst out from the clanging magic sword, as if the nine heavens fairy river swept up. Sword lights tore through the void and turned into phantoms of Xianpen. With a loud bang, the huge ancient bell was shaken into the void. The Xianjiao who controlled the ancient bell directly spit out a mouthful of blood. His mind was violently shaken. It was obvious that he could not control the ancient bell. Nanhuang Yangxi was covered with phoenix wings, an endless fairy light flowed on her body. She was extremely sacred, as dazzling and incomparable as the nine heavens goddess. Buzz! The phoenix wings expanded and wrapped Qin Wentian's body in it. Suddenly, endless flame fairy light flowed around Qin Wentian, and he was covered with a layer of fairy armor. "Let's disperse their formation first," Nanhuang Yangxi said, and then the wings of the phoenix flickered and moved, drawing an extremely gorgeous arc in the void. She brought Qin Wentian's body directly to the ancient ape formation. In her hand, an ancient phoenix feather with tremendous power appeared. This phoenix feather contained extremely powerful power. She waved it forward, and suddenly a red light engulfed the world. Many people in the ancient emperor city are descendants of emperors, but there is still a gap. The more noble the status, the stronger the treasures they may have. Nanhuang Yangxi is the descendant of the Southern Phoenix Empress of the Southern Phoenix clan, so she naturally has precious treasures. Qin Wentian naturally would not miss this opportunity. The demon sword in his palm violently slashed out, and the destructive sword power strangled out crazily, with a constant roar. The strong men of the Eastern Saint Immortal sect offered their immortal soldiers to resist, and they actually intertwined into a terrible immortal light curtain, but the formation was still dispersed and torn into pieces. "Brothers of the Qin sect, kill them!" Qin Wentian shouted loudly, and the Qin sect warriors attacked with their immortal weapons, heading in different directions. In just a brief moment, the entire void was in chaos, with destructive turbulence everywhere. A dark magic knife appeared in Moxie's palm. He stepped forward like a demon, heading straight for the little bastard. Kinger stepped on the leaves of the void and instantly landed beside the little bastard. The powerful void-like curtain wrapped his body in it. The little bastard's body became smaller and jumped into Kinger's arms, like an ordinary pet. Bang! Moxie's magic knife slashed down, and a dark robbery light fell from the sky, as if the end of the world had come, and the world became gray. Swish, swish. The terrible magic knife slashed on the space-like curtain, and actually penetrated into it, slashing and little by little, an endless destructive power raged inside, destroying everything. Kinger stretched out her hand, and a golden lotus blossomed. As the petals opened and closed, a blazing light bloomed, destroying the power of the magic knife. The leaves of the void retreated and came to Jun Mengchen, Zi Qingxun and the others, saying, "Come in." Several people flashed and stepped into it. Mo Zi frowned slightly, as if he felt something was wrong. This girl of Changqing had a magic weapon of the void, so it must be difficult to catch up with her. On the other side, although Qin Wentian and Nanhuang Yangxi both had powerful immortal soldiers, they could not withstand the large number of the other side. Attacks continued to come, shocking them to retreat continuously, and cracks appeared on the protective light curtains on their bodies, which could break at any time. The leaves of the space shuttled through the void, directly covering Qin Wentian and Nanhuang Yangxi, and then turned into a beam of void light, rushing up to the sky. "Stop him!" A loud shout was heard, and the endless attacking power of the immortal soldiers rushed towards the void light curtain at the same time. The space power was shaking, and Qin Wentian and others inside were all trembling violently. Qin even spit out a mouthful of blood, and her face was faintly pale. Boom! A strong light burst out, and the leaves of the void disappeared directly in this space, as if they had truly shuttled through the void, and appeared above the void in the blink of an eye. "Come up!" At this time, a strong man from the Eastern Saint Immortal sect shouted, and a void ancient sail appeared there, and the strong men of the Eastern Saint Immortal sect stepped on it. There were immortal lights blooming on the void ancient sail, and they went crazy forward, like a beam of light, which actually locked the space leaves in front, and then turned into a beam of light and chased forward. Moxie's expression changed slightly, and the magic knife in his hand flew out directly. He stepped on the magic knife and landed on it. In an instant, the magic knife burst out, like a black lightning. When the Kinman masters saw Qin Wentian and his men lead the army away, their expressions froze for a moment. Then Suruxu said, "Let's retreat." As soon as the words fell, the Kinman masters left one after another. Without the evil demons in the evil palace, no one went to fight with the Kinman masters. The masters here dispersed one after another. Zidao Yang's eyes flickered when he saw this scene. It was indeed a space magic weapon. He wondered if the people from the Eastern Saint Immortal sect could catch up. "Brother Dao Yang, what is in the depths of the underworld mountain?" Xiao Lengai asked Zidao Yang. Zidao Yang's eyes froze. Since the inheritance of the two ancient emperors appeared in the world, everyone has always believed that the secret of the underworld mountain has been revealed. No one cares what will happen if they continue to go deep into the underworld mountain. This is the inertial thinking of people. The inheritance of the ancient emperors has appeared and the secrets have surfaced. Who will continue to explore? However, Xiao Lengaiu's words suddenly made Zidao Yang's heart move. Is there any other reason for the two ancient emperors to fight here? Are there other secrets hidden in the depths of the underworld mountain? Looking at the direction where Qin and the strong men of the Eastern Saint Immortal sect were going, it was the vast and endless mountain deep in the Mingxin mountain. Zidao Yang didn't know if anyone had ever stepped into it. Would there be other mysteries in this vast mountain? "Brother Dao Yang," Xiao Lengaiu called out. Zidao Yang looked at her and said, "Lengaiu, I want to recover from my injuries here temporarily, and then prepare to go deeper into it. I haven't been to the vast mountain deep in the Mingxin mountain yet." "Okay, then I'll go with Brother Dao Yang," Xiao Lengaiu said obediently, not at all like the cold and arrogant woman when she was the leader of the Xiao sect. This made the Xiao sect disciples who had a good impression of her behind her sigh in their hearts. No matter how proud a woman is, she is still so obedient in front of Zidao Yang. This is that people of different identities are treated completely differently. On the leaves of the void, Qin Wentian held Qin's hand. Looking at the blood at the corner of Qin's mouth, he stretched out his hand and wiped it gently. "I'm fine," Qin said crisply, showing a smile to Qin Wentian. Her face was extremely beautiful. If Qin was like this on ordinary days, Qin Wentian would be extremely happy, but at this moment, he was only angry. Dongsheng Xianmen, 300 disciples, he must make these people pay the price. "Yes," Qin Wentian responded gently, his palm tightly holding Qin's soft little hand. His eyes looked forward. The vast mountains, endless, desolate, not to mention human figures, even birds and beasts were not there. The ancient emperor's city is extremely mysterious. There are relics left by the ancient emperors here, and there are also ancient emperors fighting here. There are too many secrets in this vast land. They are still following. At this time, Nanhuang Yangxi spoke. Qin Wentian turned his head and looked into the distance, only to see a huge ancient sail of the void, as fast as lightning, firmly locked on the leaves of the void. Even if it was shuttled across an endless distance, it still could not get rid of it. This should be the magic weapon prepared by the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor for the people of the Eastern Saint Immortal sect, just to prevent you from escaping. Nanhuang Yangxi looked at Qin Wentian and said, since the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor had ordered the execution of Qin Wentian, how could he tolerate Qin Wentian to walk out of the ancient Emperor city alive? It seems that if I don't die, it will be a slap in the face of the Eastern Saint, so I must not only live well, But also make sure that these people from the Eastern Saint Immortal sect never come back. Qin Wentian's eyes flashed with a terrible cold light. As long as he couldn't be killed this time, he would slowly play with these people from the Eastern Saint Immortal sect. The leaves in the void kept moving forward, crossing an unknown distance. As time passed, they were still on the vast mountains, as if this space had no end. The depths of the dark mountain are so vast. Qin Wentian was shocked. When they went from the dark mountain to the city of the ancient emperor city, it only took a short moment. This vast mountain area was many times larger than the area in the city of the ancient emperor city. Maybe there is something in this vast mountain. Nan Huangyangxi whispered. The group continued to shuttle through the void. They didn't know how far they had walked, but the people from the Eastern Saint Immortal sect behind them were still chasing them. In this endless mountain, Qin Wentian and others shuttled for 9 days. Even if it was the area in the city of the ancient emperor city, they probably crossed countless times. Such a vast area was indeed a bit scary. What's that in front? At this moment, the crowd saw a shadow appearing in the sky ahead, which was a little blurry. They continued to move forward and finally got closer and closer. Their vision gradually became clearer. They saw a sky city above the sky, suspended there, high above, as if it was a city standing in the sky, where gods lived, with supreme power. And below, there was a passage that led diagonally upward to the sky city. That is. Nan Huangyangxi's beautiful eyes flashed with shock. The sky city? The sky city appeared in the ancient emperor city. Some records of the ancient emperor city in ancient books suddenly came to her mind. It was rumored that in ancient times, the ancient emperors fought here, as if to compete for some qualifications. The most critical thing in the ancient books was a sky city. The descendants of this mysterious sky city did not know what mysteries it had, and they could not even be sure whether it really existed. However, at this moment, it seems that what is recorded in the ancient books is true. There is really a sky city, which is also an important reason why the ancient emperors gathered in the ancient emperor city. Do you know where this is? Qin Wentian asked Nan Huangyangxi. Ancient city. The ancient emperors gathered in the ancient emperor city. It seems that it is for this. What is inside? No one knows. Nan Huangyangxi murmured, and Qin Wentian and others' eyes were sharp. Chapter 966 Guarding the Great Demon. Ancient City. Qin Wentian's eyes flashed. He was also curious about the ancient emperor city. This city had the remains of the ancient emperor. Without permission, no emperor could enter. It was terrible. When Emperor Qianbian sent him here, a black dragon appeared and shook the violent sea. This black dragon seemed to be guarding the ancient emperor city. Why did such a terrible demon emperor guard here? Whose order? This ancient emperor city in the central area of the immortal realm gathered endless Xianjiao from the vast immortal realm, generation after generation. Moreover, he heard faintly that this ancient emperor city was not just one layer, but also had other areas. All of this proved the extraordinariness of the ancient emperor city. Are you going? Qin Wentian asked with a flickering look in his eyes. Of course, the ancient city appears before our eyes, which is a rare opportunity. People from the Eastern Saint Immortal sect will also come. I'm afraid this place will soon appear in the vision of the ancient emperor city's Xianjiao. We can't miss the opportunity. Nan Huangyangxi's eyes were fiery. As the daughter of the Southern Phoenix Queen, how could she not go to see what was going on when she encountered the ancient city? Okay. Qin Wentian nodded. He also had a strong desire to go to this ancient city in the sky to find out what was going on. The leaves of the void shuttled through the ancient road leading to the Sky Palace. This passage was like an ancient road. At the moment when Qin Wentian and his group landed, endless rune lights fell from the road, and there was supreme power falling. Kinger's face changed, and she immediately put away the void leaf magical weapon. The group landed on the ancient road one after another. What's going on? Qin Wentian's expression was condensed. This road seems to have a rule of power, which does not allow the void leaf to shuttle. Kinger whispered. They observed this ancient road, which was like a pilgrimage road leading to the sky. Let's go up. Qin Wentian and several others walked towards the sky along the ancient road leading to the sky. The ancient road was covered with endless rune lights, as if a strange power enveloped them. This power penetrated into the body, as if there was the power of the invisible avenue, cleansing the body. Qin Wentian only felt that his body was suddenly filled with powerful power, as if the star power consumed and the injuries on his body were all restored in a short moment, and his aura became vigorous and powerful. This Others also found the abnormality, and even the little bastard's eyes flashed, very bright. What a strong power! Qin Wentian was shocked, and his whole body was full of power, restored to his heyday. The people from the Eastern Saint Immortal sect behind were chasing them, and the void ancient sail was suspended in the air. They looked up at the sky and were deeply shocked. The ancient emperor's city actually had an ancient city above the sky. The supreme majesty made it look like a god's residence, where the gods lived. Qin Wentian and his companions stopped on the ancient road. There seemed to be a strange pressure sweeping down from the road ahead. There was a force falling down, which gave Qin Wentian a faint sense of danger. He stopped everyone and whispered, "This section of the road has healed our injuries, but since it is the ancient city, it is not so easy to step into. There may be danger ahead, so be careful." Yes. Everyone nodded, and the strong aura on their bodies spread outward, covering their bodies, protecting their bodies, and moving forward cautiously. Qin Wentian stepped out first, and after a few steps, a force of the road fell down and fell on him. His body trembled violently, as if an unparalleled calamity force fell on his body, and his body seemed to be broken and cracked, and a destructive force in his body was raging wildly. The road to the calamity. An ancient voice resounded in the eardrums of everyone, causing them to tremble in their hearts. This ancient road leading to the sky is the road to the calamity. If you want to enter the ancient city of the sky, you need to face the calamity. Qin Wentian was wearing the heavenly demon armor, with endless rune lights flowing. With an indestructible body, the terrible power kept falling, like particles that destroyed everything, constantly attacking every part of Qin Wentian's body. His body was roaring, his blood was roaring, and he went to respond to the calamity of the ancient road. Nanhuang Yangxi was bathed in fire, wearing phoenix wings, sweeping the void. The little bastard let out a shocking roar, transformed into a fierce demon, and his whole body was full of demonic energy. Jian Mengchen put on the emperor's armor, arrogant, carrying the blue sky on his back, and resisting the calamity. Zi Qingxun's body was full of the light of the divine eagle, and he roared with terrible power. Hu Taixu directly spit out a mouthful of blood. His physical body seemed to be the weakest among these people. He had the eyes of reincarnation, an extremely firm will, and was good at powerful illusions, but his physical body seemed weak. When responding to the calamity, his body could not bear it and spit out blood. "Can you hold on?" Qin Wentian asked Hu Taixu. "It's okay." Hu Taixu's eyes were filled with the light of reincarnation, and he was extremely determined and showed terrible tenacity. He had experienced such hardships in the reincarnation world, and it could not destroy his will. "Okay." Qin Wentian nodded and continued to step forward. He did not expect that just this ancient road leading to the ancient city would be so difficult. The destructive force kept rushing into his body. Even though Qin Wentian had condensed a strange physique, he still felt that his body was about to collapse every moment, as if his body was about to be shattered by the destructive particles. What a terrible power! Qin Wentian resisted the power and walked forward with them step by step. At the back, Hu Taixu had vomited countless mouthfuls of blood and was the most miserable person. Then came Zi Qingxun. The light of the divine eagle on her body was about to be shattered, and her body was covered with blood. But seeing Qin Wentian and the others still firmly leading the way forward, Zi Qingxun's eyes would reveal a strong obsession, and she gritted her teeth and said nothing. After Zi Qingxun and Qin Wentian started to work together, everyone around Qin Wentian was an extremely outstanding genius. She became the weakest one. This was Zi Qingxun's heart knot. She didn't want to be gradually pulled away from him. She had to be more resilient. Qinger was not feeling well either. She was wearing a gorgeous lotus, but she was still injured several times. Nanhuang Yangxi was the most gorgeous person among them. Her defense was already strong, and after being shattered several times, her body seemed to be about to explode. However, at this time, it seemed that there was an extremely powerful force in her body that would bloom and revive. Her whole body was full of blood light, and the ancient phoenix kept crying, and her body was reshaped. Obviously, this was Nanhuang Yangxi's talent, the blood of the ancient phoenix, and she was born from nirvana. Behind him, the strong men of the Eastern Saint Immortal sect also followed and walked forward. There were many of them, and they were all outstanding evildoers selected by the Eastern Saint Immortal sect from various states. However, if they were to compete with Qin Wentian and his party alone, few could be compared with them. Therefore, only dozens of people could move forward, and the rest could only retreat after trying, unwilling to give up. Moreover, The dozens of people who were moving forward were also hesitant. If they followed Qin Wentian and his party to the Void City, would they still be able to defeat Qin Wentian and his party? However, the wonders in front of them were too shocking. How could they miss the appearance of a god in the void? A few days later, Qin Wentian and his party endured extremely strong pain, but they were still cautious and did not let their wills dissipate. Otherwise, if their wills dissipated, they would be killed by this calamity force. 2 people from the Eastern Saint Immortal sect had already died on the road to the calamity. To shake the hearts of others, this road was extremely dangerous. What's more, he was just the entrance. If he wanted to reach the Void City, he had to walk through this road to the calamity. 9 days later, Qin Wentian and his companions finally reached the end of this road. Without the power of destruction, Qin Wentian and his companions were extremely exhausted. Ziqingxun even fainted and fell on the ancient road. Hu Taixu also sat on the ground powerlessly, exhausted, his eyes slowly closed, and he had only relied on one breath to get here. However, at this time, the light from this ancient road fell down, and Qin Wentian felt the power of recovery again, repairing his body again. After the magical power flowed through his body several times, Qin Wentian felt that his body seemed to be stronger. Hu Taixu also gradually regained his strength, and Ziqingxun woke up. They walked through a curtain of light on the ancient road, and then their eyes flashed, and they stood in front of an ancient city. Here, it is ancient and majestic. Here, it is sacred and cannot be desecrated. Looking up and looking at this ancient city, Qin Wentian felt awe, and had the idea of worshipping it. Such emotions grew involuntarily. Qin Wentian looked back at the people from the Eastern Saint Immortal sect who were still on the road to the calamity, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. This time, the people from the Eastern Saint Immortal sect did not kill him, and these people will pay a heavy price. Are these all ancient monsters? Nan Huang Yangxi murmured, looking at the monster figures carved on the walls of the ancient city in front of him. These figures are lifelike, and it seems that you will fall into them at a glance. These monsters include Teoti, Chaos, Kionki, Swanee, etc. They are all peerless monsters, extremely ferocious, and guarding here like door gods. The gate of this ancient city was open, but the situation inside could not be seen. Only a strong wave of power was spreading out from it. No one knew what terrible consequences would occur if they stepped into it. I'll go in first, and you wait outside. Qin Wentian said. No. Qinger said immediately. Her slender palm actually grabbed Qin Wentian's hand directly. Her watery eyes looked at Qin Wentian, worried about his safety. I'll go too. Qinger whispered. The little bastard and I are in tune with each other. After I go in, he can sense what I've been through. If there is no danger to his life, you can come in. Qin Wentian said. Qinger shook her head and still held Qin Wentian's hand. This made Qin Wentian smile bitterly, and Qinger said, if you go, I will go too. Okay, let's go in together. Qin Wentian could not do anything to Qinger, so he could only agree. Then he took Qinger's hand and walked out of the door. In an instant, they felt like they were traveling in a void world. In the void world, it was like the ancient world, with endless and terrifying monsters. With a roar, Qin Wentian and Qinger's bodies appeared on a battlefield in a void world. The rumbling sound shook the world, and 2 monsters appeared in front of them. This ancient city was actually guarded by monsters. Chapter 967, Ancient City Under the Starry Sky. What is this place? Qin Wentian looked around, as if he was in an ancient battlefield in the world of nothingness. There were 2 huge monsters in front of him, with terrifying power. One of the monsters was the ancient beast Taowu, with a human face and a tiger body, and a terrifying resentment on his body, as if he was the incarnation of death. At first glance, he looked like a vicious monster, extremely terrifying, and just one look could make people panic. The other monster was a giant monster with 2 horns, like a violent bull, but with dragon horns, and extremely thick hooves. It stood there like a human, but it was extremely tall and mighty, and its violent claws seemed to be able to tear people apart. Qinger, be careful. Qin Wentian's aura was flowing, and 2 monsters appeared. Could it be because of him and Qinger? Taowu held a trident, as if it was born from the endless energy of death. Its body flashed, and its fierce power shook the ancient battlefield. This space instantly turned into hell. The death trident burst out, as if it was fiercely born from the power of hell, and the blood-colored brilliance enveloped the ancient battlefield. Qinger was shrouded in the holy lotus, and she saw a few colors of space light blooming on her body, sweeping towards Taowu in front of her. At the same time, she saw her finger pointing forward, and suddenly the void power was like a sharp sword that killed the opponent. Boom! The extremely fierce trident crushed past, and everything was blown up and destroyed. It seemed to symbolize death. Qin Wentian's God's hand appeared, and a terrifying light flowed on his body. When he stepped out, the world roared, and endless rune lights flowed in the void. The battlefield of the void world became incomparably gorgeous as the stars shone. Qin Wentian raised his palm and the God's hand blasted out. The big palm print had amazing power. Tao Wu's trident slammed on the big palm print, and an unparalleled destructive force was transmitted. The big palm print shattered and collapsed. Qin Wentian deeply felt the fierce power of the other party. Boom! At this time, the huge body of the dragon-horned monster stepped forward, and the void battlefield was shaking. His hands reached out to the front, and in just a moment, he came in front of Qin Wentian, trying to grab Qin Wentian's tiny body and tear it apart. Qin Wentian raised the god's hand and struck out angrily. The dragon-horned monster's hands contained great power, which was infinitely powerful. It shook the god's hand away, and then two huge arms grabbed Qin Wentian's body. The power contained in it seemed unstoppable. That was the power of the monster. Roar! With a shocking roar, the monster wanted to tear Qin Wentian's body apart, but a rumbling sound was heard. Qin Wentian's body became extremely huge, and endless light flowed all over his body. The white rune light flowed and enveloped the supreme body. The terrifying power of the monster did not tear Qin Wentian's body apart, but it still made Qin Wentian feel extremely painful, as if his body was about to be torn apart. That kind of power was too terrifying. A heavy breath came out of the giant monster's mouth and nose, and its huge eyes stared at Qin Wentian with an ancient murderous aura. The talisman light on Qin Wentian's body flowed wildly, containing an astonishing power of annihilation, sweeping out with a terrible rumbling sound. The giant monster actually took a step back. Then Qin Wentian's divine hand turned into a sharp claw of a rock, capable of tearing everything apart. The terrible talisman light shone, and the divine hand slammed into the opponent's huge body. With a loud bang, the giant monster's chest seemed to be cracked. Roar! Roar! The big monster let out a terrifying roar, and its extremely ferocious palms tore out again, grabbing Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian's divine hand destroyed everything, and when he raised his hand and blasted out, he was indestructible. The man and the monster collided madly, shaking the earth and the ancient battlefield of nothingness violently. Qin Wentian found that the realm of this big monster should be the same as his, and the realm of the Tao Wu was the same as Qinger. It seemed that it came into being because of their appearance, and fought with the two of them on the ancient battlefield of nothingness. At this time, a buzzing sound came out, and the figures of Nanhurong Yangxi and others appeared here one after another on the ancient battlefield of nothingness. At the same time as they appeared, it seemed that several amazing big monsters came out of the void, and suddenly a fierce power swept across the world. Boom! Boom! These monsters rushed out instantly, killing Nanhurong Yangxi and the others. A terrifying flame suddenly swept out of Nanhurong Yangxi's body. She was wearing phoenix wings and was extremely beautiful. The phoenix phantom appeared. She waved her hands, and the phoenix phantom roared and rushed out to fight a celestial peak monster. This monster was a black ferocious bird, and it was surrounded by a terrible aura of death. The entire void battle stage was in turmoil. Even the little bastard attracted a monster to appear. He also transformed into a monster and fought violently with the opponent. This chaotic battle is not our advantage. Let's join forces to fight. Nanhurong and I will attack first, Qinger and Huateksu will hold us back, and Kingxuan, Mengjin, and the little bastard will fight on the roam. Qin Wentian shouted, and the six of them and the monster retreated to one direction at the same time. They stood in position. Qin Wentian and Nanhurong Yangxi stood in the middle, Qinger was beside Qin Wentian, and Huateksu was beside Nanhurong Yangxi, just complementing each other's strength. Jun Mengjin, Zi Kingxuan, and the little bastard were scattered on the left and right. Qinger's black hair was flying, and the endless void power on her body turned into thousands of rune lights shining out. The endless rune silk threads were like a void prison, covering the void in front. Huateksu's eyes of reincarnation were unparalleled, and several celestial 8th level monsters were confused for a moment and roared madly. Qin Wentian's body was extremely huge. A stunning spear appeared in his divine hand. It was a peerless spear interwoven with endless rune lights. The tip of the spear shone with white light, and the demonic energy surged into the sky. It had the supreme power of annihilation, destroying the heavens and the earth. Jun Mengjin, Qin, and the little bastard attacked from the side, directly launching the most violent attack. These great monsters were all incomparable in their flesh, an ordinary attack power could not shake them at all. There was even a monstrous fire bursting out of Nanhuangxi's body, rushing directly towards the great monsters. Qin Wentian's body, which was 100 feet long, directly stabbed a spear. The target of this spear was a great monster of the 8th level of the celestial phenomenon. The great monster was in a frenzy. When the spear came, it let out a deafening roar, but the long spear of destruction flowed with stunning rune light, directly penetrating through the opponent's body, ignoring the defense, and directly stabbing into the body of the great monster. The power of destruction instantly rushed through the body of the monster, shattering everything. With a loud bang, the monster turned into nothingness and disappeared. What a strong attack! Nanhuangxi's expression froze for a moment, but her attack did not stop at all. Qin Wentian's divine hand once again burst out with a shocking blow, stabbing a monster and destroying it directly. Even if it was a peerless monster in the same realm, if it was hit by his terrifying attack, it would be killed instantly. Although these monsters were powerful, they were in a frenzy and did not cooperate. They were eliminated one by one under the joint strangulation of Qin Wentian and others. In the end, all of them were killed here and disappeared from the battlefield of nothingness. These monsters are so strong. If they were not fighting in coordination, but fighting alone, only the top masters in the realm would have a chance to defeat them. Nanhuangxi said in a low voice, and Qin Wentian and others nodded. Fortunately we came in early, otherwise if we came after seeing your brother Qin and the others had finished fighting, it would be even more difficult to fight. Qin Wentian whispered. As soon as he finished speaking, the void battle stage was suddenly shrouded in a ray of light, and a strong beam of light enveloped them all. With a roar, the entire battle stage disappeared, and the bodies of Qin Wentian and others also disappeared. When Qin Wentian and the others appeared again, they were already standing on the ground. Their feet seemed to be nailed there, motionless, staring at this space, with huge waves in their hearts. This is the real ancient city. Under the starry sky, even after countless years, one can still feel the grandeur of this ancient city. However, in addition to being old, this ancient city is also dilapidated, as if it has experienced serious damage. For countless years, I am afraid that many powerful people have come here and even fought here. Not far away, there was a splashing sound. Qin Wentian and the others looked over there and saw a pool of blood. The blood pool seemed to sense their breath, and the blood inside was swirling. Endless blood-colored runes could be seen shining faintly, giving people an amazing feeling. This is the blood of a powerful person. It has not dried up for countless years and has remained here, turning into a blood pool. It still has an extremely terrifying power. Nanhuangxi stared at the blood pool and was deeply shocked. This blood pool can even be used by descendants with weak cultivation to wash their bodies. I just don't know if their bodies and blood can withstand the power of the blood pool. Once you enter the realm of the immortal platform, you will reshape your body, not to mention the powerful emperors. Their bodies are full of endless essence power, their bones are all rune bones, and their blood is full of terrible blood power and essence power. When you reach that level, unless you are killed by a stronger person and your body and blood are destroyed, your body will not decay and your blood will not dry up. The little bastard flashed and his huge body rushed into the blood pool. Roar! A shocking roar roared out of his mouth, and the blood pool suddenly boiled. The terrible blood-colored runes rushed into his body, as if to refine his body. His huge body was covered with a strong blood light. A terrible vortex power appeared, and the little bastard roared and opened his mouth, and a faint trace of blood-colored power was swallowed into his mouth. He is using the inheritance of the Brahma Emperor to devour the power in the blood pool. Nanhuangxi's eyes flashed. The little bastard's body was extremely terrifying, but it still seemed to be broken and cracked. He was suffering from extremely terrible pain. There were blood veins all over his body, which was hideous and terrifying, but he still endured it and allowed this power to corrode his body. Then, there was a glow on his body, as if it became more crystal clear. This little guy has matured too. Qin Wentian showed a touch of joy. The little bastard was gradually entering maturity. Chapter 968, Holy Light. A group of people were waiting for the little bastard. They saw that the little bastard's body was constantly transforming, as if he had been reborn. His huge body was even more frightening and fierce, with a hint of the amazing Demon King's momentum. Nanhuang, you have a wide range of knowledge. What kind of place would this ancient city be? Qin Wentian looked at Nanhuang Yangxi and asked. The Nanhuang clan is an extremely ancient and powerful clan in the fairyland. After countless ages, there are many ancient books in the Nanhuang clan, which record many events in the ancient times of the fairyland. Therefore, the Princess Nanhuang Yangxi, who was born in the Nanhuang clan, has a wide range of knowledge. Maybe it is related to the strong in the ancient times. This is not something I can contact. Maybe the fairy emperors in the fairyland know some inside stories. Nanhuang Yangxi said in a low voice. After all, she is a junior. Although she is already at the peak of the celestial phenomena, she has not yet become a fairy. She is nothing in the fairyland. The Nanhuang clan will not let her know too many ancient secrets. Qin Wentian did not ask any more questions. They waited for a while, and the little bastard finally walked out of the blood pool. He seemed to have undergone a transformation, and his muscles, bones, blood and flesh became stronger and more terrifying. He looked up to the sky and roared, his eyes flashing with excitement. Let's go to the front and take a look, Qin Wentian said, and the group continued to move forward. The ancient city under the starry sky was simple and mysterious. There was a broken knife stuck in the ground, which contained terrifying demonic power. There was a monstrous knife aura around the broken knife, sweeping across the world, as if it could cut through everything. Qin Wentian and his friends could only look at it from a distance. As soon as they approached, they felt that their bodies were about to be cut off. Such a treasure had spirituality, and they could not even get close to it, let alone take it for themselves. The broken knife occasionally made a whimpering sound, as if it was crying. Qin Wentian and his friends walked very far away, but they could still feel the sadness of the knife. There was a clattering sound coming from the distance. The sound was not loud, but it was particularly pleasant to the ear. Everyone looked in the direction of the distance, and then their expressions were fixed again. They saw a river in the sky. From the sky, there were rays of light falling down. This light was like liquid, and it was like endless rune light, falling down like a waterfall, washing this world. The moment it landed on the ground, it disappeared. Is this the river in the sky? Ziqingxun was shocked. They walked in that direction. Nanhuang Yangxi looked at the endless rune light and the waterfall-like light that disappeared as soon as it landed. Her heart was beating, and she felt her breathing was a little hurried. Qin Wentian seemed to sense something strange about Nanhuang Yangxi, and looked at her and said, Nanhuang, do you know what this is? I've seen such a scene once in an extremely ancient book, but it was just a pattern, not as real as it is now. We have encountered a miracle. Nanhuang Yangxi's voice was solemn. Legend has it that there is a sacred light falling from the 9 heavens, cleansing and purifying the bodies of mortals. If I'm not mistaken, this is the legendary holy light. The holy light looks like liquid, but it is actually sacred light. It exists in the void and cannot be caught or taken away. The holy light can cleanse the mortal body, transform people, and stimulate their potential. The more powerful a person is when they encounter the holy light, the more useful it is, because as the martial arts cultivators become stronger, they are constantly opening up their own potential and making themselves more malleable. The immortal emperors and immortal kings have extremely terrifying potential. If the holy light descends and they transform, they can become top emperors in one leap. Nanhuang Yangxi murmured. She exclaimed, it's a pity that it can't be taken away. I have no way to take the holy light out. Otherwise, the Nanhuang family may even become the strongest force in the fairyland. So terrible. Qin Wentian's expression condensed. There is a sacred thing like the holy light in this ancient city, but it is in the ancient emperor city, and it is in the ancient city of the ancient emperor city. It is extremely difficult to find. Well, to be frank, if the holy light appears outside the fairyland, it will definitely cause a riot in the fairyland. Nanhuang Yangxi looked ahead with her beautiful eyes and said, I didn't expect that we would have such luck. Although we are only a figure in the celestial realm and don't have the infinite potential of an emperor, we are also in the time of impacting the fairyland. Now that we can bathe in the holy light, it will be much smoother to impact the fairyland in the future. Let's go up and try. Jian Mengchen said impatiently. Be careful, the holy light is a sacred light, a legendary holy object, but I don't know if it is dangerous, so be cautious. Nanhuang Yangxi reminded, and Qin Wentian nodded. Nanhuang is right, the legendary ancient holy light, be careful. As they spoke, they kept getting closer. The closer they got to the holy light, the more sacred it felt. What kind of power did the holy light that fell from the sky have that could make the emperor crazy? I'll go in and try it first. Qin Wentian said, and his aura bloomed, and his body was flowing with strong light. Then he took a step forward, stepped into the void, and rushed directly into the holy light. The endless rune light descended on his body, instantly submerging Qin Wentian. Ah! A scream came out, causing Kinger and Nanhurong Yangxi and others to change their expressions. Especially Kinger, her face turned pale instantly, her heart was beating, and her body was about to rush out, to see Nanhurong Yangxi grab her arm and said, "Wait." Kinger stopped and looked ahead, only to see the endless light pouring down, eroding Qin Wentian's body. In just a moment, his flawless body seemed to be riddled with holes, as if he could not bear this ancient sacred light at all. Be careful, the holy light will destroy all the original balance of the body. Qin Wentian roared, and Nanhurong Yangxi and others looked solemn, with a solemn intention, slowly walked forward. Qin Wentian stood in the void, bathing in the light of the holy light. The power that kept rushing into his body broke all the balance of his body. It seemed that it was not as simple as he imagined. The holy light could directly stimulate his potential. Bathing in the holy light, everything still depended on himself. Just this terrible pain was enough to make a person's will collapse and faint. Qin Wentian gritted his teeth, his whole body was surging with strength, constantly destroyed, and then regenerated. The blood power in his body roared, and the endless star power turned into a galaxy, rolling. The light of the holy light seemed to penetrate into his blood and his bones. Ah! The others stepped into the holy light one after another, screaming in pain. Obviously, they had experienced the same thing as Qin Wentian. However, these people were extremely strong-willed geniuses. They gritted their teeth and held on. If their will was not firm, this holy light that could wash away all the brilliance might become the light of death that took people's lives. One after another, figures floated in the void, bathing in the light of the holy light. Their bodies kept twitching, which showed that they were all in great pain, but everyone was cautious and focused. Even if they could not be distracted, at least they kept their own wills indestructible. This pain continued, their bodies seemed to have been destroyed and reborn again and again. Qin Wentian looked inward and saw that there seemed to be a magical power in his blood. His blood was extremely pure and clear, and the blood power was roaring wildly. His bones and muscles became more tough and terrifying. His skin was as smooth as jade, as if he had undergone a transformation, and his whole body was emitting a magical light. Roar, roar. Qin Wentian's body was filled with a terrifying roar, as if a giant ancient demon phantom appeared, extremely terrifying, wrapped around Qin Wentian's body, and there was also a magical pure white power. Qin Wentian himself had never touched this power. It could repair all injuries in the body and even regenerate when his life was in danger. However, it also had terrible destructive power and was immune to all poisons. It could destroy all toxins and had amazing destructive power when used in attacks. These two forces were born together, flowing on Qin Wentian's body. The powerful suppressing force and the power tempered by the immortal and demon body refining technique also grew out. These forces flowed in every part of Qin Wentian's body, gradually turning into a magical rune light. Qin Wentian's body seemed to be engraved with runes, like grains of divine essence. On the surface of his body, there was also endless rune light flowing, constantly refining his body. Rumble, the light of the stars bloomed, and Qin Wentian's 4 major star signs appeared at the same time. These stars seemed to have endless light patterns, especially the suppressing star power. The golden body seemed to have rune lights falling down continuously. That little bit of light seemed to contain supreme suppressing power, and then fell on Qin Wentian's body, shaping his body. Qin Wentian's body was undergoing some amazing changes. In addition to Qin Wentian, the body of the little bastard was the second to change. He kept making shocking roars, and his body became even larger, and his fierce aura was overwhelming. Ziqingxun's condition didn't seem to be very good. She seemed to be coughing up blood constantly, but she still gritted her teeth to support herself. Her body seemed to be in danger of destruction at any time. An unwilling look flashed in Ziqingxun's beautiful eyes. Shengxi was an ancient holy object. It was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for her to encounter it. However, if she couldn't withstand the baptism of Shengxi, it would be so sad. She must hold on, definitely. Although Ziqingxun's talent was slightly inferior to others, she was also a disciple of Xianfu realm and a person with outstanding talent. However, she was still the same under Shengxi. It can be imagined that this legendary holy light also requires people with amazing talents to bear it. But once you withstand the baptism of Shengxi, your potential will be stimulated again and undergo a transformation. Chapter 969 Perfect Transformation. The ancient city was bathed in the light of the holy sun. There was a brilliant rune light on Qin Wentian's body. In his body, the power of the star force and the rune light intertwined, flowing and roaring continuously. At this time, Qin Wentian had already had independent consciousness, and he began to actively control the flow of his own power. Those runes were shining wildly, and the violent power gathered into a terrible sword. In an instant, there were thousands of swords humming in his body, and the might was shaking the sky. Then it kept flowing on his body, as if his whole body was filled with endless sword power, as if it was forged by the sword intention. He seemed to be able to easily condense the divine essence. This was the perfect state of the refining god Atlas. Qin Wentian's heart moved slightly, and the power in his body changed again. Guided by the pure and flawless power of the second bloodline, the rune light shone, and terrible shadows of Fengpeng appeared in his body. Every grain of Fengpeng's divine essence seemed to contain the power of Fengpeng. The refining god Atlas had been cultivated to perfection. In the void, the four great stars and celestial phenomena are also constantly evolving, suppressing the stars, and the bodies like gods are constantly dropping thousands of repressive runes, which are scattered between heaven and earth, destroying everything, and possessing the power to suppress the ages. The sword kills the stars, and the constantly transforming sword intent turns into the sword rune light. When it falls from the sky, there is a faint supreme sword power, which can destroy all existence with one blow. The star of the monster, peerless monsters appeared in the void, which made people feel terrified. The dream world star, the wonderful dream power, is also becoming more powerful. The most obvious is still Qin Wentian's body, the immortal and demon body refining. The two bloodline powers surround his body. He seems to be like an immortal demon, wearing platinum immortal demon armor, with a faint bloodlight lingering on it. Sometimes sword patterns appear, sometimes Fengpeng patterns appear, as if using various powers to forge the most perfect and stunning body for him. Boom! A terrifying momentum rose to the sky. The roar in Qin Wentian's body became more terrifying. The stars and celestial phenomena emitted more brilliant light. His momentum became stronger. This was a breakthrough in realm. During the baptism of the holy light, Qin Wentian's realm entered the last realm of celestial phenomena, the 9th level of celestial phenomena. Going up further, it was the immortal realm. After so many years in the immortal realm, Qin Wentian finally reached the peak of celestial phenomena. He was only one step away from the immortal realm he had always wanted to enter. Qin Wentian pointed his palm, and suddenly a terrifying figure appeared in his blood, turning into a figure of a red bird. It was Purgatory. Purgatory seemed to have known what Qin Wentian was going through. He was nourished best on Qin Wentian's blood. As soon as he appeared, the red light was surging, and his body rotated towards the sky. The light of the holy light washed over his body. He welcomed the baptism of the holy light with an unyielding intention. Roar! A shocking roar was heard. The little bastard who was bathing in the light of the holy sun not far away was covered by a golden glow. His body gradually turned into golden color, as if it was made of pure gold. He looked up to the sky and roared. An aura of a supreme king burst out from his body, like the king of monsters. Every hair on his body seemed to turn into pure gold, which made people feel trembling. Everyone was changing. Even Qingxun, she held on. Although it was extremely painful, she supported herself with an extremely strong will and belief. She did not allow herself to fall behind. This was an extremely rare opportunity. They came to this ancient city and were able to bathe in the light of the holy sun. How could they fail? Although she was suffering endless pain, Qingxun gritted her teeth. Her body was also gradually undergoing some changes. Shengxi, the legendary ancient holy light, is regarded as a rare treasure by emperors. When Qin Wentian and his friends encountered it in this ancient city, everyone's potential was stimulated to varying degrees and they were undergoing transformation. I don't know if it was because he was a demon beast, but the little bastard was the first to complete the transformation. He walked out of Shengxi, his body suspended in the air, looking at the others. Now his momentum is very terrifying, definitely at the top level of the celestial realm, and without the baptism of Shengxi, his whole body became extremely relaxed, as if his soul had been baptized. At this moment, his extremely sharp eyes suddenly turned and looked behind him. Then he saw a figure walking slowly there. This figure was Moxie. Moxie looked very solemn, and his eyes looked at the group of people bathing in Shengxi. He raised his head and looked at the holy light falling from the sky. There was a strong fluctuation in his dark golden eyes. Is this Shengxi? Moxie whispered in his heart, his footsteps trembling slightly, and he kept moving forward. At this moment, in his eyes, the little bastard who had seized one of the inheritances of the Brahma Emperor was not so important for the time being. Shengxi is the ancient holy light. The little bastard's huge body blocked Moxie's body and let out a low roar. Moxie's dark golden eyes flashed a cold light, and he said coldly, "Don't worry, the inheritance on you must be mine." After that, Moxie rushed out and headed straight for Shengxi. Roar! The little bastard's huge body was like a golden lightning, rushing directly in front of Moxie, and the golden claws suddenly smashed forward. The terrible claws had the power to split the world. Moxie's eyes flashed an extremely cold light, and his body was shining with the light of the devil. The dark golden palm hid out violently, and the power was earth-shaking. With a loud bang, both attacks were indestructible and powerful enough to shake the heavens. The body retreated a few steps. This scene made Moxie's face darken, and there was an amazing brilliance in his dark golden eyes. After the baptism of Shengxi, people can actually undergo transformation, and their power is not inferior to mine. Moxie's voice was as cold as a knife. The astrological signs of the robbery demons bloomed, and endless robbery demon power frantically strangled the body of the little bastard. However, the little bastard's body flew into the air, and with a roar, his body changed, and suddenly turned into a dappen bird, a golden-winged dappen bird, made of pure gold. The little bastard had the ability to transform a long time ago. Now after the baptism, his body has transformed, and he uses the ability to transform again, as if he can really change into 1,000 forms. At this moment, he is like a real golden-winged dappen bird, the unparalleled divine bird dappen. The light of the devil came to kill. The little bastard protected his body with golden wings and flapped them fiercely. The wings shot out endless golden swords and killed Moxie. The little bastard was much stronger than before. Buzz! Moxie rushed towards Shengxi again. He didn't want to tangle with the little bastard. At this moment, he just wanted to bathe in the holy light of Shengxi, cleanse his body, and undergo transformation. The wind roared and the little bastard was too fast. The wings slashed out like an indestructible sword and slashed towards Moxie's head. Moxie's arm seemed to turn into dark gold. He suddenly smashed out and grabbed the wings. The wings cut his dark golden palm, and the friction made a terrible sharp sound. Moxie shouted loudly. He used all his strength to throw the golden body out. With a bang, an unparalleled power bloomed. A magic knife appeared in his hand and slashed towards the little bastard. The little bastard's wings flashed violently, like a golden lightning bolt flying through the void, avoiding the fatal knife. Moxie had no time to chase him, and took a step forward, stepping into the light of the holy light. Ah! A scream came out. Even though Moxie had a terrible body, he still roared in pain the moment he rushed into the holy light. The holy light that fell from the sky washed over his body, piercing his dark golden body, and seemed to melt it. Boom! The demonic power on Moxie soared into the sky, sweeping across the world, and rays of light shot straight into the sky. His dark golden eyes were terrifying, and contained an extremely tenacious will. The little bastard rushed outside the holy light and stared at Moxie, who was bathing in the holy light. The light of the holy light had a terrible destructive power, and it was impossible to fight inside. If he attacked from the outside, his attack power would turn into nothingness once it encountered the holy light. Therefore, it was impossible to stop Moxie from bathing in the holy light. After that, Nanhuang Yangxi, Qinger and Qin Wentian successively experienced transformation and walked out of the holy light. They saw Moxie's expression condensed and his eyes were cold. This guy also followed. The empty battle platform had the test of guarding the big monster. This test stopped the people of Dongsheng Xianmen, but they could not stop Moxie. Moxie's strength had already reached a terrifying level. Even if he fought a big monster alone, he would not be at a disadvantage at all, so he came here. After Moxie bathes in the holy light, his strength will become even more terrifying. Nanhuang Yangxi whispered. What are you afraid of? Senior brother Qin and I have experienced the baptism of the holy light, and now we have both entered the 9th level of the celestial realm. Unless he enters the realm of immortals, his progress will not be as great as ours. Qin Wentian said, if he dares to come out, we will kill him here and there. He won't be able to enter the immortal realm. One needs to build an immortal platform to reach the immortal realm. Although the holy light can stimulate the potential and allow martial cultivators to transform, it will not build an immortal platform for them. Nan Huangyangxi shook her head and said, building an immortal platform requires sufficient preparation. It is not something that can be broken through any time and anywhere. While they were talking, Hua Takesu also came out. His eyes seemed even more terrifying and bottomless. His cultivation had also broken through and entered the 9th level of the celestial realm. The baptism of the holy light can easily allow the astrology of those in the 8th level of the celestial realm to transform, thereby perfectly crossing the realm. Even those in the 7th level of the celestial realm can directly cross the 2 realms and enter the 9th level of the celestial realm after bathing in the holy light. Qin Wentian and Zi Qingxuan came out almost at the same time. Zi Qingxuan finally withstood the pressure and underwent a transformation. As for Qin Wentian, there was no need to say more. At this moment, his eyes had an astonishing gleam that penetrated people's hearts. His body was flowing with terrifying rune light, giving birth to perfect physique. Chapter 970 Starry Sky Ancient Road. Qin Wentian glanced at his companions and said with a smile, all of them have broken through. In this way, we have now reached the same realm. Maybe we will have a chance to become immortals together. Lucky, I didn't expect to meet the ancient holy light Shangxi here, otherwise I would still be some distance away from the 9th level of the celestial phenomenon, and I wouldn't have broken through so quickly. Jun Mengchen said with a smile. If you say so, Princess Kinger and I are at a disadvantage. We have already reached the 9th level of the celestial phenomenon. Nan Huangyangxi seemed to be in a very good mood and also joked, for such an ancient holy object, it is not surprising to break through 2 realms. We are very lucky, but it can also be said that it is not good. If we wait until the immortal realm to experience the baptism of Shangxi, the potential for development will be even greater. Shangxi, is there really no way to take it away? Qin Wentian looked at Shangxi with some reluctance. It would be great if such an ancient holy object could be brought to King Cheng. In this way, King Cheng's practice can also keep up a little, and she will not be too weak. It's not impossible. Shangxi is the holy light of ancient times. If you want to take Shangxi away and store Shangxi, it is said that you can only use ancient holy objects. But do you have such treasures? Nan Huangyangxi said with a faint smile. Ancient holy objects are such magical weapons. Not to mention Qin Wentian, even in the entire fairyland, there are not many people who have them. Even if they exist, they are all handed down from the top powers. Qin Wentian shrugged, since this ancient city has Shangxi, maybe we are lucky enough to get ancient holy objects and magical weapons. I also hope to have such luck. Nan Huangyangxi's beautiful eyes contained a faint smile. This Qin Wentian is really greedy. He even wants to get ancient holy objects and magical weapons. At this time, a long cry came out from the holy light. Purgatory, who was bathed in the holy light, was bathed in fire and his body was reshaped. He was originally a spiritual body, and then nurtured in Qin Wentian's blood. He also had his own spiritual wisdom. Now, after being baptized by the holy light, he seemed to have undergone a transformation and forged a real body. The body covered with rune light and the unparalleled posture were like a real demon bird. Purgatory turned into a red lightning and descended above Qin Wentian's head. It circled and cried, extremely excited, born with strange visions, and the light was fascinating. Purgatory, congratulations. Qin Wentian said with a smile, and Purgatory slowly descended, hovering above Qin Wentian's shoulders, and stroking Qin Wentian's body with his wings. Brother Qin, what should we do with this guy? Jun Mengchen stared at the evil way in the holy light. If he knew we were going to deal with him, he would definitely hide in the holy light and not come out. Let's continue to look ahead. This ancient city may have other opportunities. It's not worth wasting time on him. Now Moxie can't threaten us anymore. Qin Wentian responded. Jun Mengchen glanced at Moxie coldly. We can only let him go for the time being. Jun Mengchen also understood that now that they have all stepped into the peak of the celestial realm, the threat of Moxie to them is indeed very small. If the two sides fight again like before in the Dark Mountain, both the Purple Sect and the Evil Palace will pay a heavy price. Let's go and take a good look at this ancient city. Qin Wentian's body was suspended in the air, and the runes all over his body were shining, like a fang pen. Let's go. Jun Mengchen strode out, and everyone moved forward together, continuing to move towards the depths of this ancient city. What is that? Qin Wentian looked to the far left. There seemed to be flames rising into the sky, as if a volcano erupted. The magma fire gushed out fiercely, as red as blood, dyeing the sky red, and turning into a raging flame that could destroy the world. Such a flame is not what we can imagine, don't worry about it. Nan Huangyangxi was familiar with flames. Just by looking at the color of this flame, she knew it was not what they could imagine. Qin Wentian and his group continued to move forward and saw many wonders. These wonders were too terrible. There was the Styx that corrupted everything and the shattered void stream that destroyed everything. They didn't even dare to get close. These wonders had a very terrible attraction to the emperors. The emperors might be able to use them to break through the realm, but Qin Wentian and his group were only in the celestial realm. They were too weak and didn't dare to get close at all. Finally, there was no road ahead. Under the starry sky, endless starlight fell on this ancient city. Starry sky gates appeared in the ancient city. These starry sky gates seemed to exist in ancient times, as if they could lead to the sky and the stars. This seemed to be the end of the ancient city, but also the starting point. It seemed that through these starry sky gates, one could really step into the starry sky and see the ancient king. It seems that there is no road. Jiutian looked at the starry sky gates in front of him and whispered, "What's in it?" Starry sky ancient road. Nan Huangyangxi stared ahead with her beautiful eyes, slowly raised her head, and looked up at the sky. In this ancient city, I have seen too many ancient legends, and the starry sky ancient road has also appeared. This is an ancient road for worshipping the sacred. What do you mean? Qin Wentian asked. The holy light is a legendary holy light, and the ancient starry sky road is also a legend from ancient times. It is recorded in ancient books that if you encounter a starry gate leading to the sky, you have encountered an ancient starry sky road. This is a test road given by the gods. If you can pass it one by one, you will have the opportunity to worship the gods. Seeing this ancient starry sky road, I finally know why the ancient emperor city exists. Nan Huangyangxi finally understood the biggest secret of the ancient emperor city. Maybe the female emperor of the Nanhuang family knew something, but she didn't tell her because of her weak cultivation. But now she has explored the mystery by herself, and she still can't help but feel excited. Are you saying that the existence of the ancient emperor city is because of worshipping the gods? Qin Wentian said. Whether it is today or in ancient times, when you reach the peak of the immortal emperor, is that the end of cultivation? Is there a higher realm above that they cannot set foot on, but they yearn for? Nan Huangyangxi said slowly in a solemn voice, the great emperors of ancient times must have spent their entire lives pursuing that higher realm, so there is only one way, to seek miracles, and this ancient city where we are is a miracle. So the great emperors of ancient times went to the ancient emperor city, and they may have found it, but I don't know if anyone has passed through this ancient starry sky road and seen the gods. Miracles. Qin Wentian murmured, if it is a miracle, then it is bound to be a journey. You are only at the celestial realm. Nan Huangyangxi said in surprise. Since it is a miracle, it should be considered that people of various realms may set foot on the ancient starry sky road in the future. I have reached the peak of the celestial realm and am about to become an immortal. Now that I see the ancient starry sky road, how can I not go and find out? Qin Wentian's heart surged, and his words made Nan Huangyangxi's heart tremble. At the peak of the celestial phenomena, will he become an immortal soon? Once he steps into the immortal platform, he will be at the 6th level on the road of cultivation. He should indeed look further. Besides, I also want to walk the road that the ancient emperors dreamed of. Qin Wentian was arrogant and his eyes were extremely sharp, staring at the front. He began to embark on the road of cultivation in his youth and experienced 5 major realms, the body refining realm, the wheel meridian realm, the Yuanfu realm, the Xiangang realm, and the celestial phenomena realm. Now he has reached the peak of the celestial phenomena, and the next step is the 6th realm, the immortal platform realm. The realm of immortals is the beginning of truly embarking on the road of the strong, being able to dominate the particle world, and then going up, the king of the immortal realm. The 7th realm, the realm of the immortal king, the emperors are all strong people in this realm. Is there a higher realm on the road of cultivation? This ancient city, the ancient road of the starry sky, is the road of the emperor. Although he has not become an immortal now, he still wants to take a trip. I want to see it, too. Jiutian clenched his fists, his eyes burning. Nan Huangyangxi looked at the two of them, and a burst of pride arose in her heart. She said, okay, since we have come here, let's go to the ancient starry sky road to have a look. But if you really encounter life-threatening danger, you must remember to retreat if you can. Let's go. Jiutian was a little impatient. Qin Wentian looked at Kinger, took her hand, and said, Kinger, if you go, I will go too. King seemed to know what Qin Wentian wanted to say, and spoke directly. Qin Wentian could only smile bitterly, looking at her eyes, and said, "Remember to protect yourself." "Yes." King nodded, and then they all walked towards the ancient Starry Sky Road and stepped into the Starry Sky Gate. In an instant, Qin Wentian appeared in another void. This was a world of nothingness. King and the others were gone. He was the only one here. Rays of light fell on him. Suddenly, a burst of extremely hot light shot out. In the world of nothingness, it seemed as if a terrible ferocious bird rushed towards him. This ferocious bird was ferocious and terrifying. Qin Wentian had never seen it before. It seemed to appear in front of him in the blink of an eye. Its indestructible claws directly smashed down and could tear everything apart. Qin Wentian's whole body instantly burst out with surging momentum. His body was flowing with brilliant rune light. Rays of rune light bloomed from his body, as if his flesh could destroy the enemy. His palms blasted out and could shatter the sun, moon and stars. With a loud bang, Qin Wentian's body was shaken back. The ferocious bird was surrounded by blood light, and the runes were shining in the sky. It contained endless fierce power, like a demon bird from ancient times. Its momentum surpassed any strong man of the same realm that Qin Wentian had encountered, including Si Daoyang and Moxie before. The eyes of the ferocious bird can cover a person and make him fall. Its body rushed out again, only a phantom, and endless rune lights burst out again. Qin Wentian only felt the world change color. One after another, extremely terrifying demon birds covered the sky and the sun, and violently attacked him, trying to tear his body into pieces. Qin Wentian was shocked. It was indeed the ancient road of the starry sky. This test was too terrible. However, the more so, the stronger his fighting spirit was. If he stepped on this ancient road of the starry sky, would there be a miracle waiting for him? With a roar, Qin Wentian's body was intertwined with endless Destined in an instant. He raised his hand and blasted it out. His palm could shatter the sky. He collided with the opponent's attack crazily. A turbulent flow swept across the world. In this chaos, a peerless claw tore at him. Qin Wentian was prepared. His palm flowed with a terrifying light, with a faint platinum color and a strange blood light. He blasted it directly, and there was another earth-shattering sound. Then the ferocious bird attacked frantically, and Qin Wentian's body collided with it. Qin Wentian was now very powerful, wearing a blood-red platinum armor, which made him much stronger than before. He caused the void space to riot, and finally a shocking roar was heard. Qin Wentian's body became bigger, and he grabbed the wings of the ferocious bird with both hands. With a loud shout, bloodlight flashed, and Qin Wentian tore the ferocious bird's extremely terrifying body apart. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 971, The Strongest Test. The fierce bird turned into nothingness, as if it was originally a body of nothingness, but its own strength was indeed terrifying, as if it came from ancient times. Its power was extremely strong. It could easily tear apart the top figures of the celestial phenomena. Its evil spirit was overwhelming, killing everything. Its flesh body was also extremely terrifying, but at this moment, it was torn apart by Qin Wentian. You can imagine how terrifying Qin Wentian's power is now. At this time, Qin Wentian's palms were like the claws of Fen Pen. The indestructible claws were shining with a terrible blood-red light. The demonic spirit was overwhelming, and there was a faint platinum color, destroying everything, with endless terrible runes flowing on it, giving Qin Wentian an extremely terrible power. Now, ordinary top figures of the celestial phenomena can be smashed to pieces by him with one palm. Even the Xianjiao figures of the 9th level of the celestial phenomena can't bear his tearing power. The light in front of him shone again, as if another flash of the Stargate appeared, the ancient road of the void, step by step, ascending to the void, worshipping the miracle. Qin Wentian's eyes were extremely sharp. He took a step forward without hesitation. Since he had seen the ancient city and encountered a miracle, how could he not go and see what was going on? If he was defeated due to his own lack of strength, he would have no regrets. However, if he did not even have the courage, how could he pursue the supreme martial arts? Following the ancient starry sky road and heading towards the vortex-like Stargate, Qin Wentian seemed to have stepped into the void and appeared in another void. Above the endless void, another ancient evil god appeared. This was an ancient ape, with a monstrous murderous aura on his body, holding a huge stick that could sweep the world. This evil god raised the huge stick and smashed it directly at Qin Wentian. In an instant, the void rioted. This stick seemed to be able to smash the immortal city, not to mention the celestial figure. The peerless attacking power made Qin Wentian feel frightened. This beast was even more violent and powerful than the previous fierce bird. Even in the ancient emperor's city, few people could withstand such an attacking power. There was a loud roar, and Qin Wentian's body turned into 100 feet tall, the same size as the other party, covering the sky with one hand. The endless star energy in his body turned into the power of the ancient mountain god energy, which burst out from the white and gold palm. Ancient mountains that could destroy everything appeared in the void, and the earth-shaking explosion sounded. The might of destroying the world swept across this empty world. The roar seemed to never stop, the ancient mountains kept exploding, and the giant stick wanted to smash the whole world. The suppressing star behind Qin Wentian shone and appeared, and the stream of light kept falling down. He seemed to be carrying the body of a god. One after another, the golden bodies that could destroy the eternity fell from the sky and went to suppress the violent beast. The beast roared, swung the big stick, and smashed it into the sky. The golden body kept falling down, trying to suppress and bury this world. Although it kept exploding, it never stopped. At the same time, Qin Wentian stretched out a huge palm print, which could destroy the sun, moon, stars, and all existence, and directly hit the violent ape. Roar! The evil ape roared, shattering everything. The big palm print roared, and when it fell, it only injured the opponent. However, Qin Wentian's expression did not change at all. Fang Peng wings appeared behind him, like a peerless Fang Pen. He took a step forward and turned into a residual image. Then the rumbling ancient palm print attacked endlessly. The ape evil god resisted frantically, screaming continuously. Finally, with a bang, its body was suppressed and destroyed by Qin Wentian and disappeared into nothingness. The ancient road of the void appeared again. Qin Wentian's eyes were like lightning. He took a step forward. He wanted to see how many tests this ancient road of the void had and who could stop him. Qin Wentian attacked again and again, encountering all kinds of terrible ancient beasts, each one stronger than the last. Later, he even displayed the divine hand of Emperor Yi's unique skill, and then killed the beast. Qin Wentian killed the ancient beast 8 times in a row. The 9th time, he came to the battlefield of nothingness again, waiting for the arrival of the beast. Such a test made Qin Wentian amazed. I am afraid that there are not many geniuses in the entire fairyland who can pass it. If an emperor stepped into the ancient road of the starry sky, the ancient beast that appeared would also be of the emperor level? How terrible would that be? At this time, there seemed to be a terrible rune light shining in the sky above the world of nothingness, and a fierce breath swept down. There were faint terrible runes that fell like lightning. An astonishing power of annihilation permeated, making Qin Wentian feel a terrible crisis. 9 is the extreme number. Will this 9th test be the ultimate test of the ancient road of the starry sky? If so, how terrible will this test be? The brewing fierce power poured down, making Qin Wentian look extremely solemn. His whole body was filled with power, the hand of God appeared, and a startling roar came from his body. He seemed to have turned into a terrifying prehistoric beast, with an aura that was impressive, a voice that was shocking, and extremely terrifying. Qin Wentian looked up at the void, and saw that the sky seemed to be branded red, as if a calamity was about to fall. The lightning of destruction kept striking down, and a pattern was faintly shining. At the end of the void world, a peerless monster from the ancient times was about to descend here. The pattern gradually became clear, and dazzling rays of light fell down. An even more terrifying threatening aura enveloped Qin Wentian. Then Qin Wentian saw a dazzling golden light, and a peerless monster descended, like a golden lightning, and appeared in front of Qin Wentian in an instant, killing him with one blow, and Qin Wentian couldn't even see it clearly. It was too fast, extremely fast. Qin Wentian could only rely on his instincts to blast out the hand of God. A terrible collision sound was heard, and Qin Wentian's body was directly shaken away. He groaned and felt that the hand of God was about to be shattered. Such power made him feel horrified, but it had not stopped yet. A flash of light appeared, and the peerless fierce power descended again, so fast that Qin Wentian had no time to react. Qin Wentian shouted loudly, and endless power burst out. The hand of God shook the earth, and there was a platinum light shining, blasting out a shocking power. A deafening explosion sounded, and Qin Wentian was shaken back again, But this time the peerless monster also retreated and floated in the air. Qin Wentian was finally able to take a closer look at this monster. The whole body was made of dazzling gold, as if it was the purest gold color, natural color, without any carving. His wings reflected golden light, and each feather was sharper than a sword, able to cut through everything. When the opponent's wings slowly flapped, it was like a sharp sword moving. Its claws were also made of pure gold. The only thing on its body that was black was its eyes, which were breathtaking and fierce. Golden winged Dapin. Qin Wentian was shocked. The golden winged Dapin was the strongest type of peng bird. Qin Wentian had practiced a Feng technique, but that was only the magical power derived from the body of Dapin. Even so, each type of peng technique was astonishingly terrifying. One could imagine how powerful the real divine bird itself was. The golden winged Dapin in front of him was a real golden winged Dapin demon. He had the purest physical bloodline, the innate divine power of the golden winged Dapin, the purest and most original golden winged Dapin divine technique, and the magical power of its own clan. All other powers were derived from it. Qin Wentian's starry sky shone with dazzling light, and then frantically suppressed it. However, the golden winged peng flapped its wings, and suddenly golden light burst out from its wings, directly cutting off all attacks in the void. There was no fluctuation in those fierce eyes, so that the attacks that could easily kill ordinary celestial 9th level strongmen could not even touch it. The golden winged peng's cold eyes shot out peerless sharpness, and its body blasted out again. Qin Wentian's Feng technique bloomed, but it was not as fast as the opponent's speed. A terrible sound of clattering came out, and the golden winged peng's wings directly slashed towards Qin Wentian. The terrible golden light fatally cut the void into 2 sections. Qin Wentian's body exploded back, and at the same time, the god's hand struck out again frantically, blocking the opponent's attack. But the golden winged Dapin turned into a whirlpool of wind, and it actually spun directly in the void, its wings frantically cutting through the void. There were only golden phantoms, strangling like a spiral, and the terrifying golden light swept across the sky and earth. Qin Wentian retreated frantically, looking at the spiral-like wings in front of him, with an ugly expression. Such attacks continued, unless he could break the divine feathers of the golden winged Dapin, which was obviously impossible. Qin Wentian's sword energy was surging, and the god's hand blasted out 1,000-foot sword light, killing and killing. One by one, the peerless sword stabbed at the mysterious and sharp wings in front of him, only to see the swords being cut off inch by inch in the whirlpool, and the god's hand could only directly print it down, with a sharp and piercing sound. Qin Wentian's god's hand seemed to be crushing, and with the help of the collision force, his body exploded backwards. If he was strangled, he would be chopped into pieces even if his body was strong. It is impossible to defeat the opponent by competing with sharp attacks, and the speed is not as fast as the opponent. Only the strongest power can break such an attack. Qin Wentian's blood roared, and the power of the 2 bloods bloomed. His divine hand turned into a spear, and the blood power flowed on it. The crazy burst of divine essence in his body was enough to make the major geniuses in the ancient emperor city crawl. The spiral killing technique of the golden winged Dapin was so dazzling and beautiful, but it contained the power of peerless killing. Boom! There was a fierce power from the ancient times on Qin Wentian's body, and the demonic energy swept the sky. At the same time, the white light shone with the strongest destructive power, flowing on the spear, with a most dazzling symbol. Kill! With a loud shout, Qin Wentian's spear stabbed at the spinning golden winged Dapin. The power of the hand of God exploded in this attack. The spear pierced into the spinning wings. This time, it was not crushed. A terrible hissing sound was heard, and a divine power spread. The spear pierced into it. The spinning Dapin suddenly stopped. A spear with a peerless edge pierced its wings and inserted into its body. Qin Wentian's hand of God dissipated. This strongest attack consumed all the power of the hand of God. On the spear, the strongest destructive rune light flowed. The golden winged Dapin stared at Qin Wentian with its extremely cold black eyes, and a look of surprise flashed across its face. The corners of its mouth opened slightly, and then 2 words came out of its mouth. Divine blood. As the words fell, the spear shattered, and the body of the golden winged Dapin turned into nothingness and disappeared. Chapter 972 Statue. God's blood. Qin Wentian raised his eyebrows, his eyes were sharp, the god's hand and the spear disappeared together. He was a little confused. What did the moment when the golden winged Dapin disappeared mean? He looked at his palm, which was flowing with dazzling rune light. The 2-color blood power was intertwined, and the runes were shining. This golden winged weapon is really terrible. I'm afraid there are still many innate magical powers that have not been used. It takes the strongest attack to penetrate his body and kill him. Qin Wentian's heart trembled secretly. If this attack can't pierce the opponent's body, then he has no other attack that can break the opponent's defense. With his current strength, Qin Wentian is confident that he has truly reached the extreme of the lower immortals. There are few rivals below the realm of the immortal platform. Ordinary peak figures of celestial phenomena can directly suppress and destroy with the help of stars and celestial phenomena, sweeping everything, but the golden winged weapon gave him a terrible oppressive force, which can really threaten him. At this time, in the void ahead, an ancient void road appeared, as if leading to the sky. Qin Wentian's eyes were burning. The test should be over, right? If this is not the strongest test, he is really powerless. Qin Wentian took a step forward and headed towards the ancient starry sky road. In an instant, Qin Wentian felt like he was traveling through nothingness. The next moment, when he took a step forward, he seemed to have arrived at the other end of the ancient starry sky road. This end of the ancient starry sky road was like a sacred temple, located under the endless starry sky. The starlight above the sky was shining down. It was filled with ancient and solemn momentum. Qin Wentian looked forward, where there was a figure standing between heaven and earth, reaching above the sky, high above, like a real god. Apart from this, there was nothing else. Is this really a miracle? Qin Wentian looked at the statue. He came here through many hardships just to take a look at this statue. Qin Wentian moved his eyes and looked at the statue. He held a scepter in his hand. The scepter also stood between heaven and earth, as if symbolizing supreme power and incomparable majesty. He stepped out and walked to the statue. He stretched out his hand with dazzling eyes, and Qin Wentian actually grabbed the scepter directly. At this moment, there was endless runelight surging wildly on the scepter. At this moment, Qin Wentian's mind suddenly had a lot of information. His eyes seemed to see the entire ancient city and penetrated the ancient starry road. In his mind, he was in a god's residence. The ancient city was below this god's residence. Only those who had heard of the ancient starry road shuttle through the distant void could come to this god's residence. The statue of the god's residence and the scepter symbolized supreme and noble authority, overlooking everything in this ancient city and controlling this ancient city. Qin Wentian even saw the situation outside the ancient city. The disciples of the Eastern Saint sect were wandering there. They were blocked outside the void ancient battle heaven and were not even qualified to pass the first round of the test. Qin Wentian had a strange feeling that he could even close the ancient city with the scepter in his hand. There are 3 passages and 3 entrances. At this time, Qin Wentian's perception spread again. He seemed to see more scenes. This ancient city not only had the entrance he came from, but also 2 other passages, as if connecting the other 2 spaces of the ancient emperor city. There might be the 2nd and 3rd floors of the ancient emperor city. Not good, Qingxuan is in danger. At this time, Qin Wentian saw Qingxuan, who was undergoing the test on the starry sky ancient road, was in danger and was seriously injured by a big monster beast. Get out. Qin Wentian felt a strong will. Qingxuan, who was fighting, suddenly felt a supreme will descending. Her body instantly retreated towards the ancient starry sky road. The next moment, she appeared outside the ancient starry sky road again. Her heart was beating. She looked up at the void and was shocked. The will just now was like the will of a god. It was impossible to resist. Was it the will of God? However, this will of God saved her. Qin Wentian looked at the other people fighting in the ancient starry sky road again. His palm exerted force, trying to take down the scepter. However, he saw a terrifying runelight flashing in the void, and a loud rumbling sound came out. It seemed that a black dragon phantom appeared there, and its huge head looked at him. Qin Wentian opened his eyes and looked at the black dragon. You are still too weak. You can't take this scepter now. The black dragon spit out a voice, which shocked Qin Wentian. This was the black dragon in the sea, but it seemed that it was just a thought that manifested here. Since I came here through the ancient starry sky road, why can't I take the scepter with me? Qin Wentian said. You have already established a mental connection with the scepter. You can come here anytime you have the chance. When you reach a certain level, come back. I will close this mansion for you. Black Dragon said. Qin Wentian's eyes flickered. The great emperors of ancient times came for the mansion, but didn't get it. From Black Dragon's tone, it seemed that he could inherit this mansion. Little guy, you are really lucky. Over the years, many amazing geniuses have come here, But because of their strong strength, their opponents on the Starry Sky Ancient Road are even more terrifying. However, there are still many peerless figures who failed only after fighting to the 9th Ancient Road. You have outstanding talents, and you have been baptized by the Holy Light, practiced the unique skills of your ancestors, and came here with your powerful bloodline. Your low realm has become an advantage, but at the same time, your realm makes you insufficient to control this scepter. The Black Dragon spoke slowly, and then said, "Come again later. If you leave like this, wouldn't it be a great disappointment for me to pass through the Starry Sky Ancient Road? Senior, at least leave me something, such as an ancient magic weapon." Qin Wentian looked at the Black Dragon and smiled, "And the Holy Light, I want to take some out. Senior should have a way." "You are greedy." The Black Dragon said, "Look at the left hand of the statue, the tripod. If you can take it away, take it. This tripod is the ancient magic weapon you want, and even the holy light you asked for can be stored in this tripod." Qin Wentian's eyes flashed with a burning feeling, the ancient treasure tripod. He looked at the left hand of the statue. The huge palm was indeed holding a treasure tripod. It was square in shape and engraved with the supreme ancient runes. It was mysterious and unpredictable. Qin Wentian could not understand it at all. Qin Wentian stretched out his hand and grabbed the treasure tripod, wanting to lift it, but found that the treasure tripod was motionless, and finally weighed tens of millions of pounds. "It's heavy." Qin Wentian's expression condensed, and his body became huge. He hugged the huge treasure tripod with both hands, and the whole body was flowing with brilliant light. With a loud shout, his hands contained huge power, and a terrible rumbling sound came out. The treasure tripod seemed to move a little, and the endless rune light suddenly lit up, dazzling, and then a terrible vortex force rushed out of the treasure tripod. The extremely strong suction force was simply irresistible. Qin Wentian's huge body directly turned into a ray of light and was sucked into the treasure tripod. This. Qin Wentian appeared in the treasure tripod. His body was extremely huge, but he was still in the inner space of the treasure tripod. The treasure tripod was covered with ancient runes. The intricate pattern seemed to contain ancient mysterious power. The space was bright and fierce. The terrible rune light enveloped Qin Wentian's huge body. At this moment, Qin Wentian felt that his body was about to be refined by the treasure tripod. His face turned pale in an instant. "You tricked me." Qin Wentian's body soared into the sky, but the endless rune light flowed directly on his body, making him unable to move at all and unable to break free from the treasure tripod. "This is an ancient treasure tripod. It is beneficial to you and harmless. Feel it well." The voice of the Black Dragon came, and Qin Wentian's body seemed to be torn apart. The ancient runes turned into terrible attacking power and bombarded his body. He seemed to have endured countless kinds of magical attacking power in an instant. His body was fatally torn apart, and his huge body gradually became illusory. Roar! Qin Wentian released the power of his blood and let out a shocking roar. The flowing white light patterns flowed over his body, rapidly repairing his damaged flesh. His body was constantly destroyed and then repaired. Even Qin Wentian felt that his will was about to collapse due to this pain. He felt that he could not hold on and would explode and die. "No!" Qin Wentian roared wildly, still gritting his teeth to support himself. He had already walked in front of the statue. How could he be destroyed by a treasure tripod? This fierce tripod could not destroy his will. I saw a series of light patterns rushing into Qin Wentian's body, penetrating into his bones and blending into his blood, but this kind of pain made Qin Wentian faint several times. This kind of pain lasted for a full half an hour, but for Qin Wentian, it was as long as half a century. When everything stopped, Qin Wentian was covered in sweat, but his skin seemed to be more crystal clear. Within his body bones, there was a faint violent force like a prehistoric beast. He looked at the treasure tripod, and the runes seemed to become much clearer. These runes fatally turned into patterns, floating in front of his eyes, as if they were ancient offensive treasures, containing supreme power. The treasure tripod contains magical powers. Qin Wentian was shocked. At this moment, he felt that he had a connection with the treasure tripod, but the corners of his mouth showed a bitter smile, not proud at all, and he didn't know who refined whom. Qin Wentian's figure flashed and he left the treasure tripod. He glared at He Long fiercely. This guy tricked him. However, He Long still had that expression and said indifferently, "Your friend and another guy have been sent out of here by me, and the entrance has been closed. Do you want to go out now? Pretend to be Shangzai first." Qin Wentian said, and then his palm trembled, and the treasure tripod suddenly rotated, became much smaller, and flew into his palm. He held the scepter in his hand, and the light flashed. His body disappeared directly and appeared in front of Shang's eye. Qin Wentian looked at the holy light falling from the sky, and his hatred for the black dragon disappeared immediately. This was the ancient holy light. Once it was put into the treasure tripod, if he took it out, the emperor would ask him to do it. Of course, Qin Wentian knew in his heart that if he really put the holy light out, he must not be exposed, otherwise he would die miserably. With a wave of his hand, the treasure tripod became extremely huge and flew into the holy light. In an instant, endless holy light flowed into the treasure tripod, turning into light patterns and merging into the treasure tripod. Chapter 973, The Ancient Emperor's City is Shocked. Holy Light. Qin Wentian's eyes were burning. He and the treasure tripod were connected in mind and could feel the holy light appearing inside the treasure tripod and merging into the runes of the treasure tripod. In the huge and boundless space inside the treasure tripod, the holy light spread throughout the treasure tripod, shining brightly, and truly merged with the treasure tripod. Qin Wentian seemed to understand why it was necessary to have an ancient holy artifact to hold the holy light. This holy light was the ancient holy light, without a form. When ordinary treasures were filled with holy light, they would disappear directly. Only true holy objects could allow the holy light to be integrated into the magic weapon, thus giving birth to the holy light in the space inside the magic weapon. In this way, from now on, Qin Wentian could use the holy light to help others cleanse themselves and transform and sublimate. Of course, the premise was that the person's will was strong enough, otherwise he would be directly destroyed when bathed in the holy light. Nanhuang Yangxi said that the holy light was the ancient holy light that all emperors dreamed of but could not obtain. Although he dared not announce it even if he had it now, when he had a certain strength in the future, he could use it to call on emperors and create the most evil genius. The light of the holy light continued to pour into the treasure tripod. Qin Wentian seemed to be afraid that it was not enough and did not stop. It lasted for a long time. Finally, the voice of the black dragon came, "You guy, that's enough. The treasure tripod is a holy object. The light of the holy light has been hidden in it. It is equivalent to the space of the treasure tripod having the light of the holy light." Qin Wentian smiled awkwardly, then waved his palm, and the runes shone in the sky, and the treasure tripod closed. He waved his palm, and the treasure tripod became smaller and flew into his palm. Qin Wentian directly put it away. This ancient holy object also contains unparalleled magical powers. After going out, he must practice well. This escape can be said to be a blessing in disguise. Breaking into this ancient city, knowing some of the secrets of the ancient emperor city, gaining the holy light, and transforming the group can be said to be a great opportunity. It seems that we have to thank the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor. If it weren't for the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor who asked the people of the Eastern Saint Immortal sect to enter the ancient emperor city, perhaps there would be no such opportunity. Go. A mysterious power enveloped Qin Wentian's body, and then he was sent out of this ancient city. When he appeared again, Qin Wentian was already at the entrance. Kinger and Nanhuang Yangxi were all there. When they saw Qin Wentian coming out, they all showed a strange look and looked at Qin Wentian strangely. "What's wrong?" Qin Wentian shrugged at the curious eyes of everyone. "We were all sent out together." Nanhuang Yangxi looked at Qin Wentian with a smile. This cold and arrogant Princess Nanhuang now seemed to smile occasionally in front of them, which made her even more moving. There is also Moxie, but that guy teamed up with several people from the Eastern Saint Immortal sect, and then used the immortal soldiers to escape, otherwise we would have left him here. Zheng Mengzhen also said, "Brother Qin, you are the last one to come out. Did you have any adventures?" "I walked through the ancient Starry Sky Road and saw a statue, and then the guardian demon of the ancient road said that my cultivation was too low, and blasted me out, and asked me to come again later." Qin Wentian said depressedly, but he didn't say the rest of the things too clearly, nor did he say the matter of Shangxi. It's not that he has a bad relationship with everyone, but there are so many people here, who can guarantee that they won't reveal the news? Nanhuang Yangxi is the princess of the Nanhuang clan. Can Qin Wentian guarantee that she won't tell the secret to the Nanhuang clan? He doesn't think he has that kind of charm. Hu Taixu also has his own master, and the One Hu Immortal King accepted him as a disciple. It is also normal for Hu Taixu to reveal the news to the One Hu Immortal King. Once the matter of Shangxi was revealed, Qin Wentian would have no way out. The emperors of the fairyland would all capture and kill him. There was no way for him to survive in such a huge fairyland. Therefore, it was good for him to know this matter alone. After all, everyone here had been bathed in Shangxi and transformed. It's really a miracle. Nan Huang Yangxi stared at the ancient city in front of him and said, "We were blasted out after you walked through the ancient Starry Sky Road. The ancient city is closed. It seems that only you can set foot in this ancient city from now on. This is a great opportunity for you." "Maybe, but that's a matter for the future." Qin Wentian said, "Let's go back to the ancient emperor city." "Yes." Everyone nodded. Kinger sacrificed the leaves of the void, and the strong men stepped on them one after another, and then returned to the passage. This time, the moment they stepped into the passage, they directly landed at the other end, turned their heads and looked at the ancient city standing on the sky. As the space flickered, their figures became farther and farther away. On the way, Qin Wentian suddenly saw a group of people returning in front of him. They were the powerful men of the Eastern Saint Immortal sect who had returned without success. They also saw Qin Wentian and his men traveling through the void. A cold light suddenly flashed in their expressions, and they all summoned their immortal weapons. For a moment, they were overwhelming. "Do you want to do it?" A cold light flashed in Zhen Mengzhen's eyes. "Don't worry about it, Kinger. Let's keep going," Qin Wentian said. Although they have all undergone transformation now, if all the more than 300 powerful men of the Eastern Saint Immortal sect summon their immortal weapons, they only have a few people. Even with a number of immortal weapons, the other side can overwhelm them. This is not something that strength can change. Kinger nodded, and the leaves in the void continued to shuttle, passing by the powerful men of the Eastern Saint Immortal sect. The people of the Eastern Saint Immortal sect stared at Qin Wentian and his men with sharp eyes. "We will reorganize the Qin sect and recruit more Qin sect disciples after we go back, so that we will not be at a disadvantage whether we rely on the Immortal Soldiers' War or not," Qin Wentian said again, and Zhen Mengzhen nodded. In any case, their strength has been transformed now. Although the Eastern Saint Immortal sect has a large number of people, with more than 300 strong men, they will still be lambs to be slaughtered. Let them be proud for a while, Zhen Mengzhen said coldly. During the time when Qin Wentian and his friends entered the ancient city, a major event also happened in Mingxian. Zidaoyang recovered from his injuries in Mingxian, and then happened to meet Zonpeng, who had finished his training and walked out of the cave. Although Zonpeng had obtained one of the inheritances of the Brahma Emperor with some luck in the past, the cruel ending told the people of the ancient Emperor city that the truly powerful inheritance can only be obtained by a few of the strongest Xianjiao characters. Even if the rest of the people get the inheritance, they are destined to become the wedding clothes of others. Xianjiao Zonpeng, who ranked in the top 10 of the immortal list, fell in the hands of Zidaoyang. His inheritance was integrated by Zidaoyang, and Zidaoyang, who ranked first on the immortal list, became even more powerful. After killing and devouring Zonpeng's inheritance, Zidaoyang went to the depths of Mingxian Mountain. In the end, he also saw the ancient city, but at that time the ancient city had been closed, and Qin Wentian and his companions had also left. Zidaoyang looked at the city and could only leave unwillingly. When Qin Wentian and his companions returned to Qinmen, the huge Qinmen seemed a little deserted. Only a few people were still in Qinmen, and the rest had left. I saw several figures flashing in the air, and they smiled when they saw Qin Wentian and his companions coming back. "You still know how to come back." Li Yu hugged his hands in front of his chest and looked at the line of figures in front of him. Their temperament seemed to have changed again, which made Li Yu's eyes shine with a sharp edge. "Qinmen was founded by us, so we will naturally come back." Qin Wentian smiled. "Don't blame the Qin sect disciples. You are being hunted by the Eastern Saint sect, the Evil Palace and the Purple sect are eyeing you covetously, and all the strong men are in the Qin sect. Xiao Lengayu threatened the Qin sect to get out of here, so," Su Ruxu said in a low voice. Qin Wentian waved his hand and said, "No, if I leave too." After all, the Qin sect was just a force they had temporarily created in the ancient Emperor city. They formed an alliance to fight in the ancient Emperor city, but the leaders of the group were all in a down, and it was not realistic to expect the rest of them to stick to it. Call the people of the Qin sect back. In addition, I plan to continue to recruit Qin sect disciples and call on the ancient Emperor city to prepare for the final battle in this city. Anyone who is willing can join my Qin sect. What do you think? Qin Wentian asked Li Yu and Su Ruxu. Are you preparing for a decisive battle? Li Yu showed a strange look. Yes, notify the ancient emperor city that I, Qin Wentian, will challenge Zdaoyang, the first on the ascension list, and Moxie, the second on the ascension list, after solving the East Saint Immortal sect. Qin Wentian said, causing Su Ruxu and Li Yu's eyes to flash with dazzling light. Qin Wentian wants to challenge Zdaoyang and Moxie? Okay, I'll do this for you. Li Yu said. And me? Su Ruxu's expression was sharp. Was she going to witness history? Trouble. Qin Wentian nodded to them, and then the group stepped into the Qin sect. Soon, shocking news came from the ancient emperor city. Qin Wentian reconvened the Qin sect disciples, and the Qin sect continued to recruit disciples. Qin Wentian challenged Zdaoyang and Moxie. After he solved the Eastern Saint sect, he would formally challenge the first and second strongest people on the ascension list. As soon as this news came out, the ancient emperor city was shaken and boiling in an instant. Is this going to be a peak showdown? It seems that Qin Wentian has entered the 9th level of the celestial phenomenon. There are rumors in the Dark Mountain that the Qin sect was sniped by the three major forces. Qin Wentian and his group returned safely. Qin Wentian once said that if he entered the 9th level of the celestial phenomenon, he would fight Zdaoyang alone. Now, he wants to fulfill his promise and challenge Zdaoyang and Moxie. The Qin sect's Xianjiao returned one after another, and even more Xianjiao characters joined the Qin sect. They couldn't stand the disciples of the Dongsheng Xianmen, and threatened to destroy these clown characters. They even dared to send a legion to strangle Qin Wentian. This was undoubtedly using the power of power to interfere with the grievances of the ancient emperor city. At the beginning, the disciples of the Dongsheng Xiandi were arrogant and humiliated the Qin sect. When they met Qin Wentian, they were defeated and killed. If the Dongsheng Xiandi had the ability to send stronger disciples to kill Qin Wentian, what would it mean to mobilize the Dongsheng Xianmen to send a legion of more than 300 people to form a battle formation? The Dongsheng Xianmen was the first to use the power of the Xianmen to interfere in the Battle of Xianjiao in the ancient emperor city, which made many people disdain it. They joined the Qin sect and prepared to destroy the Dongsheng Xianmen. At the same time, they witnessed Qin Wentian's challenge to Zdaoyang and Moxie. This is the battle between men in the ancient emperor city. No one is allowed to interfere in this peak duel. Chapter 974 The Eve of the War. In the ancient emperor city, all the people are descendants of the emperor. Even if they are not descendants of the bloodline, they are disciples. They are all unruly and arrogant. They cannot stand what the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor did. If the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor had sent a more powerful genius disciple to kill Qin Wentian head-on, that would be his ability. Sending a legion would be criticized. At the same time, Qin Wentian challenged Zdaoyang, who ranked first on the ancient emperor city immortal list, and Moxie, who ranked second. It was exciting. The genius of the ancient emperor city should have such a spirit. In comparison, Qin Wentian's spirit is more evident, making the people of the Eastern Saint Immortal Gate look unbearable. So a storm blew up in the ancient emperor city, and the storm of joining the Qin Gate was like a cloud. In just a few days, there were many geniuses in the Qin Gate. They all wanted to witness the historic moment of the ancient emperor city and watch Qin Wentian fight Zdaoyang and Moxie. Qinmen, unlike the silence of a few days ago, is now extremely lively. Powerful men from all sides gather here to join the Qinmen. Qin Wentian also changes his previous policy and accepts everyone who comes. He used to think that everyone who enters Qinmen is like a brother, but in fact, he will not stay in the ancient emperor city for too long. This short-term alliance cannot be like a brother after all. It is better to follow the trend and do what should be done. Everyone who comes is a brother. If they meet outside in the future, it would be best if they can drink and chat happily. If they stand on opposite sides, there is no regret. Nanhuang, has Qin Wentian entered the 9th level of the celestial realm? I remember that when he entered the ancient emperor city, he was in Xiaomen. At that time, he was still in the 7th level of the celestial realm. In such a short time, he actually crossed 2 realms and entered the 9th level of the celestial realm. Have you had any adventures? Many powerful men in Qinmen gathered together, and someone asked Nanhuang Yangxi, who was sitting in the center. Yes, there was an adventure. Nanhuang Yangxi nodded and admitted frankly. Oh, what adventure? Someone asked. In this ancient emperor's city, deep in the Dark Mountain, there is an ancient city with mysteries. We walked through it and encountered some adventures and got a lot of benefits. Qin Wentian successfully broke through the realm. Nan Huangyangxi said without hesitation. This city will be hidden sooner or later. If it is hidden, others will be suspicious. It is better to speak frankly. Are you serious? Sure enough, there were strong men with sharp eyes, and their eyes fell on Nan Huangyangxi. Of course, why would I lie to you? You can go and find it. It's a pity that this ancient city has very high requirements for cultivation. They said that our realm is too low and finally blasted us out. Otherwise, we would even have the chance to build an immortal platform in it. Nan Huangyangxi said frankly, and now, this ancient city has even been closed. Really? Many people showed disappointment. It was closed. Would they have no chance? Nan Huang didn't lie to you. Everything she said is true. At this time, Qin Wentian's figure descended, came here, and sat with Nan Huangyangxi. Brother Qin. Everyone bowed to Qin Wentian, quite politely. Master Qin. A strong man also shouted. After all, Qin Wentian was the master of the Qin sect. Brothers, you are polite. Everyone who comes to my Qin sect is a brother. Qin Wentian would like to thank you all for your help. Qin Wentian stood there and bowed to everyone, cheerful and frank. To deal with a force like the East Saint Immortal sect that bullies the minority with its numbers, they should be made to wake up. This is the ancient Emperor city. That's right, the East Saint Immortal Emperor actually sent an army to unite a battle formation to the ancient Emperor city to deal with Brother Qin. Such a force should not exist. Brother Qin, but let us say something in advance. We are all very happy to deal with the East Saint Immortal sect, but if you say that you are challenging Zidaoyang and Moxie, you have to rely on yourself. If the people of Zizong and Zigong intervene in the group battle, we will take action. If it is just a one-on-one fight, it depends on you. We also want to witness the peak battle of the ancient Emperor city. Someone said loudly. Of course. Qin Wentian nodded. I, Qin Wentian, am strengthening the Qin clan not to bully others, but I just don't want to face the situation last time, being surrounded by major forces. That was a humiliating battle. Since I have challenged Zidaoyang and Moxie, I will fight alone, without the help of others. Good. Someone cheered. Brother Qin is so courageous. Not long after coming to the ancient Emperor city, he dared to challenge Zidaoyang, the first on the ascension list, and Moxie, the second. It's admirable. It seems that the adventure in the ancient city has transformed Brother Qin's strength. There is another thing you must not know. When Moxie chased us, he also stepped into the ancient city. The adventure we got, Moxie also got it. Qin Wentian said lightly, and everyone's eyes were sharp again. Moxie also entered the ancient city. Everyone exclaimed. Yes, it is true. Nan Huangyangxi nodded. What Nan Wang said is true. We had an adventure in the ancient city, but we were kicked out because our realm was too low. Now the ancient city has been closed, which is a pity. If you don't believe it, you can go and see it yourself. Qin Wentian spoke frankly, and no one doubted it. Since Brother Qin and the Saint Nan Wang said so, we believe it. After Brother Qin and Zidaoyang and Mo Zi have a decisive battle, we will go to the ancient city to have a look. Someone said. Okay, in this case, let's deal with the Dongsheng Immortal Sect first. If the Dongsheng Immortal Sect uses immortal soldiers in this battle, it may trigger a war of immortal soldiers. You must prepare in advance and be mentally prepared. Qin Wentian said loudly, and everyone nodded. Our Qinmen people are scattered all over the ancient Emperor city. The Eastern Saint Immortal Gate has no idea who is among us. Their every move is under surveillance. Even if they want to leave the ancient Emperor city, it is too late. Now that the Qinmen is so powerful, it is naturally impossible to hide from the eyes and ears of the Eastern Saint Immortal Gate. They are closely following the Qinmen's every move. When they learned that the Qinmen was growing stronger, the Eastern Saint Immortal Gate strongmen were in a dilemma. Everyone, what do you think? The four leaders of the Eastern Saint Immortal Gate sat in the center and asked the crowd. We can form a super battle formation, so why are we afraid of the Qinmen? This is the task assigned to us by His Majesty. We must kill Qin Wentian. Someone said. The Qin sect is not simple. Nan Huangyangxi, Qin Wentian and Princess King are actually the third, fourth and fifth strongest men on the ascension list. This is something we didn't know before. Now that Qin Wentian has entered the ancient city and encountered something, he is even going to challenge the first and second strongest men on the ascension list. I'm afraid it will be even more difficult to deal with him. In addition, they have summoned more Qin sect teams, so it's probably very difficult to deal with them. Some people were a little worried. The effect of the battle formation will not be very great. We and Qin Wentian are already fighting to the death. At that time, I'm afraid we will all use immortal soldiers to fight. At that time, there will be chaos and the situation will be very unfavorable to us. After all, His Majesty only wants to kill Qin Wentian and a few others, but not to kill other Xianjiao in the ancient Emperor City and make a big enemy for the Eastern Saint Immortal Sect. Many people in the Eastern Saint Immortal Sect are pessimistic and look down on the upcoming showdown. Are we going to enter the ancient Emperor City with great force and then flee in a panic? How can we explain to His Majesty? Someone shouted angrily, and was very disdainful of the pessimistic people. The two factions had a dispute. Before, they thought that with so many powerful people coming to kill Qin Wentian and destroy the Qin clan, it would be easy and straightforward. However, they found out on the first battle that the Qin clan was not a simple force. Now, the stronger Qin clan was even more terrifying and directly threatened their lives. Stop talking. The leader waved his hand, interrupting the conversation. You guys arguing like this is not a solution. Be prepared to fight at any time. If we return in defeat this time and sneak away from the ancient Emperor City, our Dongsheng Xianmen will never be able to raise our heads in the entire Xianyu. The Xianjiao looked solemn. Indeed, this was the ancient Emperor City. The people here were Xianjiao from all over the Xianyu. The news would definitely spread throughout the Xianyu. If they fled in such a disgraceful way, the reputation of Dongsheng Xianmen would be completely ruined. Dongsheng Xianmen sent a legion to suppress and kill Qin Wentian, which was a ruthless move. Escape? Dongsheng Xiandi would lose face. Send a few people to Zizeng and Zigong to see if they can form an alliance to deal with Qinmen together. The leader said in a deep voice, which made everyone's eyes flash. This was a good idea. If Zizeng and Zigong were willing to form an alliance with them to deal with Qinmen together, then they would not be afraid of Qinmen in terms of power. Soon, a strong man from the East Saint Immortal Sect broke through the air and left, preparing to go to Zizeng and Z Palace. Zizeng and Z Palace were not idle now. Zi Daoyang and Mo Zi had heard the news that Qin Wentian challenged them. The entire ancient Emperor City seemed to be waiting for a peak showdown in the ancient Emperor City. It has been a long time since such an exciting scene appeared in the ancient Emperor City. The sun shrouded this land with countless years of history. There were people flying in the air everywhere in the ancient Emperor City. The competing geniuses, the fighting sects, the strong men looking for the ruins of the ancient land, and the adventurous geniuses who ventured into the dangerous Jedi, they were improving themselves as always. The place where the strong men of the Eastern Saint Immortal Sect were located was shrouded in a tense atmosphere. Not long ago, they received news that the strong men of the Qin sect, led by Qin Wentian, had left the Qin sect and came straight here. Obviously, not only were they monitoring the Qin sect's every move, but the Qin sect was also watching them. Both sides were completely exposed to each other's vision, and they could not hide their every move from their opponents. And now, this war is finally coming. Hearing the report, more than 500 Xianjiao from the Eastern Saint Immortal Sect came to kill them this time, which made the people of the Eastern Saint Immortal Sect even more panicked, and even had the idea of escaping from the ancient Emperor City. The situation seemed to be reversed. But the Eastern Saint Immortal Sect did not escape after all. Zi Daoyang and Moxie promised them that they would come here immediately if the Qin sect made any move. Now, they can only hope to form an alliance with Zizeng and Zigong. Not only were the people of the Eastern Saint Immortal Sect shocked, the Qin sect left the sect's residence in a mighty manner, and the Xianjiao from all sides of the ancient Emperor City received the news one after another. This ancient city was faintly boiling, and the strong men from all sides began to rush to the same direction, where the strong men of the Eastern Saint Immortal Sect were. A war seemed to be imminent. Chapter 975 Super Powerful Battle. In the ancient Emperor City, countless geniuses gathered into a torrent and rushed in the same direction. In a hurry to get on the road, they even used immortal soldiers to run across the void of the ancient Emperor City like lightning. In the East Saint Immortal Sect's garrison, more than 300 geniuses from the East Saint Immortal Sect had formed a formation and were divided into 4 camps. They looked into the distance and saw a large group of powerful people flying in the air. They stepped on the void with a mighty momentum, as dazzling as the sun shining down from the sky. The leader was Qin Wentian. On the left and right sides of Qin Wentian, the 2 pillars of the Qin sect, Nan Wang Yangxi and Kinger, were there. In addition, Hua Takesu, Qin Wentian, Zi Qingxun and others were also there. There were also two huge demon beasts guarding Qin Wentian on both sides. One was a huge and fierce body made of pure gold, with monstrous fierceness in its eyes, and the other was bathed in endless fire. It was actually a Suzaku divine bird, like a Suzaku from purgatory. The flames burning around it made people feel terrified. The strong men of the Dongsheng immortal sect became nervous. They looked solemn and stared at the front. The group of people in the front, each of them gave them extremely strong pressure. They were all super geniuses. Each of them seemed to have undergone a transformation and was much stronger than before. Finally, the two sides faced each other head-on. The Qinmen strongmen stopped standing in the air. Qin Wentian glanced at the people from the East Saint Immortal sect with cold eyes and said coldly, "The East Saint Immortal Emperor was killed by me because of the incompetence of his disciples, so he sent a legion from the East Saint Immortal sect here. There are more than 300 geniuses, probably the top geniuses of the 9th level of the East Saint Immortal sect. If you all leave your lives here, how will the East Saint Immortal Emperor feel? Qin Wentian, you borrowed the geniuses of the ancient Emperor city to fight against my East Saint Immortal sect. Don't you feel ashamed to use others like this?" The leader of the East Saint Immortal sect stared at Qin Wentian and said coldly, "What a joke." Qin Wentian took a step forward, pointed his finger at the four people in the lead, and said, "The East Saint Immortal sect led more than 300 strong men to fight into the ancient Emperor city at one time, which can be said to have created the history of the ancient Emperor city. They even have the face to say the word shameless. The four of you get out, I will fight you four alone, dare." The four people in the lead looked gloomy, and a terrible cold light flashed in their eyes. Qin Wentian challenged them in public to fight against the four of them. Humph. One of them snorted coldly, but did not accept the challenge. Qin Wentian ranked in the top few of the immortal list. Now his strength has transformed and he will only become stronger. Even if the four of them joined forces, they were not sure that they could defeat Qin Wentian. "Don't even dare to fight, this is the East Saint Immortal sect, what a joke." Qin Wentian sneered and said coldly, "What, is the Qin sect going to bully the few with a majority?" A rumbling voice came from a distance, cold and arrogant. In the distance, a group of strong men rushed over in a mighty manner. They were the strong men of the Purple sect. The person who spoke was Zidaoang, the first on the immortal list. Zidaoang has now obtained 2/9 of the inheritance of Emperor Brahma. His temperament seems to have become even colder, and there is a strong sense of danger all over his body. Zidaoang. Qin Wentian looked at him, with a sharp light in his eyes, and said indifferently, "Z sect wants to form an alliance with Dongsheng Xianmen. That depends on your Qin sect." Zidaoang sneered. "Zidaoang, I said that after finishing the matter of Dongsheng Xianmen, I will challenge you alone, and all the Qin sect's Xianjiao will witness it together. I believe that all the Xianjiao of Z sect are unwilling to fight a life and death battle with my Qin sect. If your sect master Zidaoang does not even have the courage to fight, then it is not worth it for you to fight for him." Qin Wentian's pupils shot out a sharp light. "When I became famous, you Qin Wentian didn't even know where I was. I dare not fight," Zidaoang said proudly. "In that case, it's enough to just watch the fight from the sidelines. If you, Zidaoang, want to fight so much, I don't mind challenging you first." Qin Wentian's tone was full of provocation. "Do you really think you are so strong? Brother Daoang is the strongest person on the Immortal Ascension list. How can you defeat him? You don't even have the qualifications to challenge Brother Daoang." Xiao Langyu, who was beside Zidaoang, said. "Shut up." Qinger scolded coldly, and her eyes swept towards Xiao Langyu. The cold eyes seemed to be able to pierce her. "You." Xiao Langyu's face turned cold, staring at Qinger, but she had lost to Qinger in the past, so she really didn't have the qualifications to challenge the other party. "Xiao Langyu, it seems that you really don't think you have embarrassed yourself enough," Qin Wentian said sarcastically, and Xiao Langyu's face was as cold as frost, and the aura around him became cold. "Zidaoang, since this person is determined to fight, you should teach him how to be a man." A strong man from the Z sect also spoke up. "That's right, this guy is really arrogant, but since there is a chance to solve it in one battle, you can suppress him directly, and the Qin sect will naturally collapse," someone else said. Zidaoang stared at Qin Wentian and slowly said, "Since you said so, I will do as you wish." Before that, I will wait for you to understand the grudge between you and the Eastern Saint Immortal sect. Qin Wentian moved his eyes away from Zidaoyang, and then waved his hand. The Qin sect's Xianjiao surrounded the Eastern Saint Immortal sect's strongmen, surrounding the entire space. At the same time, Qin Wentian said coldly, if someone from the Eastern Saint Immortal sect sacrifices an immortal weapon, immediately start the immortal weapon battle. Form a formation. The Eastern Saint Immortal sect's strongmen immediately said that this time they were at an absolute disadvantage in terms of numbers. If they suffered a greater loss in the immortal weapon battle, they might still have a chance to win by fighting directly with their strength and relying on the battle formation. Two of the four major camps were the first to form formations, namely the Ancient Demon Ape Formation and the Giant Cauldron Formation. They were extremely powerful in an instant. He also had a Forbidden Battle Formation, but now they did not have the advantage. Sealing the Void would instead balance themselves. Therefore, the other two camps formed small battle formations of 9 people. In an instant, the entire Void was filled with major battle formations, and the power to destroy the world burst out with terrifying might. Mengjin, Takesu, Kingxuan, and Purgatory, you go and break the battle formations of all sizes. Kinger will follow me to break the Demon Ape battle formation, and Nanhuang and the Little Bastard will break the Giant Cauldron battle formation. Qin Wentian spoke quickly, and they all dispersed immediately. The Xianjiao behind them followed closely. Qin Wentian said again, brothers of the Qin sect, evenly distribute the number of people in the battle. Follow any side to fight together, break the formation first and then kill the enemy. Qin Wentian did not directly start the battle of the immortal soldiers. They had a greater advantage in such a battle. However, he still had to take into account the Qin sect Xianjiao who were willing to follow him to fight. Once the battle of the immortal soldiers was started, it would be a matter of life and death. No one could guarantee that they would not die here, so he would rather choose a hard battle. Even if the opponent formed a battle formation, they still had the advantage in numbers and power. If it was about individual combat power, his Qin sect Xianjiao was obviously stronger than the disciples of the Eastern Saint Immortal sect. Above the sky, a terrifying black cloud suddenly appeared, as if a suffocating pressure was coming, and there was a faint calamity cloud shining, covering the sky. This scene made the eyes of the Xianjiao watching the battle from afar freeze. What was going on? The power of the rules of the ancient Emperor City came. Do you want to witness this war? Close attack, dismantle the battle formation. Qin Wentian and Kinger rushed straight to the front of the ancient Demon Ape battle formation. There were powerful people on both wings behind them, more than 100 Xianjiao figures. It would be more reasonable to arrange more people to break the two battle formations. Roar. The shadow of the Demon Ape appeared, and the sky changed color. Only a shocking roar came out, and a huge palm print slapped towards everyone, covering the entire void, with a mighty power. Endless void light bloomed from Kinger's body, and the power of space rules bloomed. The immortal beheading map blasted out and turned into an endlessly huge map, covering the sky and the sun, like a vortex of void, heading towards the huge and boundless palm print, directly covering it, and actually swallowing the huge palm print into it, and then constantly crushing it. With a thunderous sound, the immortal slaying diagram and the big palm print shattered at the same time. This blow shocked the hearts of both the people of the Eastern Saint Immortal sect and the Qin sect disciples, and gave rise to strong waves. Kinger actually resolved the super strong attack of the Great Battle Array with her own strength. So strong, Princess Kinger's immortal slaying diagram is much stronger than before. They all really got a chance and their strength has transformed again. The Xianjiao who was watching the battle from a distance was also shocked and exclaimed, too strong, the power of this blow was unparalleled. This time the attack was restrained, and everyone approached the Demon Ape battle array, as fast as lightning. They all contained violent offensive power, but did not attack, all because Kinger blocked the blow for them, which could buy them a chance. The ancient Demon Ape let out a thunderous roar, and a big foot stomped down, the world roared, and the void trembled. This foot contained endless runes, and the power suppressed the world. Qin Wentian's divine hand evolved into a spear, and his body became hundreds of feet long, comparable to a demon ape. The spear swelled, swallowing and spitting out endless rune light, and the power of destruction was madly spitting out. The spear light flashed with a brilliant bloodline power of destruction. Buzz! Qin Wentian shot out with a spear, stunning the ages. Everything destroyed collided with a big foot. The indestructible power made the spear pierce directly into it, and the roar continued. The sky-shaking kick exploded wildly. The previous attack was Kinger, and this attack was Qin Wentian. He also relied on his own strength to fight against the power of the battle formation, which was so powerful that it was horrifying. In the brief moment when the battle broke out, the Xianjiao watching the battle was already a little dumbfounded. His heart trembled wildly, and he felt fatally thrilling, and his heart surged incomparably. This is the real peak decisive battle. These two attacks were enough to stop the Qin clan's geniuses from getting close. Brilliant rays of light burst out, and they all raised their attacking power to bombard the powerful men of the Eastern Saint sect in the battle formation, disrupting their control over the battle formation. This was undoubtedly the best way to break the battle formation. As long as the Eastern Saint sect disciples who condensed the battle formation were in chaos, the battle formation would naturally collapse. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.